according to the sound effects that are going on and everything like that. And he creates um this visual acting piece. He did a pretty good job. Not too bad for a kiddo. If y'all ever come across it, you'll laugh. What's up to you? You back?
So that's it, eh? We haven't even got any side chat questions. Come on. I know you're out there. We challenge you to find the curvature that's claimed to exist in the form of 8 inches per mile squared or a geometric horizon 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Yeah, go ahead and clip that and say that I'm just parroting.
Test your might.
Sorry, what?
I said test your might.
Yes. Test your
Well,
might
doing
and your
more
mic. Yeah. Test your mic.
Test your might.
Horizontality. So, if you're on a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, your line of sight will be a tangent line to a point on that sphere. We used to get told that's the horizon. And anything that goes beyond that is going to get blocked from view. And that's why you can't see any more of the surface at that distance too. Because that line, that has a distance. And the amount of surface between your line of sight, or your eyes, and the horizon has a distance. That's what we used to get told.
Oh my God, teed up.
But nobody's... Yeah. Sorry.
No, you just like spawned a thought into my mind. But go ahead and finish what you're going to say because I don't want to ruin it.
No, that's about it, really. Like, that's what we were told. Nobody's been able to present that to us. You know.
So you're going to laugh. I wish Jedi was here. Is Jedi here? Did he pop in just yet? Okay. And we got John S. here. But just real quick, I want to say this because you're going to laugh so hard. So when you're making a celestial observation, you're drawing on a globe, right? You're supposed to be drawing a tangent line to your horizon and extending it beyond the horizon. That's what they say, right? Right, T-Dub?
Yeah, continue. Yeah.
So if that's the case, and when you look at the horizon is being refracted. So really you're looking around the curve. So even your tangent line is curved.
That's correct. They do say that, that for that to occur, your line of sight must be curved. Exactly.
Oh man, I can't wait to throw that into an argument now. That's gonna be my new argument. Oh, you're drawing a tangent line. You mean the thing that's curving around the curve? What's up, John S?
I hope you have peace of mind in your lifetime.
What was that?
I don't know, but I don't know why people have to use deception like that. Okay? The art of war is deception, right? So if you're trying to deceive people, you're essentially declaring war. Super weird. Anyway. So yeah, man. So when they invoke a tangent line over a curved surface, you say, is that tangent line to the horizon? Yes. And the horizon is much further because of refraction. Yes. So now you're saying your tangent line is curved because your tangent line's to the horizon. What do you think the response will be?
I'm not sure about that.
That's kind of funny,
it's
right?
come up before. I think it has come up before, and I can't remember the response.
Has it really? I bet it was a Nathan Oakley argument. I've never heard of it before. This was new. Like just you tell me about a tangent line. Is there a tangent line? I'm like,
Well, I guess you just straighten
that's
it mathematically,
true.
right?
Your eyes. What's the equation for that?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Does it really matter what the equation is? The answer is
India's
no.
gonna love
Why? But it doesn't matter what the equation is
it. What's up, AI?
because if it doesn't fit the equation, they'll just say, "Oh, it must be an extreme example," right?
Yeah.
That's their
Pretty
excuse
much.
every time.
Did you hear my following of the logic on that AI? The whole thing.
Or
So Glovers, when they say celestial navigation is based on a tangent line to the horizon, and then you draw your triangle that way, right? They're not necessarily worried about the GP, but they always make the argument that your eyes draw a tangent line to the horizon. That's your baseline, and then you make your elevation angle based off of that tangent at the horizon. So if you're looking at the horizon and the horizon's 10 miles away instead of 1 mile away, you're back
doesn't
to having
matter.
a curved tangent.
No, it doesn't matter. The distance to the horizon is irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the drop angle to the horizon. The horizon is essentially a quaternion line in infinite free space in your visual space. Like you have no way of knowing how far
Right.
away the horizon. The only thing that you can determine is if there's demarcations between you and the horizon. But the horizon drop angle is what's important. The distance to it's irrelevant.
Right, and with celestial navigation, the refraction issue is with the displacement, the apparent location of the object in the vertical, not the displacement of the horizon.
Right.
But wouldn't the drop but the drop wouldn't that would alter, wouldn't it, if they didn't have a specific distance to the horizon, wouldn't it? Because if it was closer, it'd be a different
not
angle.
necessarily. It's occupying
Okay.
a region of space that is so compressed in the amount of available angles that it's functionally like 1 mile versus 10 miles. It's going to be functionally the same angle, plus or minus
really?
any
Okay.
error bars. Yeah. I mean, think about it. When you look out at the horizon, is one day it's like 75% of your view, and the next day it's like 30% of your view? No, it's like almost always approximately 50% of your view, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Unless you gain dramatic amounts of altitude, only then is it going to have any significant drop angle. Now that right there, by the way, is actually a boon on the flat Earth side, because if the horizon gets further and further and further away, yet it doesn't have any change in drop angle, that's telling you that it's not curving down and away from you, right? Right?
Good point.
And that is where they have to then claim that their horizon is being uncurved. It's straightening out. Like, and I don't mean the horizon itself, but like the distance from you to the horizon. That z-axis curve going away from you, that curve is straightening out.
Yeah, I've always said that, like on high altitude observations. Even the z-axis looks straight. There's no
Yeah, it does.
deformity. As like even if the
Yeah, it
lens
just
is
looks like
curving the
you're seeing
horizon,
more.
the z,
Yeah, it looks like you're seeing more of a flat distance. Dude.
yeah, that's all.
You
But
guys
yeah, I just thought it was
remember?
silly because, like, go ahead.
You guys remember Mr. Sensible and his high altitude balloon, where he claimed that the lens doesn't have any distortion? Remember that?
I do.
Anyone? All right. So first off, his lens would have some distortive effects because the compression of the ambient air within the lens is going to be different than external. Like high altitude footage has to be done with pressure controlled lenses. Like the lens and the photos, like where the photo is being taken, those two areas have to be pressure differentiated. Otherwise, you don't get the same like optical trueness or whatever you want to call it. However, the lens he claimed had no distortion because it was rectilinear, so he says. Now, if you just do a stupid AI search or a stupid baseline Google search, they'll tell you that, oh, rectilinear lenses don't have distortion, but that's not true. You go to actual real photograph sites or real photograph literature, and you'll find that rectilinear lenses do have distortion. In fact, the type of distortion that they have is that on the horizontal axis, which is the x-axis, let's call it, as you get away from the center, the y-axis values increase in being stretched across the horizontal plane. So in other words, if you had two colors, right? Let's just say the top, the bottom, well, the top, let's say the top is black and the bottom is blue. Just imagine an image where it's just two colors, top black, top black, bottom blue. So as you get away from the center, values increase. So that means that the blue would be stretched and the black would be stretched. So you'd have, 1 pixel, 2 pixel, 3 pixel, 4 pixel. Now, if you're imagining that going towards the edges, at the very edge of the image, the blue would look like it's descended and the black would look like it's, if you could tell, the black would look like it's ascended. And that would look like a curve to you, wouldn't it? Hopefully you followed that.
Say the last part again. You kind of cut out.
I'm just saying that if that was the case, then the edges would look like they were curving down, wouldn't they? Because of the nature of the color fields and the way that the lens distorts, it would make it look like the edges are curved down. So in other words, the very lens that he used has a particular type of distortion that when it has two parallel color fields, as they go further away from the center, they're going to get further away from each other and essentially look like a curve. So that type of lens can't be trusted to just be like, oh, I see the edges of the image curving down, therefore I'm looking at a physical curve, which is not necessarily true. And then they say, we're high up now. Now the horizon has more of a drop angle than it did when I was on the ground, which is basically arguing the ground below me is below me. And it's like, no, duh. Of course the ground is below you. Of course you're going to be looking down at the ground. It's below you. Duh. Go ahead.
Yeah, just everything I've ever seen with rectilinear lens images or pictures, whatever you want to call them. Like from low altitude, you don't really notice a difference just because it's like it's so minuscule. It's like you'd have to count pixels, and there would probably be a difference just in counting pixels if you did. But at like higher altitudes, it's straight all the way across, except at the very, very edge. There's like a slight tick, and it'll go down or
Yeah,
up depending on which.
that's the very distortion that they have, the exact type of distortion that those lenses have, and it's pronounced when you have two parallel color fields, right?
Parallel vertically or horizontally.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
They could be diagonal. Now the point
I
is that if you're looking at
I'd
two,
have to
if you're
see the
looking
image to know
at,
what you're talking about.
yeah,
I'm
if you're
having
looking
hard
at a
time
horizontal,
picturing it.
it's exactly what you just said, dude. Like what you just said.
Okay.
If you take what you just said, turn it vertically, same thing. Turn it diagonal, same thing. Make sense?
Oh, okay. You're talking about turning the camera vertically and diagonally.
Or the subject. I mean, the camera could be horizontal and the subject diagonal. It's the
Right.
same. It's the two color fields, crossing the plane of the center of the camera, which the horizon would do pretty much, plus or minus the amount of degrees of declination that you'd have for your altitude.
Okay.
So the fact that the horizon is going to occupy almost the midline of your view, very close to the center of the frame, right? Or if you actually can manipulate the camera and put it at the center of the frame, which a lot of them do for these observations, the very nature of the camera and the very nature of the two distinct color fields, being the blue of the earth and the black of the air, waning off to be a very, minimal atmosphere. Those two color fields with a stark contrast are going to display exactly what you said, where the edges seem to be curved down. Now, the black is actually curving up away from the x-axis, and the blue is curving down away from the x-axis equally. But you can't really tell because there's nothing to look at in the black. So all you see is a stark difference between the blue and the black, appearing to be that the blue curves down. And then you mistakenly attribute that to Earth curvature rather than the camera effect, because you, being the ignoramus that you are, when you sent this up into the air, thought that you bought a camera with zero distortion because you're dumb. I rest my case.
I got you now. You're saying that this is an actual feature in the lens itself that specifically adheres to these specific colors.
No.
Okay, then I misunderstood. I misunderstood that part when you brought in the colors. I just know when I look at the
It could
horizon.
be any color. Look, here's the fact, bro. If what you're looking at is all black, you're not going to notice any of the distortion. But if what you're looking at is half black and half blue, you're going to notice it. If it's half red and half green, you're going to notice it.
Right.
Two distinct color fields. That's all that matters. That are crossing the plane, like the axis that passes through the center of the optic or close to the center. If those two parallel fields create a line across, the way in which that lens distorts is going to make the edges look like they're curved. It's that simple.
Gotcha.
Now, if you did any research, and I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking to the people who think that they had a point when they did this, like Mr. Sensible and his other acolytes. Like, if they actually did any research into the lens, they'd know that that's the exact type of distortion that lens produces. And they all claim they have a distortion-free lens because they're retards.
Yeah, I don't think you can have a distortion-free lens.
As far as I know, all lenses that have an angular field of view have distortion, and the only ones that are allegedly distortion-free are non-angular field of view. But they can only take photos of something the exact size of the lens. So if you have a 3-inch lens, your photo can only represent 3 inches of reality. So if a bust is 500 feet away from you, you're only going to get 3 inches of the one letter. If it's right in front of you, you're only going to get 3 inches of the one letter. It's not going to have perspective effect or anything like that. But the only way to do that is to, like, you have to collimate the light, have it come in at a certain angle, and even then they're not perfect. Like, they're mostly used for manufacturing and machining and stuff, where they're taking pictures of parts because they want to have accurate measurements, stuff like that. But other than that, they're really not employed because most people need to see a lot. So your camera is tiny, but you want to take a picture of the entire football stadium. How can you take a picture of a football stadium with a 1 centimeter lens? If you had a non-angular field of view, it'd be impossible. So you have to have an angular
Refraction. You
field
got to
of view. And
refract the image.
once you get into an angular field of view, then you have the physical problems that result from that.
That's actually how your lens of your eye works. The muscles in it stretch it and constrict it to create your angular field of view.
Well, that just alters the amount of light and the amount of available packet angles that come in. But the nature of having an angular field of view is just the base of how your eye functions. Like, the muscles don't create it; they'll alter it. But if you had a fixed diameter in your eye, it would still have an angular field of view.
Right. No, that's what your iris does. Is it fixes the diameter. But what I'm saying is like the lens itself. There's little tiny muscles that are attached to it, and they stretch and constrict it even just a little bit. But that little bit changes so much, and it has such a benefit of how your vision sees.
Yeah, it helps you. It helps you focus and all that type of stuff, which is why you're supposed to do eye exercises when you have bad eyes, not just get glasses after new prescription after new prescription. But they stopped doing that. When I was a kid, they used to put the kids onto the eye exercises and corrective lenses, but now it's just like a whole big conspiracy where they just want kids to get worse prescriptions every year and just keep buying glasses and stuff. There's actually a whole listen. If you're ever bored, there's a whole documentary about that. The conspiracy to make kids and adults' eyes get worse and worse every year so that they can keep buying eye products because this one Italian corporation bought the majority of the eye care stuff in the United States, called Luxottica. That's the company. If you're ever bored, look that a documentary up. It's hilarious.
Wild.
Yeah, simple things like these dudes are like, oh, you have to believe in conspiracies. It's like, dude, did you know that the majority of people having to wear glasses and get worse prescriptions every year is a conspiracy? Oh no, that's stupid. But yeah, the whole documentary all about it. Makes perfect sense though. It's like, why give you the cure when I can make you pay for the symptom relief every year?
You gonna get me started, man.
I actually just picked up my new pair of glasses with a slightly increased prescription just the other day. But luckily, I got my contact lenses were the same prescription. And I tried to get those guys to not change my prescription too much because I know the scam.
Yeah, supposedly they're supposed to like re-examine you every year, or like it's highly encouraged or whatever. Like they push it
Heck,
in the
dude,
medical side.
the reason, dude, I could literally wear the same contacts for the next 10 years if I wanted to. So they want you to go every year so that they have a contact point to get more money out of you. Right?
Yep.
All right, so now that we know that pretty much everything has some kind of deception, conspiracy, or monetary or deceptive intent behind it, it's not such a far stretch to think that they would lie about the shape of the earth to control the minds of the populace for their worldview. So, I mean, when people ask me why would they lie, I ask them, why do you have zero imagination?
That was one of the things that came back once I started realizing the Earth was flat. I'm like, oh my gosh, space is imaginary, and like then my imagination starts running wild all over again.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about all the possibilities. And look, let's be clear. It is not the case that the mainstream heliocentric paradigm has a lock on sensibility and rationale. Many of those dudes that believe in that, like upper level physicists and stuff, they have crazy ideas about the nature of reality. So it's not the case that the flat earthers are the crazy ones and the heliocentrists are the most sane, rational, scientific, data driven ones. Just not the case. Plenty of them are cuckoo brains.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that when they get to that level, they probably sit down and work out the math of what it would take to have a planet full of like completely covered in uranium and raining diamonds. You know.
No, it's worse than that, dude. They get that's like level 2. When you get up to the higher level, you're talking about how reality itself works on a fundamental level. So they'll be talking like there's a single particle. Not that there's a single particle with many copies that make up reality, but just one. One particle makes up everything. And it has to be in multiple places simultaneously and be retroactive in time and proactive in time. So it has to zip around and render your finger, and then zip around and render somebody else's butt, and then zip around and render somebody else's button on their phone. And it has to do this all like in a super temporal state, almost like a transcendent, omnipresent deity. It's like these dudes are nuts, bro.
You know what? Because you said that, now it makes sense. In the night at the Roxbury, when that club owner said, "Did you touch my butt?" That's probably what happened.
Yeah, exactly. These dudes are like, and they believe this stuff, dude. And they say it at physics lectures. And everybody in the audience is like, wow, you're so wise. But if a flat earther says something like, oh, you're retarded. All right, so that's my limit of the R word for the day. So in protest, I'm going to stick my fingers in my ears. No, I'm just kidding. I gotta go. So I'll check back in. Peace.
Be safe. But yeah, T Dub, does that make sense? I know AI kind of like had some things to get off his chest, but did my thing make sense about the curved tangent line?
Yeah, it just depends in what the context is, because like if they're not using it for a distance, then it doesn't matter. But I guess, well, hang on, yeah, um,
I mean, if you walk them down the logic of we see too far, then they're going to invoke refraction, is why we see too far, right? And then eventually you have to steer the conversation into celestial navigation and taking angled measurements to the star. And then they're going to say, oh, well, yeah, you have to draw a tangent from your to make your baseline. Oh, okay. Well, are we drawing a tangent to the horizon? Yeah.
well, it can't be a tangent if it's curved. Yeah, that's right. Well, I think
Yeah, that's what I'm
I don't think you can use curved tangents, can you? Well, you can't get angles from curved lines. So,
That's why it's so funny. That's why, like, I seriously, like, I hope we get somebody in here or in politics where they walk down that road and I'm like, okay, so we're using a tangent to the horizon, right? And they're like, yeah. And that horizon's refracted, right? Yeah. So we're doing a curved tangent now because it's refracted. It's bending around the curve.
right, because if that point, so Because if they're going to use that point of the sphere's surface as a tangent point, if you draw a straight line from the observer's eyes to that point, it's going to cut through the curvature of the Earth, isn't it? Hang on, wouldn't it? It would have to.
Well, yeah, like if you had a horizon, if you're 6 foot height, you had a horizon 20 miles away, right? A known horizon of at least 20 miles because you're looking at an object that's like 18 miles away, right? Let's just say. You know, at 6 feet, your horizon's supposed to be 3 miles away. So now you got to find something 3 miles away and you got to look down at that, and that's your tangent. You know what I mean? You can't look at the thing 20 miles away. I don't know. I'll work on it, and I'll circle a glober in it, and I'll let you know how it works out. Maybe it'll be recorded. What's up, Mush Kane?
What's going on? Who's that talking?
Sheepdog.
Oh, what's up, sheepdog?
Not much, man. Just finishing up work here.
Protecting the flock?
I guess so, man. I'm just doing what the Lord wants me to do.
Has Matthew Learns been in here today?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. I'm gonna get back into my research mode. I'm gonna make a presentation to show to Matthew Learns about NASA and the moon landing. I feel like he's so reasonable and he's smart. I feel like I might be able to get him to start questioning the moon landing. But I gotta come correct. I gotta
you'll have to do that. You have to do that in politics or somewhere else, not here.
Oh, where? This is English Hub?
Yeah, he's not here anymore.
Oh, what happened?
There was a vote.
Yeah, he voted Matthew Learns out.
Yep.
Too much appeal to emotion.
I've never heard Matthew Learns appeal to emotion before. Usually he kind of sticks to.
He's a teacher, and a lot of people here are learning English, so he's going to appeal to that authoritative side. And he's going to make himself sound very, very friendly and he's going to make you feel comfortable, and he's going to pull the rug out from under you.
Yeah, he's a formidable glober if there is one. But yeah, I'll do it in
I
politics.
got him to admit something.
Oh yeah, what's that?
He said, hold on. I was talking to him one time, one-on-one. It was like late, like 10, 11 o'clock at night. And I was winding down and said, is there nothing in the world that would convince you that the earth is flat? No, it's just too much evidence for the earth being a ball. I was like, okay, let's just go into hypothetical, because this is what we always end up having to do anyway. Because, the flat earth always presents reality, but, occasionally I will dive into hypothetical just to see where people's brains are at.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, if NASA came out today and said, breaking news, NASA has been lying and stealing money from the government for however many years, and the truth is that the earth is flat and stationary. Here's all the evidence, here's the paperwork, here's the reports, here's the video, here's the audio, here's the photos. And then what would you then say to that? And he would say, well, I would think they're lying then. And I'm just like, I was like, what makes you so sure? Satellites and sunsets. And that's it. He sticks to satellites and sunsets. He won't change his mind.
Yeah, the sunsets really do it for him. I've heard him say that before when people kind of push him on, like, what's your best evidence? And I think I've heard him say sunsets before.
Which is odd because I argue for refraction, sharing model refraction for a setting sun, and I can get demonstration on it. And it just, to me, it still sticks by it. Like, there's no exclusive evidence of the globe. Everything has a kinematic equivalence. The only difference is water always measures flat. Except for small areas where there's surface tension.
You're roboting a little bit there. Could you repeat that?
I said we can demonstrate bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface using refraction.
Yeah, true.
And so there's no exclusive evidence for the globe. Everything has a kinematic explanation for it. Regardless, if we don't have an answer now, doesn't mean that there's not a kinematic equivalence to it. And I know it's an appeal to future proof, but at the same time, the difference between the ball Earth and the flat Earth is you just coming down to the measurement. Like, you just got to get down to something. You got to find something that has a standard level of level, right? And that's water, like sea level, bubble level, like everything that is
Rowboating.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying, Sheepdog, and I kind of started coming to the same conclusion with the optics and light and how that works, and it's like the refraction argument and all that stuff. It doesn't really move me because light doesn't always travel in straight lines. It refracts, it bends, so it's not really going to move me one way or the other. That's why I try to stick to other things in physics, but there's not enough reliable evidence or enough reliable testing that's been done. It seems like there would be more verifiable evidence. So that's fishy. So, you know, there's something's up. I mean, I think something's up. Something's going on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Matthew will tell you that he observed the sunset, and the better explanation is because globe. That's the better explanation, therefore. And doesn't matter how many explanations anybody can give him. He says the better explanation is the globe explanation. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, he says that the globe is the best explanation for the phenomena that we perceive. That's his stance.
But isn't that skipping a bunch of steps? Because if you think about it, before you go to that conclusion, if you put all the pieces of the puzzle together, the globe doesn't have many of the pieces. It doesn't pass the level test, the water test. It doesn't pass the motion test. It doesn't pass the smell test with the gas pressure. But he skips all of those things and he says sunset, an explanation. But skipping water, the lack of motion, the lack of curvature, and the lack of container for the gas pressure in the globe idea. So he skips all the important things and just says explanation of this, and that's it. That's what brings him to the conclusion. An explanation by someone.
Yeah, I really want to. I'm gonna make a presentation and show it to him about the moon because I feel like he will actually like take the points, like listen to it and give a reasoned argument back. And I feel like I could really put something together that can make him question if we went to the moon. Now that I'm not saying that would make him question the globe, but I think I could at least crack him open to questioning the validity of the moon landings and maybe the validity of NASA itself.
Matthew's more like a guardian of a big deception, and he's gonna be like one of those scammers that will lie to you even if you know it's a scam. They'll just tell you, no, this is not a scam. It's true. It doesn't matter what you say.
Yeah, maybe.
A gatekeeper.
That's for sure. Him and Jesse Path of Light are like on the same level.
I've looked into moon shade temperature versus moonlight. I have a little, just a regular mercury thermometer, and I perceived a difference. Like I set it out in the moonlight and I set it in the shade, and I perceived it to go down just a hair. Now that's not scientific at all, but I've also looked up, Googled it to see if anybody else had done anything. And there's this guy Peter Lean. He does all kinds of weird little like experiments, but he did one with moonlight. But I don't think he ever actually came to a conclusion on that one. So I haven't found good evidence on the moonlight phenomenon. Because people say the moonlight's colder. It makes things colder, which is weird. Which would be weird if that was proven to be true. And then you got the Elias effect that supposedly this Frenchman did a pendulum test and it started going the opposite direction. I think it was during the eclipse, a lunar eclipse. And then Foucault was French too, so I don't know. There's a lot of French guys and their pendulums doing stuff over there. and he came up with another, like a different kind of pendulum. It's called a paraconical pendulum. That was invented by a Frenchman. I don't know, the French and their France has a lot of things with pendulums going on.
And to that, I would say, don't worry, dude. We don't all
There was a
swing.
pendulum frenzy.
No, not funny. Oh,
I was looking into the spacesuits that they give the astronauts on the moon, and apparently it gets like, if you're in the sunlight, it gets up to like 200 something degrees Fahrenheit. But then on the backside, in the shade, it's like freezing temperatures. And they did a stress test of the suits, and the guy that was out there in the desert where they were stress testing it passed out inside the suit, and uh, there's no more evidence of them testing the suits. And then the oxygen tank, that's another thing, because I think in the sixth or the fifth mission, they were out on the moon for, I think it was up to 20 hours. But their suits, they had these like little canisters of oxygen, but they're compressed oxygen. Man, if you look at the like big giant tanks like the divers use, they can only be under there for an hour or so. So they got these little canisters of compressed oxygen. I don't. How did they stay out there so long? Those little canisters, and then the suits don't seem like they were really developed to withstand this kind of temperatures. And then you look at the hull of the lander and the radiation that they're exposed to, and like how did it withstand all that radiation? Because there's one document I was reading that, and they were saying that the whole ship would need to be encapsulated by like 6 inches of water, just for the trip there for the radiation. Well, I mean that they didn't use that. I guess they used something else.
What about the gases trying to escape the suit? Wouldn't the suit look like a balloon? How are they bending their arms?
The gas is trying to escape the suit. Yeah, it's a pressurized suit. I think it's pressurized.
Look at what a balloon does in a vacuum. It fills the available space.
Yeah. Well, if you're going by the globe model, then the moon does have an atmosphere. It's got some gravity to it, so it wouldn't be close to a vacuum necessarily.
Yeah, the gases will still try and find equilibrium.
Yep. The shit seems ridiculous. Like you look at the lander, just it looks like it's made out of tinfoil. The little rover thing looks like it has a freaking lawn chair strapped to it. If you look at like the Indian moon mission, they got video of their little lander. It just looks crazy. It's like this does not look legit.
I know how retarded you got to be to believe that stuff, man. It's just unreal to me.
Well, you don't got to be retarded. I mean, it makes sense that people would believe it because, I mean, to not believe it, you're saying, well, everybody's, all these people are deceiving me. There's a whole government agency. And most people, they're not gonna put the time in to really research those kind of things. So it's not like I think people are retarded who believe in it. I more think of they just haven't really put the effort in to look into it. They got other things they're thinking
Oh,
about.
that too, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's if you really look into it, it's ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, I believed it, and then I started looking into it. As soon as you start questioning those things is when you start finding fallacies. Until then, yeah, you're just fooled.
Well, I questioned it in elementary school, right? Like, how do we know what's in the core of the earth? We haven't dug that deep, right? And then my teacher's just like, oh, that's just what they teach you. It's like, okie dokie.
Yeah, how do they know what's in the core? You haven't gone down there to look, right? But they're saying, well, that's where the lava comes from. That's where, the lava spewing out from the core. It's a molten core. I mean, what tests did they run to figure that out? I don't know.
Yeah, and the whole 92 million miles away for the sun, like, that's another question I asked in elementary school. I'm like, how are they even ascertaining these distances? It just makes no sense. And then the whole evolution thing, 250,000 years ago, we know this. It's like, do you really? 250,000 years ago? Like, cap.
Yeah. So you were a monkey fish frog, and then you came out of that. And you had sex with a squirrel. Had butt sex. South Park episode. Hilarious. Mr. Garrison's teaching the kids evolution.
I never watched that episode as a flat earther. I gotta watch that again.
Oh yeah, it's good. Well, I mean, evolution is readily provable, but not speciation. So, say evolution in the sense that we came from monkeys is not. There's no evidence for that. Now, there is evidence that things do evolve and adapt. You know, that's. But the speciation part, there's no evidence for that.
Yeah, evolution as in to survive, adapt and grow stronger. Yeah.
Yeah, like those dolphins that were originally saltwater, and then all of a sudden they adapted to freshwater. But who knows? That could just be a story, right? They could have been freshwater all along. Like, I haven't looked into it deep enough.
Yeah, like giraffes. The reason they have their long necks, it's not because they're stretching their necks over and over and over again, and a generation after generation, their necks are longer. It's the ones that could reach the food survive, and generation those giraffes that have access to the fruit and the high trees keep procreating, and then eventually you got these things with crazy long necks. But what they don't have is going from a horse to a fucking zebra to a this to a that, monkey to a human. There's no evidence that things evolve in that fashion.
Yeah, I got you. Sorry, I'm just munching on cookies, bro. They're hitting hard.
Yeah, I'm just more for the strong survive and the weak perish. So, the next generation will have a stronger, gene,
Yeah.
To survive because it's been passed on from the last generation that's survived through the tough days.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes more sense than all of a sudden a rhino grew a horn. Like, how did its body know it needs to grow that horn in that, in that area? Survive the next generation. Like, come on. Did it start headbutting things and all of a sudden, I need a horn right there. Head's not hard enough. It's just stupid.
Yeah. Well, it would the answer to that question would be that nature selects. So the environment, whatever that thing that ended up with a horn, the environment selected for whatever that creature was, that the harder that spot was on its head, that one survived. And thousands and thousands of years go by, and now there's a horn on it.
Well, that does make sense, yeah. But if you know, that area was already hardened to start with, and it's just gotten harder and, you know, more affected over time. Yeah, that does make sense.
The best explanation they have for humans is this is what they say. They say it's the hand-eye coordination. So once the throwing of things, that's what spurred that. I think the brain growth, unprecedented brain growth. I think it was like over a span of 1,000,000 years, the brain grew so big, and the event that caused that was throwing things, which I don't think that's a very good explanation. A better explanation, what I heard, this is called the what is it called? The stoned ape theory. Terence McKenna. He said that as apes moved from the treetop to the grasslands, they started flipping over cow pies and finding these mushrooms, and they would take the mushrooms. And mushrooms at low doses, you have a better peripheral vision, and it's a stimulation for sex. So these monkeys that are eating these mushrooms, they can see predators better because your periphery is enhanced. They're having more sex, and then they eat a whole bunch of them. They're having crazy thing happen in their mind. So I mean, I don't know what kind of effects that has, but I feel like that's a better explanation than throwing things. Monkeys started throwing things, and that hand-eye coordination is just what made brains explode in size.
Yeah, it's definitely out there, but it's better.
Can you give that a what for me, please, Dylan?
Yeah, way better than throwing things. Yeah.
I personally think we were designed. I mean, I think it's kind of obvious. They say, well, you're designed by nature. No, no, nature's designed. We're designed. It's I think that's way more likely.
Yeah, well, definitely of creation. Everything's too perfect. It can't just be evolved from nothing. There would be mutated things all over the place that didn't make, and there wouldn't be apes still. A lot of it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I feel like people like that they hide in that. People with like low morals, or they want to do things a certain way, and they kind of hide behind the fact, well, I mean, we're fucking pond scum, nothing matters in the end. They're kind of like, I don't know if you'd call that Satanism, more of just like, maybe it's called more scientism, just like nothingness. It's kind of random mutations. They like that because then they can really do anything, or at least they feel like as if they could do anything, or it justifies your choices because it's all just random anyways. Nothing really matters. Happy nihilism is what they call it. That's like the scientific religion. Happy nihilism.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'd rather not look into that kind of stuff. It's kind of, I don't like the idea of it, so I don't like to put that stuff in my head.
Yeah. Well, things do have meaning, and it's not all just pointless. But you can't just be spoon-fed it. It's not easy. If it was easy, then it would be pointless. So you can't fault people for questioning things, but it's like once you've been given the information, then it's on you what you want to do with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have been faulted for questioning things when it's in our nature. It's pretty sad to come to, really. Much rather, be ridiculed for questioning things than to live like a zombie. You look out there and you're like, I'm glad I'm not like that anymore. Or I'm glad I didn't become like that to this day.
Yeah, it actually it takes some cojones to come out there in public and say that, the earth is flat. Because people are just gonna say you're fucking retarded. That's what they do. They put it in Obama made fun of flat earthers. Fucking like they bring it up, at their White House dinners or no, the correspondence dinner is what it was when they. But I mean, to be fair, all that stuff is written for him, so it's not like Obama, But I guess Obama's organization.
Yeah, I do it all the time, just for the reaction. I get quite amused by it.
Yeah, the first time I really heard about flat Earth, I went over to my friend's house. They used to be my roommates, but they had moved out. But we were just hanging out, and I went over there. And the first thing they did, they were like, "Look at this video," and they showed me a video of some guy, and I think it was a lighthouse, and he had his video camera that was across the lake. He's like, "They should be able to see that." It was a flat Earth video, and I was just like, "What the fuck is wrong with you guys?" I was like, how do you know where this dude is, where this lighthouse is? This is just some video on YouTube. You don't know any. He's claiming it's too far to see, but do you really know? And they're like, we're. He just showed me the video, and I was like, no. And I started explaining to them about stuff because this was when I was in college, so I felt like I was pretty smart. But yeah, since then I've learned more about uh, my own the globe model itself because really I didn't know much about it until I started arguing with flat Earth people.
Hello, could one of you go in the? Could one of the mods here go in the politics flat Earth channel? There's a few guys saying some pretty crazy things.
What are they saying in there?
I don't want to say what the live stream on.
They're saying like
it's pretty messed up, dude.
Tell them to get out of there.
Yeah, they won't leave, dude. That's why I'm calling the mods.
Did you say it? All right.
Do we have any moderators here? You moderator Mike.
But when they showed me that, the first thing I looked up when I was like looking up stuff was the Eratosthenes. So that proved it for me. I was like, oh look, here's Carl Sagan, and he shows exactly, he has a little cutout of the Earth, and he bends it and shines the light and shows that the shadows are different. But then I learned that it could still be flat and the shadows could be different. There's a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, well, actually, that would work if the Earth was flat as well. I was like, wait, how? What the fuck? So I had to look into that. And it's true. So I hate it when Globe Earther comes in here and won't admit that. They won't, once the flat Earther takes that step and shows them, oh, it actually would work if it was flat as well, they just say, no, it doesn't. And they don't. It's like, wait, no, here's why. And they're like, no, fuck you. Like, dude, just look at it. Neil deGrasse Tyson says it also works if it was a flat. And then he said there's a better one though, and it has to do with a well, and there's 4. And he goes off into that, but I didn't. Sometimes you didn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Anyways, he said the Earth is. You can prove the Earth spinning by a field goal kick. That shit. It was dumb.
Yeah, it's too much incredulity, really. They just can't cope. I really didn't have access to all of the content. Like, I watched a bit of Flat Earth Dave stuff, but he was, you know, he's all over the shop, and so I didn't really have anyone, you know, to talk to about it. So I just started doing my own research, and then I watched the stars for a year, and I was like, no, that's not making sense. You know, we're facing a different direction. I should not be able to see these same stars throughout the whole year. And yeah, nothing about the heliocentric adding up. And it all hit me one day, like all of the information that I've taken in just, you know, zips through my head, one after the other, and then from then on I was a flat earth. Went through all these weird emotions as well. It's quite revealing, you know, of a lifetime of indoctrination. So all of a sudden, you know, that get flat smacks like that, you know, under your own accord. Yeah, it's pretty profound.
That's surprising to me because the stars, that's usually like the globe Earth to go to because you can explain them on a ball Earth. They make sense. Not saying they couldn't be explainable in flat. They just make sense on a ball. The motion of them.
Far from it. They should be spiraling.
Okay, well, there's 2 poles. There's two poles of rotation. So above us, there's 2 separate poles of rotation that are visible to the naked eye.
Yeah, I can't make sense of that because I don't know how, you know, the celestial bodies work and any of that stuff. Like even our eyes, how we take things in of a distance. So yeah, I'm not really intelligent enough, or you know, got enough info on that topic to explain it. But
If you go
you know,
on the home server, Shaggy, the 24/7 home server, dude, there's like so much. Let me see here. There's like little hashtags and it has like everything. It's got. Let's see where it starts. Aether, Antarctica, articles and clippings, art, astronauts, references, long distance, celestial navigation, chrometry, Challenger, circumnavigation, like all kinds of shit. It's definitely got stars and polar rotation. I don't know if they mentioned the 2 poles of rotation though, because that's usually when people start arguing about shit. Because it's hard to imagine 2 poles of rotation over a flat plane. Like, what does that look like? With 2 poles of rotation on a ball, that's easy to imagine.
yeah, I'll have a look actually. Yeah.
Stars. Yeah, hashtag stars. Let's see what's in here.
Right.
Star
I'm
trails
working
over a long exposure photo sequence with the ultra wide angle lens has captured nearly an entire night over the Teide Observatory on the high slopes of Mount Teide, Tenerife, Canary Islands. The Earth rotation appears in form of the rotating sky above us. Well, there you go. Shows the rotation right there. It's kind of weird. I've never seen a picture like that. I don't know. I feel like that might be like a fake picture.
Looks what, the one that's better?
The one that's what?
One that's better posted.
I'm gonna see if I can post it in here. And save it.
Yeah, it looks crazy. That. I think I know the one you're talking about.
Oh, I can't post stuff in here. I can only post stuff in the politics one.
I think I might have terms. I don't know.
It's under hashtag stars, and it shows 2 poles. Well, almost the pole, but yeah, 2 poles of rotation.
I think I know
Scroll up a little bit.
that one there. Still sending. There it goes.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty out there.
Like, is that fake?
Looks it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that looks fake.
You got over on the right there, there's like, in the center, there's one that starts halfway through. Couple, actually.
You can tell that there's going to be 2 poles of rotation in this photo, but like, that's got to be fake.
They're so close together.
Maybe not fake, but maybe there's like a distortion in the lens that makes it seem as if there's going to be 2 poles of rotation.
Yeah, how could they capture all that in one image? Extremely wide angle.
But yeah, that's kind of what you would have to imagine, though. With what we see the stars doing, you would have to imagine something not as dramatic as that, but there would be like a interference between the 2 poles at some point, like that.
Yeah. How do you explain that on a globe? Also, that wouldn't work.
Well, it's easy to explain on a globe because on a globe there's 2 poles, so you would have 2 apparent poles of rotation because there's 2 poles on the sphere. So if we were on a 24,000 mile circumference sphere, on the north pole of that sphere, we'd see the stars rotating in one direction or one clockwise orientation, and then on the south pole, you would see it in the opposite rotation.
Yeah, but the Earth is also moving in 5 other different directions. You know, we're orbiting around the sun, and then the
Well,
galaxy.
technically, Yeah, but see, that is all linear motion because it's not accelerating or decelerating, at least in any kind of appreciable rate, because the orbits are so large that to our senses, it's just linear motion. Just like if you're in a car, you won't perceive if you're just going like 100 miles an hour but not accelerating or decelerating. You don't know that you're going 100 miles an hour. You know, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah, I
Only
just
the
thought you'd see it in the celestial bodies.
No, they're so no, because it's so slow compared to the distances. It just looks stationary because everything's just kind of moving together.
Yeah. That's what I have to put such vast distances between
Yeah,
us.
exactly. Because even if like at night, if you're driving a car, let's say you're going fast as shit, but somebody's got a real bright light and you're on a real long road, I mean that thing doesn't look like it's moving at all until you get up close, and that's only a couple hundred feet. We're talking about thousands of miles. Like it's not even comparable. Like the numbers don't even make sense. I could tell you how
Yeah.
far it is. There's no way to really imagine that. Like you don't have any reference to think of distances that far.
Nah, you can't comprehend it. I believe that's another reason for it too. Comprehension. Can't really vision it.
Yeah.
So you just take it in as fact. How long you been a flat earther?
I don't believe I ever claimed that.
What are you? Not sure.
No. I'm definitely globe earth.
Definitely a globe earth. Yeah, could have. How long you been coming to the server?
It's coming up on a year because I remember the first time I found this place was like Halloween, like right after Halloween last year. So
Yeah. How a year coming to this server and you still haven't seen how flat it is?
I still haven't seen what?
Seen how flat it is?
No, I've seen how flat it is.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
All right.
I'm not the government, mate. Don't worry. You don't have to submit.
Well, you could not be. Doesn't matter either way. I'm gonna interact with the government agent the same way I'm gonna interact with the non-government agent. So.
Yeah, I was just joking.
Maybe you are. It's all right. I'm sure the government's monitoring this channel for psychological operations just to see how things are going. That's fine with me. I don't care. I don't mind. Other people might. I don't see why. That would just add to whatever's going on.
I missed a bit of that. The radio had the radio, someone on the radio blaring at me. Trying to build a road here. It's good talking to you, man. I'm gonna have some lunch.
All right.
Oh, sup? Yo, Andrew. I nobody's like that's kind of strange on this channel. Like a lot of people have turned their mic off. Oh, he's fucking speaking. Yo, guys, this fucking lot of people. Come on, speak, someone. That's fucking crazy.
Yo, it's good. How's everyone doing?
What's up, guys? Oh, bro, why the fuck you guys never speak any fucking word, bro? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Alright, that's kind of interesting. The ancient Indian Manika Shastra describes flying machines. It speaks Mercury allows the craft to levitate. Has been covered. Mercury. So that's good. That's good. Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Is it me or can I not hear the bot?
They want to dig in. Oh, well, there's one molecule, higher than the other, so it's not flat.
Yeah. And there's just nothing you can do with these people. Like, if you had to guess what their motivation was or what they're trying to accomplish, is just to kind of muddy the waters for everybody. And I don't find that to be a noble cause. Just to throw a wrench in stuff for the sake of doing that? Come on, man. Like, what answer do you have? Do you want to put something forth? You want to make a claim? Do you want to give an alternative idea? Then do it.
Some people just like to spar, for the sake of it.
Yeah, and I hate that too, because it's like, there's one thing, if you're a contrarian, some people are contrarians because they want to challenge the status quo, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, as long as they listen. Contrarians should be people that listen as well, because if you're going to put forth an alternative, but it is obviously false, then you're going to have to concede that. You can't just say, no, I'm going to stick with my contrarian position, even though it's untenable. It's like, well, then you're just not worth talking to. You are a rage baiter. You are somebody who doesn't want to have honest conversation. You want discord. And the society could use a lot less of that. You know what I mean? We don't need people making waves for the sake of making waves. Just concede. It's like, oh yeah, okay, you're right. I didn't consider that, and I just wanted to pose a challenge, and it's obviously not tenable. So you're right. Go ahead. Those people I'm cool with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a real energy sink, man. Think of all the time spent, in aggregate over the years. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Hang on.
Hello, may I know what's the topic going on here?
Flat Earth.
Oh, how many of you do support the Earth is flat?
I would say most of the people in the VC right now.
Why?
Well, because it's measured that way. And if you want it to be really simple, water always sees its level. And supposedly 70% of the Earth's surface is water. So that's 70% level Earth. And all that water is connected. All those oceans are connected. They're not, they're not ponds. It's all one big lake. So that huge lake is level. And then the land that rises up above that is all measured in relation to that level surface. So the Earth is flat, and everybody measures it that way, and everybody uses it that way, and they travel on it and navigate it that way. And the idea of the globe is just propaganda and essentially mind control given to you at a very young age.
Well, but it is proved from the space, from the photographs, we can see that the Earth is not flat. It is simply a round.
Well, there's two problems with that. Number one, the only photograph that we have of the Earth being a sphere has apparently been taken from the moon in the 70s. And so if that is the sphere that we live on, when we measure the Earth directly, that we're on it, there's no curvature anywhere. So that photo must be, or seems to be, fake.
The fact is interesting then.
Oh, it's interesting. Yeah, because at the end of the day, the facts are what we can measure. So when we measure the Earth, it's always flat. So like I said earlier about the propaganda and the mind control, if you were to just kind of regurgitate the ideas from space and stuff, that's part of the propaganda, part of the mind control, the imagery that they showed you and essentially hypnotized you with, and you're just giving that back to me. When every day you experience the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. I mean, I don't like to tell people that they're victims, but most of the Western societies have been victims of, propaganda and mind control since they were very little, using things like imagery, videos, and shame. Shame's probably the most important one. If you didn't get the answers right on the test, they would shame you, both your peers, your parents, and your teachers, typically. So you were coerced with shame to believe an idea that you do not experience in reality.
Experiencing is in reality, it's quite very hard. But if you can take the theory of Eratosthenes, using just simple trigonometry, he calculated a circumference, not a perimeter.
Right, so he didn't measure anything. He made a calculation based on multiple assumptions. And those multiple assumptions were inferences based on his flat Earth measurement, angles to the sun using shadows. So Eratosthenes measured a flat Earth and then created a great circle and inferred that that circle was around a globe Earth, which he had no evidence for.
Okay, then what do you think? Light goes straight?
No, that was his claim that the light was parallel. He had no evidence for that either.
No, it's not about Eratosthenes. It's just the ray of light. Is it go straight?
Well, rays are reifications. Rays don't actually exist in reality. All we have is light. So ray tracing and the idea of rays is just a mathematical construct. There's no such thing as a ray.
No, there is such things as way. If you can...
okay, can you show me a ray in reality?
Look, we can't basically feel... We can feel air, okay? We can't see it. So it doesn't mean that air does not exist.
Yeah, that's a false equivalence. I'm asking you to show me a ray in reality. Air is real, light is real. I didn't say either of these things aren't real. But when you start to reify things like rays, mathematical constructs, that's when you get into trouble. So can you show me parallel rays or rays at all in reality?
Okay. Let's say the alpha rays, the gamma rays, the cathode rays. Light is beyond that thing. UV rays.
Friend, you're not hearing my question. I'm asking you to show me a ray in reality. Do you know what a ray is in mathematics?
Yes, it has a initial point, but it has no end point. It goes straight and straight and straight.
Right, so it's a line. So it's a reification. It's treating the abstract as concrete.
It's not a line. It's not a line. No.
Oh, it's not.
It's not a line.
So show me a ray in mathematics. Show me what it is.
Okay. Let me clarify. You can't basically have a line in real life because line has no initial point or not an ending point. Okay. A ray has an initial point.
Oh, okay. Show me a ray in reality then.
I have just asked you that is light goes straight?
I don't know. I'm not going to reify it. In reality, I see light, but I don't see little lines going in all directions.
You don't see light. You don't see light. You see lit up.
I see what?
See light. We can't see light. Which objects is being lit up? We can see that. We can't see the light.
Are you telling me that the light that hits the object is not making its way to my eye to tell whether or not it's a certain shape, size, distance, and color?
the light hitting the objects, if the object reflects the light to my eye, then only the object is visible to my eyes. Otherwise, it's not. Because
Dude, I see light. I don't know about you, but I see light.
no, that's not light. The light, in the sense, if you tell that you are switching on a switch and
so what am I
lights
saying?
being lit up, that's not light. That's a noun thing. I'm not saying that.
What am I seeing then?
You are seeing objects which are reflecting lights.
So am I seeing the light that the object is reflecting?
Exactly. You are not.
Thank you. So I'm
light.
seeing light, dude. I am seeing light then.
No. Listen, you are not seeing light. Okay.
Oh, I'm not seeing it. So when I just asked you, am I seeing the light that the object is reflecting to my eye? You said yes. So I said I am seeing light that. And you said no.
I didn't say in that way. I said that, suppose, let's consider sun. Okay. No, we're not taking sun. We're taking a torchlight because you don't believe in sun. Maybe. Anyways,
when did I say I don't believe in the sun? Hey, asshole. When did I say that I don't believe in the sun?
So what do you think? A sun is a pothole in the space or something?
No, it's a light in the sky. Isn't it a light in the sky to you?
No, you are. We are in a discussion that Earth is flat, and I have asked a simple question: does light
in
go
people's
straight?
mouths, bro? Stop putting words in people's mouths.
No, I'm not putting any words.
Yeah, you did. You said that I don't believe in the sun, and I absolutely see that the sun is a light in the sky.
Then
you see the same.
Okay, then I'm withdrawing my words. And let's take another example. Like, I have a torchlight, okay, in a black room, okay, in a dark room where I can't see anything. Now, if I turn on the torch on some objects, like here, I can see a bottle, green bottle here. But in my bag, I know that there is something. Is it visible to me?
Wait, behind you?
Behind you, beside me, anywhere. Where the light does not hit. Where the light of the torchlight does not hit. Can I see it?
Obviously not. You want to know why?
Yes.
Because the light is not reflecting off of it going into my eye.
Because the light is going to the object I am projecting to it, and the object reflects the light into my eyes. That's why the object is visible, not the light.
No, you told me earlier that it is the light reflecting off the object going into my eye. Do my eyes see light or do they see objects?
I see object. If I see light, then what's the point of it? If we see everywhere light, then why?
Light is required then to see an object.
Yes?
So no light is required then to see an object, right? We're not seeing the light reflect off the objects. We're only seeing objects. So light isn't required?
No, you are now twisting around the topics. I am saying
I'm asking you a question.
No. The light is going to the object. The object, some part of it absorbs it. Some is refracted, and other half is reflected to our eyes. Okay?
So we're seeing light.
What?
You just said that it's reflecting the light to our eyes so we can see it. Yes, you see light.
We see the object. We are not seeing the light.
Is anybody else just like beside themselves with this stupidity? I can't even take it anymore with these people. Like, dude, it's light that you're seeing.
You can search it into Google.
No.
You just Google it and see it.
It's okay.
Oh, the object is reflecting the light into my eyes so that I can see the object. Without the light, I would not see it. As example by before, the things behind me that aren't receiving the light, where the light isn't bouncing off of them and going into my eye, yeah, I don't see those.
The light has two natures. Okay, it has particle nature and it has also wave natures. When I'm projecting a light in straight ways, it doesn't mean that the light should go on the straight way only. Okay,
That wave is a mathematical probability.
No. That's not
It's
mathematical
a variation.
probability.
Yes, it is. It's a wave function.
That is beyond this discussion's thinking, which is not be understandable for here because
Yeah.
we are not discussing anything in the world which has previously proven, and we are arguing on it that no, it's not.
Holy
it's not.
cow, dude.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're talking about wave function?
Yes, obviously.
And that's verification. You can't say wave function, which is a probability distribution, and then all of a sudden call that mathematical probability something like a wave, like an ocean wave. That would be reification.
Yes.
Same as the ray. It's a reification fallacy. Right. So stop using reification fallacies to back up your point.
Okay, then what's the probability that then if every 70% of the Earth is not flat or anything else you've said before? That's also
probability. It's not a probability. It's a measurement.
Okay.
Okay. So what we need is curvature measurements if we think the Earth is curved. Where are those?
How it can be measured?
Huh?
How it can be measured? Any idea or something?
Well, the best thing to do is to see if drop over distance, that's vertical drop from the plane of your feet, and a vertical drop over distance. So where is that?
A vertical drop over my feet?
No. Vertical drop from your feet over the distance that you're observing. Where do we have those measurements at?
Okay.
That's what's required for a globe.
Okay.
Where are those?
Okay. It is now, I think, clear. Let me tell you. Let me ask. Can I ask you something? Just simple things.
Holy cow! I'm asking for drop over distance, and you want to ask me something different. The only thing that you need to prove that you live,
I will get to the point.
Something different.
I will get to the point for sure. Just a discussion. Little.
Go ahead, ask me the question. If it's non sequitur, we're going to go back to drop over distance.
Okay, obviously. Okay, can you, first thing, you obviously know the difference between distance and displacement?
Distance and what?
Displacement.
Displacement in what context? Volume?
Oh, wow. You're not in elementary school?
What do you mean by displacement? There has to be a context here.
Okay. Distance, let's see. I am moving from point A to point B. Now, there's many other ways. Okay, I take streets, I take gullies, I take here and by, and then I reach at a distance. Let's say the Google map says you the distance. Like you need to cover up this distance to reach the point B from A. Okay, but the displacement is, it is simple that if you have to connect A and B with a straight line, and you have to measure the distance, measure the length of that line. That is called displacement. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Displacement and distance can be equal. Displacement and distance can be equal when we are moving in a straight path. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. I'm taking back to very previous one. Do you believe in Newton?
He existed as far as I know, but I never met him.
Okay. I did not meet him either. And do you even believe his theories?
Which one specifically?
Okay. So, can you tell me the dimension of work done in physics?
Of what?
Oh, very good. Work done. Can you tell me the force?
No. Can you tell me the... No, hold on, bro. Don't go. Listen, I asked you, I didn't understand the word that you said. London? What are you saying?
What I am saying, work done.
Work done. Oh, okay. So, work. Okay.
Yes.
What about it?
Okay. It's, the dimension is m into L square into t to the power minus 2, which is m stands for mass, L stands for length, and t stands for time. Okay.
Define mass, please.
Hello?
Hello, define mass.
Yes. Define mass.
Yeah.
The mass is the amount of material in the body. Anybody it can be. Okay.
You have a problem with that because there is actually no value for mass. Mass is ambiguous and basically not described or defined.
Mass is undefined.
Yep. You want a citation for that?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Give me a second. Just a second. Almost there. All right, so I have 3 citations in the side chat refuting your claim that mass is the amount of substance in a given area. I'll read them out. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further, the concept of substance is considered to be self-evident in physics. However, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. This is, of course, Max Born, Nobel laureate. We've also got nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. Okay, the historian has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms, or by counting by any other method to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass.
Okay.
Studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. So in your equation that you gave me there, mass is undefined and unquantifiable.
No, exactly not, because anyways, you have given the last image like mass equals to 1 kg, and the weight changes when the reference frame changes from Earth to Moon. But weight is different thing. I haven't said weight. I said mass. Okay, next.
I just put that as icing on the top. Don't focus on the small things. I put that as icing on the top. So we don't have anything that we can use to define mass, certainly not the amount of matter. So your entire equation falls apart unless you can provide for me a citation that refutes what I've posted. Mass has no meaning.
Mass has no meaning. Okay.
As cited by me.
That's very like you are too good in debating.
Right. So, did you want to continue down your stream, which was non sequitur about Newton, when what was the subject that we were talking about before?
The subject we are talking about
That's right.
mass is defined. Okay.
Reification, that's what it was. So we're not going to reify sprays. We're not going to reify, what was the other thing? Anybody remember what else it was he was reifying?
Okay, I am searching something on it. Okay. I'm searching something on it. But here m L square t to the power minus 2, which I was saying, L is the displacement measured, okay?
Friend, you don't have M, so whatever you're talking about is non sequitur at this point.
I am fixing the M like you are carrying a brick, the mass of brick. It doesn't change on Earth from one point to another.
What definition are you using for mass?
Mass is what amount of elements are there in an object.
Elements, right? We've already debunked that, so we don't have to use that now. You can move on to do something else. Mass doesn't exist or is undefined.
Okay, then how the time created?
Time is also a mathematical or reification fallacy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's no such thing as time.
Okay, how
It's a
gravity
concept.
created? How gravity created?
Doesn't exist. Gravity doesn't exist.
That will require harder explanation you to understand. Anyways, so let us take another point. How gravity is made?
What's gravity?
Yes, what's gravity?
Yeah, I'm asking you. You brought it up.
In the space-time curvature, if I put a mass, then it creates gravity. More mass, more gravity. Okay.
Great. So show me space. Give me a sample of this space-time. Do you have some?
Okay, you can't see anything. It doesn't mean that it's not there. Okay.
No, I'm asking you. You made a claim that it does exist, so I want the evidence that this space-time material does exist. I want you to get me a sample of it, and we'll see if it has any physical.
You're living on the space-time material.
Yeah, that's once again a baseless claim. I don't need your baseless claims. I need you to go ahead and get me a sample of the space-time.
I'm not claiming something. I'm not claiming something. It's already there. You can't see, and that's why you can't put anyone's make anyone's thought baseless.
So so it's baseless claim because you haven't shown me any evidence for space-time. It's a reification fallacy. Time, a concept. Space, length, width, height, also mathematical concepts. So this is a reification fallacy, turning something into a fourth-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian geometry, and then calling that reality is another reification fallacy. Do you have anything that's not a reification fallacy for us today?
You really want to know something?
Not really.
My native language, we call you Pagla Choda.
Somebody who's intelligent and can refute every one of your reification fallacies? I guess that's what that word means. Did he call me your name in the foreign language and then run away?
Yeah.
Dude. Okay, so you do concede that you were talking shit before, and now it's all settled, and now you guys can continue on.
You make your point. You conceded.
Thank you very much.
All
right, thank you
I'll
very
make
much.
the point very
crystal
You
clear. You
conceded
asked
that we breathe in air. Good job. Big win. Let's go.
No, it was-
What's
it was
the
about
point you're
confirming the
making with that?
atmosphere.
So we breathe in the
Not-
atmosphere. What is your point?
Yeah, and that it's required to have a container,
What is your
like
point?
the airplane, which holds in the air that you breathe while you're flying. You have to have a physical container. Gravity ain't gonna
Yes.
do that.
It has to have a
So-
physical container. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay,
In
well,
every
fundamental
single example,
disagreement.
I can give you at least.
Fundamental disagreement.
Let me ask this, CB. Let me ask this. If I have a soda, if I have a soda and I open the soda can, what happens to the gases in that soda can?
Why are y'all comparing planes, soda cans, and everything else?
Why are you comparing planes to the gravity of the Earth?
That wasn't
This
his
is just
example,
like this is like
the point
weaponized
is the-
stupidity, right? Like,
The
what
point
is
is very
this?
crystal clear. You need a physical container
So wait, but
to
this is
contain
my
gases in every single example. In
sure.
0 examples, will you be able to provide one where there's gases
Except
and then
on the
gravity holding
except
it?
on Earth, except
That's
using a
the
globe model
claim.
where we can
That's the
prove
thing.
that.
That's the thing you're trying to prove is true.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah,
by
gravity
you can't
exists.
just say you can't. Hold on. You can't use the
And
thing
you
that
can
you're
use
trying
that
to
as a
prove.
magic bullet, but it does exist and
Hold on, dude.
it
You
does
do a
track.
lot
So
of yapping and then ask about the point of the
you've
question.
been talking
So
for the last 45 seconds.
I know that. Trying to make the point very clear for you.
Talking about yapping is hypocritical.
But
So why doesn't
you're
gravity
yapping and
hold
then
the
asking
gases
the
in the
question.
can?
You asked questions like,
Again,
why are you using? All right, yeah, dude. If you can't relax for a second, we'll get back to you in a second. We'll talk to the chat. This guy, he's saying it's a fundamental difference. It's not a fundamental difference. It's what can be demonstrated and what cannot be demonstrated. When they say, oh, the Earth is the example, no, the Earth is the claim that you have gas and no container. So do you have an example? Well, the Earth. You can't use the thing you're trying to prove and then say that it's the proof. You're trying to prove that it's true. Just saying it isn't proving it. So sorry. That's why
Well,
we
that's why I
gave you
used the gas.
the soda can example. That's why we gave you the airplane example. We can give you 15 more examples where you have gas pressure and a physical container, and you can't give us one. It's not a fundamental difference. It's you can't demonstrate your bullshit, and we can demonstrate ours.
Yeah, that's why you get the vacuum example, CB. If you create a vacuum chamber and then you suck all the air out, and this is demonstrable every single time. If you reintroduce a little bit of air in, don't fill it up, just reintroduce like 2 seconds of a spurt. That what will happen to the gases in that vacuum? They're going to fill the available space. They're not going to fall down and lay on the ground and let gravity take a hold of them.
Yeah, but you understand that box you've created doesn't have the same gravitational pull as the mass of the Earth, right? But my fundamental disagreement is in gravity. You don't believe in gravity because it destroys your whole shit.
Where's the box at? Where's the box at?
You created it, man. You're creating this scenario, not me.
On Earth.
I'm not
You can
making a
do this
box. I
on Earth.
promise you that. I'm not comparing apples to oranges. Okay.
Where else am I going to make a vacuum chamber at?
The plane to the Earth. We're comparing apples to oranges there. We fundamentally disagree on gravity and its effect on the Earth. Whether you believe in gravity or not, then you don't believe that it affects the Earth in the way that it does. That can
That's
be
fine.
proven.
We'll give you.
Again, tell me why things fall down.
Dude. Gas doesn't fall down.
Okay.
Ta-da!
Fundamental
disagreement. Why doesn't it fall down in the vacuum chamber?
Hold on, dude. It's not a fundamental disagreement.
I don't even know
You
what
can't
you're arguing
demonstrate what
about.
you're saying. I know that you talk a lot. You're saying gravity pulls things down. What does gas do? Does it move it up, down, all directions, left, right? Huh?
He won't answer that.
Meat kettle.
Okay, one more time. Which direction does gas travel in?
It does, bro. Look, gas does not travel in a certain direction. It travels, I guess you would say, up towards lighter pressure. But yes, it is. It is not. You're comparing apples to oranges.
Directions. You keep saying that. What are you like?
That's
what is this?
crazy. What are you talking
it's
about?
Not
So you're
apples
saying
oranges.
heat doesn't rise?
Hold on, dude.
Gases don't rise.
Let's bring it back, Chad. He's saying there's a fundamental difference in what we're saying is you don't understand that gravity pulls everything down. We ask him, well, what direction does gas go in? He says up. Now he's trying to argue. Well, why don't you agree that it goes up? Well, I don't know if you paid attention in your 3rd grade class. They told you it goes in all directions. Dummy. So, not down, not apples to oranges. This is exactly what you're saying. You don't agree in gravity. Well, you know what? Gravity doesn't pull air down, for starters, which is what you need it to do on your globe. You have air and gravity holding it down. Now, we are asking you for just a really basic, simple example where you have gas pressure and then gravity holding the air. Oh, it's a fundamental difference. No, you just can't demonstrate the bullshit you're saying. We can have the same, we can be on the same page as you, but you're gonna have to put that on the table or in the chat or something. What do you got for us? Can you post anything in the chat so we can take a look?
Oh, I'm unmuted. Wait, so wait, we both agree that, or we all agree that there's an atmosphere, right?
Air
Just
that
to
needs to be
put
contained,
this on
yes.
that word. But let's just say there's an atmos. Let's take the sphere out of it. I believe there's an
Yeah.
atmos, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Requires containment.
And how? Oh, okay. So what's containing it in your model?
A container. Easy.
What kind of container?
What do you mean?
I mean, you use the plane as an example. There's a very clear container. What is the evident container in your model?
What do you?
Yeah, the
you're like
containers
asking for,
within your
what
view
it's
when you're in a
like, or
plane.
what it-
And what is it comprised of?
Hold on. What are you? You're asking like what its materials make
Is
of?
it whatever it is,
Like,
something?
I just know for a fact that it's
You
air.
don't know.
Like, yeah. Watch this. Watch this. Just like I know for a fact you have parents.
That's a
I don't
good
know a
sentence.
damn-
That's the
Hold
most
on.
important
Hold
sentence
on.
in the English language. I don't know.
Hold on.
That's good. That's a
Yeah,
good
I'm
starting
willing to
point.
say that. I'm willing to say
It's
that.
a great starting point.
We'll never hear you
Just
say
like
it.
this. Hold on.
Okay.
Just like I know I don't know a single thing about your parents, but I know for a fact that you have them. It's no different than that. I don't know
Very true.
anything about your parents, but I know for a fact you have them. So I know for a fact that we have a container because we have gas pressure. It's the same relationship. You don't get children or a child without parents. You don't get gas pressure without container. I don't need to know a single thing.
Sure.
Mom or your dad.
There's a logical
for the
connection
fact that
there.
you have them. Yeah, I know. So that's why I know there is a container, and I don't need to know anything about it.
But what I'm saying is,
Period.
again, you don't believe that. See, I believe gravity.
It's called an
I know.
container. You do not
I know.
believe that. So I'm saying, what is your
I know.
version of the
But
container?
see,
Is it a plastic dome? Is it a
we don't
sphere
know,
that the
bro.
government created?
Don't know.
Well,
But
I mean, if you're
here's the
okay, so
thing.
then you're arguing from a podium of air built
Not
on
really.
nothing.
You
have no
what we
model.
need. Could you post something where there's
no-
gravity holding air? Why don't you, instead of yapping, just put it in the chat. Let's take a look.
Listen, man.
I'd like
This
to
is
see an
on.
example.
You say gravity doesn't exist. I say it
I
does.
never actually said that. I'm willing to provide you or give you your gravity. You can have it. But now we need to see it holding air. Put it in the chat.
No, you cannot. You cannot say gravity exists without admitting that.
Never actually said anything. I'm just saying you can have whatever you think gravity is. Yeah, the chat wants you to define it as well. But
So then
maybe
you don't believe that gravity has an effect on everything.
Hold on.
Always.
Definitely not air. Because you haven't
Okay, so then we
provided any
fundamentally
example.
disagree because I believe it does.
You have no
You can
demonstration
see
of
it.
it holding air.
Listen, man. I
Can you agree on
promise
that?
you, you're not getting this out of me. I'm not going to go through Google and try to find the right article that proves whatever the fuck you're trying to say. You say that gravity does not work on air molecules like it does on everything else that we can see and observe.
You were supposed to do that, the Google, before you
I'm not
yap.
supposed to do anything.
Yeah. Here's just a pro tip for you. Instead of yapping and speaking on things that you don't know to be true, and then having to Google it later, which you refuse to do, it's supposed to be the other way around. You do the Googling first, you do the research first, and then you yap. Because now you're in this trap like you're on right now. Well,
to be honest, I think Batman is wrecking you. I think Fallen could do a far better job, by the way.
You're interrupting. Why are you interrupting? Oh! You're saying I'm wrecking him? Okay.
You are wrecking him, yeah.
Yeah, fucks.
But I do think Fallen could genuinely do a better job than this guy.
Yeah, this guy's kind of trash anyway. I mean, no one can defeat the gas pressure argument in any way, but
they're scared of me because they don't want to talk to anyone competent, and
I actually think that the other guy is saying something that's completely reasonable when he says, when coming to this chat, if I don't have plans of sources on hand, but I have some general knowledge due to some sort of empirical weight that I apply to experts in the field, then it's rational for me to hold some belief in spite of the fact that I wasn't the one who did the groundwork for the belief. That's actually a totally normal thing that all of you function on a daily basis, like how you trust Discord without having programmed it yourself. So
keep yapping. I debunked that. Again, pro tip for anyone out there. I would recommend before you speak, like you shouldn't just yap first and then Google.
What proposition did you debunk?
Do the Google first, then yap. Because
what proposition did you debunk?
To be true. And when we asked him to provide examples, he was like, "Well, I'm not gonna go Google it." Well, that means
what
he's
proposition did you debunk?
Out of his asshole. Hello.
What's the proposition that you debunked? Do you know what a proposition is?
You're saying like English language. I just gave you three times what he did. Basically, what I'm saying is he pulled the.
I'm not asking what he did. I'm asking for a claim because a proposition is a claim. What is the claim that you showed is false? That's what I'm asking for. Are you tracking?
I'm giving the chat a pro tip. Maybe you should take it as well. Dude pulled it directly out of his asshole. We know that now. I'm just giving you guys a pro tip. Before you yap, you should actually know what you're talking about. Because then you don't end up getting yourself into trouble like this last guy where he's like, well, I am saying gravity holds it. It's a fundamental difference. Well, do you have an example? Well, no, I'm not going to go searching for it. So what is he basing the first statement off of? Basically, like fluff, nothing. He's bluffing. So,
well, thanks for the pro tip, but I could give you a speculation on why he puts epistemic weight into the claim he made. One such reason may be the fact that he lives in a world full of people who specialize in the subject around him.
Instead of going down this road, why don't you give us an example of gravity holding air? I think maybe we just cut right to it then. Instead of epistemic, all this deep dive on his philosophy, why don't you just cut right to it? Put in the chat an example where you have gravity holding air.
Give you an example of the Earth's gravity holding in air?
Wait, one more time, chat. He's saying you don't need a container because you have gravity. Cool claim. Can you back that up with a demonstration? Let's take a look in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking for an example of the Earth's gravity holding gas in without a container, you'd just be referred to any gravity I want. Well, since the largest gravitational mass we have access to is the Earth, and you need a pretty strong gravitational force, that's the example that'll be referred to, because the gravity of a pencil is obviously not going to be strong enough.
Thank you for the concession that you cannot manipulate gravity and create an experiment to prove your point. You just have a baseless.
Well, actually, we can easily demonstrate it.
What about my vacuum example, Fallen? What about my vacuum example, Fallen? What about my vacuum example, Fallen?
Your vacuum example is what?
Create a vacuum chamber, any size that you want. All right. Lay it on the ground on Earth. Suck all the air out of it, and then reintroduce just a little bit of air, like maybe 2%, 3% of the air back into it, and then tell me what exactly are those gases doing when they get back into the chamber?
We're bouncing all about. Why?
Why isn't gravity holding them down?
It is actually holding them down a bit.
Why? How do you know?
What?
Well, because when you introduce the air back in, the container gets heavier. If you have it sitting on a scale, then what you'll notice is that the weight of the chamber increases. So that's how you know.
because it's contained inside the chamber. I'm not disputing that.
So you agree that gravity is pulling down on the air, which is why when it's in the chamber, the net effect is downward, right?
I want the gas laying down at the bottom of the chamber. That's what I want.
Wait, but if you have two containers that have identical structure, except one of them has air and the other doesn't, right? and the one with air is heavier, you agree that that means that the air is being pulled down by gravity, correct?
No. There's just more math.
Someone play the sound cue of the dun, 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 for this poor guy who
That's
doesn't
not an
understand.
example. That's not an example of gravity pulling air.
I know,
down.
right?
It's
Well,
also
of course it is, because why
inside of a
is it that the container that contains air is heavier?
Fallen agrees that the gas moves in all directions and fills the volume of the container, and it doesn't go down and hover at the bottom. Okay.
The net downward force is greater, though. And the reason that the gases bounce around is because of the electromagnetic force that the individual particles have, which causes them to push against each other so strongly that when they sit on top of each other, they repel.
The other guy is that Fallen agrees that the gas is moving in all directions. The other guy baselessly asserted that it falls down to the bottom of the container.
And then said it goes
Yeah, you know that solid particles, like the particles in iron, are also moving in all directions, right?
Cool story, bro.
It's not about movement, it's about where force is exerted. And there is a downward force exerted. And I don't know how you don't grasp this point, but be good faith and listen this time. If you have two metal tanks that are built identically, but one of them is filled with air, if the one that's filled with air is heavier, why is it heavier?
Because it has more shit in it, dude. Fuck.
Right, but the shit in it isn't affected by gravity, right?
Go ahead and show it.
Nope.
First show.
You want to demonstrate? Wait. So, yeah, I actually have a video of that. But before I show it, what you want is a demonstration that when you fill a tank with gas, it gets heavier, right?
Yeah.
What I want is
I'll go pull up a video for you. But just to be clear, what you're now saying is that you do agree that this would show something important, right?
No, I'm asking you to show it.
You're totally commenting what I said.
Wait, what's the point of showing it?
How do I know that? How do I know it's not adding buoyant force to the container and going to make it way less? Fucking show your shit.
Wait, but why would it even be worth showing if it turns out that it being true doesn't change anything on your view?
No, you just can't use that false premise. That's all. You have to show everything.
Do you agree with the principal point?
No, well, we'll just throw this away then. We'll just throw it away because it's a false premise because you can't show it. Next.
Wait, why are you running? I'm just asking.
Well, you're the one who's running. You're told to show it, and you're not wanting to show it. So obviously, it's a false premise.
I'm pulling up the video.
Okay, good. Yeah, everything that you claim that you make a premise out of, you're going to have to demonstrate and verify. We're not going to just give you any free passes, dude.
Yeah, just put it in the chat. And also, Fallen, dude, it's inside of a container. Like, hello? Your whole point is that there doesn't need to be a container, or gravity can do this. So, like, being like, well, here's a container for you guys. That's an L for you. Wake up. Either way, the chat had a good question for you earlier. You said you could demonstrate gravity holding air or something like that. And the chat's asking you to... Where is it?
I'm unmuted. Yeah, the video's inside chat. So if you're all listening, the video's inside chat. But now that it's here and I could talk about the issue with what he just did, if you don't agree that the tank being heavier is going to matter. Like, if you're saying, well, it doesn't matter if it's heavier, why would you even ask for the source for the thing rather than first getting clear on the principle of the matter, which is whether or not it matters if it's heavier? By the way, again, the video's inside chat. Take a look.
Of a container?
The tank being heavy is a red herring to the fucking point. The point is entry and the way gas behaves. That's the fucking point.
The point is you guys were saying that gas is not affected by gravity, right?
I have a container. I have a scuba tank. I add more air to it. And
Tactical, you're roboting really bad.
You're roboting, bro.
Yeah, I feel like NASA's trying to intercept your mic there, bud. So just kind of relax before they capture you.
What if I put helium in the box? What if I put helium in the box?
No,
is it heavier?
This isn't really like...
So this dumbass just has to use gravity as an IV, basically, to show its effects on gas and gas pressure. Yeah. I don't know if you know. He probably doesn't know what
helium in there, it will also get heavier compared to if it was empty, as in vacuumed.
in there, aka container, bro. You got to let go. Like you're posting examples where there's a container which backs
Wait,
up our
but he was the
entire
one that
point.
asked for an example of that. So now you're
Okay,
getting
Jin
upset
called it.
that I gave him what he
He called him out
wanted.
already as
Fine,
well.
I
Don't
won't
worry
give him
about
what he wants next time. Jesus Christ, this
Thank
is
you.
We need a
embarrassing.
demonstration of gas being affected by gravity, like you said it was. First define gravity, then show it being used as an IV in an experiment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so you want a demonstration of gas being affected by gravity.
He's stonewalling now. This is the part where he repeats back everything you say to him because he's not going to be able to give the actual answers. He's cooked.
I'm literally giving you the answer right now by showing that
you're
what you
not. You're
asked
just
for
repeating
is
my
in
words
here.
back to me because you're
So,
stalling and stonewalling. It's a tactic. I've seen
Without a
it 100
container.
times
okay, so this guy's
Without a
clearly
container,
bad faith.
Colin.
He's already getting
No,
upset.
dude. Without a container. Like, hello.
Yeah. So, first define gravity. Don't repeat back what I just said. Don't say, "Oh, so you want me to define gravity?" Just define gravity, please.
The force that drags mass towards Earth.
So you're an Einstein denier because you said force. So we're going to go against Einstein for this.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He's in heresy with his own paradigm, and his solar system is cooked, and his dark matter and Big Bang cosmology all cooked. But that's fine.
I don't believe in any of that. I just believe the Earth is a globe.
It's fine. All right. So now let's get your hypothesis then for your Einstein heresy gravity containing gas. Go ahead. Can you cite it, please?
Ooh, yeah, citation.
Oh, yeah. So as I've shown, all things that have mass, even gas, do indeed approach the Earth. And that is demonstrated by showing that even gas, when put into a container,
Not a hypothesis.
increases the
Okay, we'll just reset the table. I asked you for a scientific hypothesis. Do you know what that constitutes?
Yeah, I already gave you the hypothesis, which is that there's some force that brings all objects towards the Earth. And now I'm substantiating it with evidence. Are you slow? Slow boy? Hello?
No, it's not a hypothesis. We got to educate you on what a hypothesis is. Do you know the constituent parts of a hypothesis?
A hypothesis is just any educated guess of a claim. That's all it is.
We're talking about scientific hypothesis. What are the constituent variables of a scientific hypothesis? Go ahead.
That is a scientific hypothesis. What I just gave you.
No, it's not. I asked you what are the constituent variables. There's going to be two of them.
Yeah, I've posted it in the actual side chat. It's in the side chat. The standard by which he should be operating is in the side chat. Okay,
So,
it's
no
there.
cheating, Jin. You can't give him the answer, Jin.
It's going to be an if-then statement about a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, just in case he's going to get
phenomenon
lost.
observed in nature. Okay,
The
there's going
thing
to be
that Jin posted-
two main constituent variables, independent and dependent. I gave you everything. Now formulate it like that, please.
Yes, let's
the
go.
thing
Let's
Jin
give him the
posted
standard.
is a procedure that I agree with. Jin seems smarter than you.
Okay, yeah, so we need the hypothesis. So I granted that you at least knew what would lead up to that. That'll be the natural observed phenomenon. Do you want to just start there at the very beginning? I thought you knew enough that we could just bypass that, but okay, give me the natural observed phenomenon first. Let's see if that's
I already gave you the hypothesis. The hypothesis.
Okay, what's the natural observed phenomenon? You didn't give a hypothesis. A hypothesis is an if-then statement, but a cause and effect relationship in nature.
Yeah, and just in case he was wondering, that information came from this group. So it came from this group.
Yeah, so what's the natural observed phenomenon? Go ahead. We'll start right at the beginning then.
So you denied that I gave a hypothesis. Now,
okay, yeah, you're stonewalling again. Natural observed phenomenon, please. It's not going to work.
Can we have the
Go ahead.
naturally
So now that you denied the prior thing, I'll just answer.
Yeah. Okay, so you're really flailing. Now you deny. That's not the natural.
What's the observed phenomenon?
Reductio, where's your help your boy out? He's like, you said how Fallen's going to put up a good fight.
Yeah, so to answer the new question after you denied the prior answer.
Okay, natural observed phenomenon, dummy. Let's go. You're going to base a hypothesis on one of these. This will be the first step. You're going to observe a phenomenon in nature. What was it?
What is
that?
Tell me. Okay, well, he's cooked. He obviously doesn't have the answer.
To answer the new question.
No, it's the standard.
I don't know why you keep muting me when I keep saying.
Yeah, but you're talking past our point, so you're getting muted. Bye.
Yeah, it's the standard. It's the standard we operate under here. The standard. Can you explain to him that that's the standard required?
Well, I got marbles in my mouth because I'm kind of sick.
Well done, guys.
That guy was annoying me, so I had to talk.
CBO1 does it again. Brings in the standard, and the man crumbles, and then you just destroyed him. Well done.
Reductio, what happened to your boy, dude? What? He said, "Oh, you guys, Fallon's
You
gonna
guys
put up
keep
a win."
muting him. Muting people isn't a win.
You heard what he did. He was talking past us, dude. Why would we let him speak? Every single thing that we asked him, he tried to obfuscate. Why would you even want
You guys
him
win a
as
debate without muting people.
Okay, why would you even want him as a spokesman for you? Why are you white knighting for that garbage, dude? Everything we asked him, he just tried to obfuscate, and it was a really pathetic
Why don't you
attempt.
take it on? Ask him.
I was gonna say, yeah, like let's just pick up where we left off, Mansky. Do you want to provide the
No,
natural
like,
phenomenon?
you guys do this every
No,
time.
I don't wanna-
Mute people and then name
No.
one.
Yeah, okay, you're right. We do this every time. When we ask somebody a pointed question and they try to divert around it and obfuscate it and red
No,
herring
you
out
just
of it,
claim they
yeah, we
obfuscate.
just mute them. That's right.
Just
We just mute
claim
them.
they obfuscate.
Wait. So what was the natural
that's what
observed
he did,
phenomenon that
dude.
we were asking for? What was the natural?
No, you guys are a waste of time.
Okay, what's the
Since he provided it, yeah. What was the hypothesis?
Yeah.
See, dude, he just here for the drama, Mansky.
That's
you just
what I'm
love
saying,
the beef,
you know what I
dude.
mean?
You love it, dude.
Like I keep telling you guys, if you're that desperate for a baller, you can inquire with me. Maybe I'll sell out. Yeah, you can pay me $90 an hour and I'll baller for you.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah,
you
we
just
can do a way
witnessed-
better
a lot
job
better
than the
than
last guy. 100%. 100% heretic.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed another person trying to defend gravity.
Jim, we got to get Jim
mention the observed phenomena, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't even mention the observed phenomena. The first point of your hypothesis, what did you see? Then you try to explain that, what you see. Then you make a test for that, what you see, and then you mess with the variables and conduct your tests again. And then you hand it over to someone else to replicate, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't even get past the first stage. What did you see? What is the observed phenomena in nature?
Yeah, but you just got to make a guess, Jen. Right, Mansky? Just guess. That's enough for a hypothesis. Just make an educated guess.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen. He failed. The man failed miserably. I dropped one standard, the standard that he had to operate by, and they gone. That's the second time that I've done that in this server. In about 2-3 weeks, that 2 people have gone within seconds of that being shown. So there you are. We operate at the highest, and if you can't
But you
get
didn't
there,
just let him
don't
yap,
come
though,
here.
Jen. You didn't just let him continue to yap and not answer questions.
He yapped for ages. He was slipping and sliding, ducking and a diving, bobbing and a weaving. He wasn't actually dealing with the problem, though, was he?
But why did you mute him? You just muted him.
He wasn't addressing the points.
Is Mansky really this desperate for a hero? That, like, I mean, is Mansky really you're that desperate for a hero, dude? That you're gonna jump in and white knight for that garbage?
Sorry, the side chat was red hot on fire because I was posting citation from Isaac Newton stating that no, he didn't agree with that. So there you are. He didn't see that because he didn't want to look at it. Then we posted various other materials dealing with gravity being fake and not being true, and he didn't want to look at that stuff.
I want to hear what
It was too
Mansky
hot.
has to say about that. What do you think, Mansky?
Yeah, gravity is bollocks, as was said by Peter and Pete. There you go. Come on, man. Deal with it.
You just muted him. My boyfriend got muted.
I don't even know the guy. It's just like,
Yeah, so why are you white knighting for him? Fucking simp.
behave this way. It's weird.
No, yeah, we always behave this way, where when somebody wants to obfuscate every single thing we say to them, we just fucking mute them because they're obviously dishonest.
They're making claims they can't back
How
up.
convenient.
That's the problem.
They're just obfuscating. They're just dishonest.
Well,
Gotta
yeah,
mute
he
them.
was. Did he answer the question, what the natural observed phenomenon was, what the hypothesis was? Did he give any of those answers, dude?
No, he didn't. He left.
Did
Are
he
you
even
gonna
know
give
what
an answer?
You just screech out demands and they don't fucking.
Well, we
Yeah,
want
you-
verification for his claims. We want verification
He's
for
the
the
one
shit he's
making-
claiming, and we're trying to get to the
Exactly.
bottom of it.
He's
Yeah,
the one making claims. We're just asking him to back it up. And you're like, well,
that's right.
Well, you didn't let him not back it up. It's like, yeah, of course. Why would we just sit here and let him yak?
Yeah.
Like, make
We
claims.
gave
You're
him the
gonna
mic
back
to
the
do
shit
so.
up.
He didn't do so. We gave him the mic. Okay? He was treated fairly as you'd be treated in a court of law. And he was an embarrassment for your side. Get out of here with that. Consoled.
He threw
What's it
Einstein
called?
under the bus. Do you even agree with that?
I would love to see a debate in a neutral territory when you guys don't have your mod powers.
Dude, we've
Never
done that
neutral.
many
I'm going to be the winner anyway.
There's no such
put me
thing
in
as a
that
neutral
situation.
territory in this
I'm the winner
subject.
already.
Basically, everybody else is going to be hardcore biased towards the globe. It doesn't exist, dude.
You put me in that arena, I'm going to win anyway. easily.
Well, what they'll do is the moderator will usually be a Glober because most people are, and they'll just let asshats like him obfuscate every single point that you make. They'll let them do it. That's what neutral arena means.
Yeah, that's right. And then what we'll do is we'll highlight all the obfuscation, and we just stick our guns. Simple as that. We win already.
Does he want is this kind of like what the scenario is like? Okay, so the judge, the guy's in court accused of a serious crime. The judge looks at him and goes, "Did you do it?" And the guy says, "No, I didn't do it, Your Honor." And he goes, "Okay, case dismissed."
That's literally a Kids in the Hall skit.
That sounds like a neutral platform.
Exactly.
Can someone please hang on? Can someone please tell me how we have weight coming into the conversation when what we're talking about is entropy?
Yeah, exactly. Good question.
I don't understand the connection between the two.
He's trying to jump the shark and say gas go down, go boom boom.
I haven't heard that in a hot minute.
Gas is falling down all around you. It's raining gas.
Go boom boom.
Atmosphere is falling down, falling down. Yeah, that was crazy. And he's like, "Well, look, it's in a container. That proves me right. You should have played the sound effect." I'm like, "Yeah, for your dumbass."
Should actually go through that whole video and see if it even shows what he said.
Have you guys been able to actually refute any of the round Earth theories?
We just did.
That's what we do all day long.
We just asked them to prove it, and then they can't, and that's pretty much the end of the conversation.
No,
Start stamping their feet at that point. Well, yeah, they make a dumb claim. We're like, okay, got any evidence for that? And then they go berserk.
Yeah, but
over and over.
Outside of your little echo chamber, does anybody?
How is it an echo chamber if we're talking to the opposition?
You're here right now.
Yeah, how are you here?
Are you guys legitimately trying to say this isn't an echo chamber where you control the narrative?
Never mind. You're a flat earther. I guess I got it wrong. Yeah, it's an echo chamber, and you're a flat earther. Welcome. Don't know how else you can be in it.
Dude, we're in someone else's server. Hello? We're in a politics server. This isn't even our server. We're in a whole person server. Oh, he did. Wow. Damn, bro.
Well, I guess he realized the paradox. He had to get out of here so it could be an echo chamber, like he says.
Not only that, the entire world is a globe Earth echo chamber. As soon as you go outside, you're going to see a moving truck with a globe on it. Global news. Like it's all globe echo chamber outside.
Yeah, globalization, global warming. Yeah.
There's like 6 globetrotters in here right now.
They don't speak out now. They've just seen the standard that we operate under, the highest. There you go, with the highest integrity to muster.
I'm totally not doing another task right now. I'm just shaking.
Well, if you're doing something else, go somewhere else and do your thing.
No.
What you're not doing is proving the globe, that's for sure. You're not doing that. That is not happening at the moment. So there we are.
I'll ask you just a basic question, like whose gravity are you going to go with, Einstein or Newton?
Yeah, which one are you going to choose today? The Newtonian one that he disagreed with, or the Einstein word salad? Which one will it be? With some special vinaigrette sauce, relativity. Which one are you going to go with?
He's not
going to say both.
Yeah, he's going to go with the same thing.
He's going to be greedy. He's going to be greedy, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to take a big bite, yeah? Bite off more than he can chew. Okay, go ahead. Choke on it.
How can something simultaneously be a force and not a force?
Exactly. He must be in Narnia somewhere.
Something can be what it is and also not that?
Crazy.
Yeah, like I said, that's Bizarro World. That's the other place. If it's not Narnia, then it's Bizarro. Bizarro World. Everything's upside down and inside out.
No, I'm just curious. I'm not like attacking you guys. I've gone down this rabbit hole before, and do you guys think like you might be like just spending too much time on this one topic, and you get like a little schizophrenic about how
You're here more than me.
the world is against you. Like I think
You're
most people
here
just
more
don't
than
care
me.
about the shape of the Earth.
No,
really.
I'm not
More than
schizophrenic.
most flat
Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Shut up. Oh.
No, but it's like, oh, those globetards, it's all one big conspiracy. Like, I don't think people care, really.
No, it's one big indoctrination is what it is. Beliefs abound.
Why, though? Why indoctrinate? Like, what?
Because that's what you've got. You've been indoctrinated to believe that you're on a globe. And now when you're being confronted with the truth, and it's your responsibility to go and check what we're telling you, because it goes against what you believe. You're supposed to go and check it and come back and say, you arseholes, I've got it right, you've got it wrong. You haven't done that yet. What do you mean, why? Why would you even ask that question?
I mean, like, why would the powers that be just indoctrinate everybody to believe the world is round?
Well, so you're going to say that, have you gone out to check? Have you actually gone out to check this thing?
So that we have Globers that jump on, because it's fun.
Exactly.
That's why.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
I set this up so that you fools would come here and I could have my entertainment. There you go.
I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. And the point is, though, when you don't go and check anything and you're just running on beliefs, you don't even have the right to ask that question. You should only ask that question once you've found out the truth. Then you can ask why they're lying. Go and check first. Make sure you know they're lying. Make sure you know they're lying first. Then ask why. Don't ask before you've checked. See what I mean? That's the integrity there. Why would they? Go and check that they're lying first, so you know they're lying. Then when you know they're lying, you should be upset enough to want a change on that situation. That's the psychology of the truth. Not be asking where they're lying before you go and check and still remain in your belief. That's a coward's route. That's a man who doesn't want to know the truth. Scared. Let me remain in my shell. Or you're an agent here to dissuade us, but we're impossible. You'll never dissuade us. You'll only expose yourself. All you're going to do here. And that is, you haven't proven that the earth is a globe, yet you're asking why they lie. Go and check. Make sure you know they're lying first. Then we'll ask you, are they lying? Is the government lying? I wonder why. Can you tell us now? Now that you know they're lying, then you seem to answer that question for yourself. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. We operate on the highest standards. We know the government's lying. And once you know they are lying to you, clearly you want redress. You don't want the lie to continue. That's why we're here. Thank you.
No, thank you.
May I get an amen there, please? An amen? Amen.
Amen.
Hey. Yeah, but you're doing a fabulous job, guys. Fabulous job. Again, fabulous.
And he tells you, hey, your girl's cheating on you. Do you just instantly say, nuh-uh, bro? Or do you check in on that hoe?
You check in on it, man.
Yeah, but like, who cares about the shape of the Earth? There's like more important topics to brainwash masses about.
Who cares?
Cop out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's okay for your government. Ladies and gentlemen, the man is saying it's okay for your government to misinform your children at school and to continue right away through the schooling and right away through your life and then create industries that don't go to space and take the trillions from your children who are not yet born to be paying that debt. That's okay. Don't care about it. Just let it happen. Is that right?
I know what you're saying, but I don't think you're like.
No, you don't
maybe
know
I'm
what
just
I'm
not
saying.
being clear enough.
You wouldn't have made that statement. Sorry.
Hey,
you didn't even make
care enough to be here.
Yeah, get out of here, man. Why should we care about the shape of the earth?
Okay, so I guess a better way to ask that is, what could be so important that they're hiding that they need to brainwash everybody into thinking that the world is round instead of flat?
You know what? They're blatantly emboldened. They're not hiding anything at the end of the day now. They're just emboldened. They're making poisons for you to take. They're making wars that you die in. They're lying about the shape of the earth every day of the week. They're lying about everything you have known is a lie on this earth so far. They're emboldened. They don't care. They're killing humans in the millions, man. They don't care.
Oh, they don't give a shit about fucking things, man. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm unmuted. Oh, fuck.
Jesus Christ, dude. I was just talking to myself there for a minute, dude. I love the curiosity and the care for fucking people. I was just literally, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like speaking to my higher power. Like these people fucking care about people. It's great.
Yeah, we
The
care. They
fundamental
don't.
like level of like care and curiosity. I was talking to somebody about this. That's a flat Earth. He was sending me some links last night. But just the curiosity is the birthplace of knowledge.
Yeah.
And you know, I fucking love it. I sent a bunch of people in here. I'm legit. I think this deserves an unmoderated discussion. I don't like the fact that any one person can silence another, just in general. My way or it's not my way or the highway.
You
But there
gotta have
is
the
another
right
thing. If y'all
people for
want,
that.
if y'all want, I'm just saying.
You
I
gotta have the
sent a
right
bunch of
people,
people in
though,
here.
because you get people
Yeah, and
who
I'm not going to invite anybody.
States, right? Like if you're gonna have two people who are going to meet, like have a meeting of the minds and try to have like a real discussion about it, then yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But they're just trying
And
to like.
I've seen y'all be respectful, like especially to yourselves, like when it comes to y'all's discussion. So I know you can transfer that to other people as long as they can provide the same thing.
Yeah, totally.
But I don't think you necessarily need to silence somebody. I think if there's a general level, and also like I don't make any. This is literally like a Discord that me and my friend use for TFT. He actually, it's funny because I talked to him about flat Earth, and he was like, "Well, I don't see why there's a point in not discussing it." So like, there's no moderation there, is what I'm saying. Like on both sides, everybody gets a say. But I think there can be a general modicum of respect. I think some people overtalk, and that's just like their nature, and that's where it's like on people to just respectfully be like, "Hey, we get it. You've said the same thing 3 times." But I don't think there needs to be a silencing of people, and I think
well, that doesn't actually. Can I just interrupt there? Now, look, we don't silence people as the way you're putting it. When somebody is not adhering to his or her claim and they're going on a different direction and they're not actually addressing the point that we want them to address, we have to mute them, point that out to them, and direct them back to the point. That's the only time, and then they drop the mic.
Understandable.
Yeah, and then if someone comes in here and starts dropping hard R's and like playing siren noises,
yeah, obviously, but I mean, and that's where like I think I would.
sometimes.
We don't silence people. We don't.
Well, but that's the thing, though. As long as this is why I sent the message, because there's nobody else can. It's not a public Discord. So if I invite you, you can invite whoever you want. This is why I said to everybody, or maybe I didn't send that part to everybody, but I sent the same message to everybody because I feel like it's just in case. But no, outside of being invited there directly, you would not be able to join it. So I haven't heard anybody say crazy. I don't fuck with racism. I don't think anybody in here is a racist or anything like that.
That's not what I'm interested in. It's not on the menu. But anyway, look, I haven't received any invites. I'm Gene CBR1.
No, I haven't sent the invite because I sent a message to everybody just to see if they would even be interested. I'll send anybody the invite, 100%.
Send the link in there. We'll go in there and rate it. Okay, here we are.
For sure. No, I love it. But as long as we can all be respectful, because that's where I don't think there needs to be moderation. We can have respectful conversation. I'm interested in the discussion at the bare minimum. And outside of me inviting somebody, they're not going to get it. You can rate it as much as you want, but you're only ever going to get your people that you've invited, or me and my friend that will randomly join to play TFT sometimes.
Yeah, so, I don't mind. I'm into that.
And you can use it to your heart's content, but you will never get. There will be no moderation privileges. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody gets it. I don't have it. It's his server.
I'm not looking for that. I don't look.
Hell
for that
yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. Unmoderated. Yeah. So if anybody's interested, please respond, and I will send the link. And I would love to have discussions about this unmoderated. Absolutely, but with respect.
Common courtesy. That's all it is. It's just common decency.
Absolutely. An understanding of I think it's for me and I think for a lot of people it's easy for people that believe in globe earth to dismiss things that they deem like
I'm only going to deal with facts.
Almost like what I'm saying, but you've gotten the vibe right from people, I'm sure, where they just like you're dumb as hell. And even I will accept that even me, I can be like that sometimes. But I think there can be.
I actually don't do that. I just deal with the facts. And when you begin to ignore facts, that's when I start shouting because you're ignoring facts now. I'm not going to give you any theories, any speculations, suppositions, assumptions. That's not my name. Facts only. Only. And when you begin to ignore that, then you've got hell to pay. Simple as that, man.
Sure.
You'll have hell
And
to pay.
an unmoderated discussion, I mean, people do argue, man. Like, that's the thing. Like, people do raise their voice. They get passionate
That is
about their
gonna be me,
subject.
yeah.
Because, you know, passion, I think passion for your craft or for your interest is important. But there has to be a modicum of respect. Like me, I should learn to sometimes shut up more, you know, and listen. You know, I'm a firm believer that you were born with 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. But sometimes I don't live by that.
I generally remind the Globers that, remember, I believed in the Globe for 48 years. So don't be telling me something I don't already know, yeah? Thanks. Now I'm telling you that was an error. That was a 48-year error. That should make you think, what would make a man who believed in the Globe for 48 years go to be a flat earther? What happened there? That's what should be on your...
That's what I am interested in. Absolutely.
Yeah. Right.
That's where I'm coming from. I promise you. As I promise you, that's why I'm inviting people that I do not know that could be, you know, I mean, it doesn't really matter because, again, it's not a public Discord. I mean, do what you want, dude. I really don't care. As long as it's not like racist or, you know, against children or any weird shit. As long as we stick to subjects, right? Like, I don't give a fuck what goes on there. But what I do care about is a respectful conversation. I can't moderate that, but you know, I mean, I've known this dude for 25 fucking years. If I tell him to fucking give me mod privileges just to kick everybody the fuck out and reset, then I guess that's what it has to be. But I wouldn't specifically kick anybody out or specifically mute anybody. I'm not going to ask for that shit as long as nobody does any weird shit. But unmoderated discussion is what I am for sure.
Yeah, I like that. But the problem, as my colleagues have put forward, is that there are times when we are giving them all the amicable treatment, the red carpet, we're insulted, we're being abused verbally, and then we try to mute them just to get them back on track, because that's when the moderation comes in. It's needed, of course, because sometimes...
Well, then let me ask y'all. Well, let me ask y'all, I mean, genuinely, I mean, you don't know me, but if I told you that if I asked for, you know, because again, my friend doesn't give a fuck about Discord. We literally use it to play a game. He would give me mod powers if I swore on whatever, my son's life. It's the thing I will swear on that like means something to me. That I will not mod people.
Sorry, what am I
The only reason would be the only reason I would have it would be to there's no reason to disparage somebody for their beliefs. So like talking about people's intelligence and shit, that's like a, you know, whatever. But if you can trust me to not like just kick people out and fucking unnecessarily mod, then I will ask for that. But if not, then it will be completely unmodded. That's what
I fear no moderator. That's me, because my intention is to deliver the truth amicably with interest and integrity. That's all. I don't use profanity.
Yeah, that's
not my way. Unless
profanity isn't really an issue.
Wait a minute, please. I'm trying to talk you. Unless you start.
Does it?
Yeah, there you go. Unless someone tries to attack me with profanity, I'm the worst at it. You wish you never said it. But outside of that,
well, I mean, some people, like I use profanity just like I think it naturally comes out. I'm saying like unnecessarily like attacking character. I don't think this discussion should ever come down to somebody's character. Okay,
it never does.
This is a factual discussion, right? We're talking about facts. We're talking about evidence. We're talking about facts. We're talking about reasoning. We're talking about logic. We're talking about observation. These are not emotional. These are not character driven. So for me, I would not moderate something in that essence. Like I would, the only reason I'll either leave it unmoderated, but if you need somebody that has just one overarching power, then yes, that's the only thing that where it gets down to attacking character, being like, you're a dumbass, retarded. Okay, well, you have to calm that shit down maybe sometimes. But that doesn't mean permanent mod. That doesn't mean ban. That doesn't mean the only people that would be banned are people that try to be racist. And again, this is invite only, right? This is invite only. Okay, so just remember that invite only.
The thing is, Vic, what exactly are you trying to avoid by?
I'm not avoiding anything.
It sounds like you're trying to avoid. It sounds like you're trying to avoid quote unnecessary moderation. What does that mean?
Like, if somebody attacks people's... Well, no. I'm saying unnecessary moderation is like, for me, I think you can... there's people that take it to like what you're saying, right? Like people are just they're avoiding the question. They're like, well, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the kind of thing where like I think you should maybe, I don't know. I think unnecessary moderation is just silencing anybody. I think if you can hold yourself well in a conversation, of course there's going to be trolls that are just like, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong. But as a convicted like as somebody with conviction, you should know that shit doesn't matter. You can just talk right over that shit.
Oh yeah,
so that's what I'm saying. And especially if it's like 8 against 1, you know, they eventually die out. Those people fucking stop.
I
They don't
love
have the
those
energy for
numbers.
that.
That's where I've excelled. That's what I've been doing for the last.
And again, it's invite only. I'm only inviting people in here. I'm the only globe person outside, I guess, Mansky maybe, that I know of so far in here. So I'm inviting everybody in here, and you can invite whoever you want in here. Okay, but it's only invite as far as it is right now until it doesn't need to be.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm trying to offer a level playing field because that's I guess the basis.
Okay. So first of all, I appreciate that. Okay. I think, the more the merrier. Do what you gotta do. The thing is, okay, you're not the first one that I've heard kind of propose this idea. Okay. But in general, what happens is basically at the back of your mind, you're kind of saying, I don't like how things are run here. I want to not be subject to, hang on. I don't want to be subject to being muted, quote, unnecessarily, whatever that means, right?
Yeah.
And therefore, I want to go somewhere whereby, there's not going to be any muting, but except for these circumstances wherein you introduce another arbitrary set of criteria that does allow muting.
Character, right?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? So I would suggest the following, right? Maybe grow, some tougher skin. Okay. Take it.
Well, that's not what it's about, man. I mean, I can be muted. I was muted for 40 minutes.
Everybody can. I'm going to finish my sentence, bro. Right? Everybody can at least try to be somewhat civil. Okay. The problem is, like you were saying before, things get heated and all that, and things happen, right? So instead of jiggering everything, right, to only find ourselves in a similar position where we are now, only to try to maybe like assuage, some sort of, discomfort that you have, I would say, grow a pair and we'll stay here.
Well, then what if we just, so then fair enough, right? I suggested that if you trusted me to mod, I would, but that was just to deflect the character kind of attacks. But if you say that y'all can handle that, but if you say y'all can handle that, then I say fair game. There will be no moderation.
Hang on. Let me tell you what's going to happen. What's going to happen? Hang on. What's going to happen is this. When the time comes for you to send the invite, this group will send me in to seek and destroy and to test the water. Okay? That's what they're going to do. They're going to send on demand. They send out.
There's no really water to be tested. It's literally a blank
Discord.
Discord.
Out, won't we? We will find out.
Yeah, no, look, here, go. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you right now. Hold on. You can say, look, I'll show it to you right now.
The thing is,
it's literally a blank Discord server, man. I promise you. Hold on. How do I? I've actually never invited somebody to this.
Yeah, Big, do what you got to do. Okay, I support that. The problem is, all I was trying to do is highlight the notion that whatever you're trying to avoid, okay, by doing this, is going to naturally emerge back again just elsewhere, right? So it may be
not there.
Right? Yeah, like you even said it right earlier. You said, under certain circumstances, if X, Y, Z. Right, we might have to.
If you trust me to moderate, but if you don't, then unmoderate. I'd have to ask him. I'd have to ask him for moderation powers. It's his server. I can just invite people to it.
The point is, okay, if something happens, you're going to introduce that anyway, and then we're going to find like a duplicate scenario.
I mean, I literally can't unless I ask him to do it. I can't. I don't have power in that server.
All I'm saying is do what you got to do, but it may just be kind of diluting things. And it may not.
Well, here's the beauty of it, right? You can always come right back here if it doesn't work out. That's the beauty of it.
Do what you want, bro. Do what you want.
I'm just saying, you, and you can do. Yeah, we can do it.
All I'm saying, dude, is do what you want. It's just that here it's not like nobody condones necessarily condones like a character assassination stuff. Okay.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Of course, I'm not saying y'all do either.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say don't worry about it, man. That's all.
Well, I mean, but I think there should be an even ground to have this discussion on respectfully, but out of respect. I think it can come. I think people come here from a place of respect until respect isn't given, right? So, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
But then you're also saying like the thick skin. I get that. Okay, but if you have thick skin, then unmoderation is the place, right?
That's fine, but dude, you're asserting it's not even. Why? Because the mods happen to be on one side or the other.
It's not. It can't be even if one side has more power than the other in general, right? Even if it's by a small margin.
But I have. Excuse me. If I may
we have to agree on that, right?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? But this is what I mean by what you're saying before. If we just shift over there, okay, whoever owns or runs that server, they're going to be one-sided. All right, so
No. This is what I said before. Like, this is a friend I've known since I was in middle school, and I half expected him when I brought this up for him to be like, "Of course, that's retarded, right?" But he didn't. He surprisingly, even though I know him very well, but surprisingly, he was like, "No, man. Like, I mean, basically, he said, you never know. So why would you subscribe to one belief?" So he's barely fucking ever on there. He's a 34-year-old man. He's got like close to a wife. He plays golf and shit. The only reason we get on there is like once or twice a week to play TFT, Teamfight Tactics, League of Legends.
All right.
Yeah, I promise you. This is the.
Do what you gotta do. I don't care. Do what you gotta do.
Well, I invited Jin, and Jin, you got the invite, right?
I haven't seen it yet. Did you DM it to me? Is that correct?
I sent you the direct invite, and I know that people trust you, so you can.
Oh, of course they know
putting
me.
you in charge of sending the invites, man.
My colleagues know me well because I'm the one they send out there to seek and destroy, and I bring back the victories. So there you go.
And when you speak, people tend to be quiet, so I can tell.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that I sent everybody the same message, but you seem receptive to the invite. You can send whoever you want.
Because that's been my forte. But I don't see the invite in my DMs, so I'm looking.
Well, I think I sent you a direct invite. Maybe it didn't. Do I have to add you?
I don't know. I haven't seen any.
Wait, can I just copy the link and put it in the side chat? Is that possible?
Yeah, put it in the side chat, please. Yeah, that'd be quicker.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm like
exponentially quicker.
Okay, copy link. Okay. I'm not like great at the Discord stuff. So here we go. Oh wait, I'm like I can't. It says done reading. Check out. I can only click the side button or whatever, the blue arrow button
on the server. You might end up getting in trouble for that. A lot of servers prohibit that sharing links.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's
okay. Well, here. All right. Well, here. I'll just message it to because I only need to message it to one person, right? And then you can send it to. You're more savvy than I, right? So let's just. No, it says I. Wait. Are you not here? I got it. Hold on.
Can we move forward?
Send the friend request first. Let's try to hash that out, and then we'll do.
Match team.
Yeah. See, my boy Matthew's interested. All right, let's do that. I'll send it. Anybody that's interested, I'll send it directly to you. I'll spend the rest.
So yeah, most people aren't going to be interested. We do not care. Jin will probably visit you, but we're going to move forward from this conversation. We're no longer talking about your unmoderated server anymore. How much you want to bet he kept on talking and he didn't hear anything I said?
Yeah. Okay, I'll go in there and wreck that. I'll wreck their server. Do you know what I mean? I'm that man. You send me in, drop me in. Lower me in like Rambo.
You're gonna get destroyed, Jin.
Not me, you're joking. Believe you me, mate. I'll go off like a nuclear bomb in there. That's what tends to happen. Just stick with the facts. They spiral, they'll end up muting. And they try and talk over me. You know, no one can do that because I'm just going to carry on like a machine. Someone's trying to talk to her. I've done it for 8 hours solid 8 hours non-stop psychological barrage from Jin CBR1. One against all of them. They came, they went shopping, they went to the restaurant, they shagged their missus, they came back. I'm still at it. 8 hours. Okay, so no, I don't think I'm going to be destroyed. No, hasn't happened. Never will.
You think you're Rambo in First Blood. You're Rambo in the retirement home.
You out of your mind. What? Still doing like what? 20 miles every other day? No, I'm sorry. That's not the case. Okay? I live it the way I say it. Okay? At 63. That's the thing. At 63. I have posted my exercise regime on server so people can see that I live the life that I'm telling you about. Here it is. Come and do the exercise if you dare. So no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm too real. Not after 48 years of a mistake. Can you imagine that? So now it's a rebirth, reclaiming the 48 years. See the psychology there? What man? Psychology.
Do you think if you had discovered this at the age of 15 or 20 that you would have had a different reaction? Like, do you
I would
think
have had a
finding out
different
later in
person
life?
entirely. Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially with the spirit that I have now that hasn't changed. I'm going to be famous back then. I would have been well famous. The truth is the truth, no matter how much you try to hide it. That is the thing. That's what saw me through. Why do you think? You know, you mentioned racism, yeah? I kicked racism in the arse because I believed I had a right to live on this earth. No one can stop me. That's why racism to me is like a water up a duck's back. Yeah, man. So I would have been super duper, man. I always think about that actually. If I'd known all this stuff when I knew it back then, wow, my life would have been completely different. Yeah, because I would have trumped all these nerds. Said, "Nah, you ain't got no curvature, man." And well, where's the curvature? Come on, show me it. Take me to the place. Let's go. Let's go measure it. Come on, miss, sir. Yeah. Let's go, Mr. Mallinson. Yeah, Mrs. Aberhart, you're supposed to show me this. Let's go. Let's go get it. So then, yeah, they would have been thinking, well, how did he know all this stuff? So yeah, we are the champions. I did defend us though. You know, we don't silence people here. We don't do that. We get them to address their claims and then give them back the mic. Don't smell these people, you know, misrepresenting us every step of the way. Now, if somebody comes in being rude and that, well, they just get kicked out immediately. Boom, he's gone. Interfering with the flow of the conversation. Coming in into the stratosphere, never to be heard of again. There you are. We're within our rights to do that. Yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm the man you send out there to seek and destroy. You guys.
Everything about the globe, as far as I can tell, is a begging the question fallacy, and affirming the consequent, and then a reification fallacy. That's what I've observed. Now, if anybody has any evidence to the contrary, by all means, please enter the dojo and prove me wrong. Now, that dude interrupted the young lady that was in here. Is the young lady still in here?
I can start an event if you want some more people to join. I think. Let me check.
Well, as much as I would like to have discussions, I'm kind of winning, and every time I try to get moving, I have to stop and talk. I can't multitask. I am a man.
Yeah, me neither. I'll just start one anyway.
All right.
I'll just call it Flat Earth 101.
So, guys, I have a question for you. How come globies always say it's a globe over and over again, just as their only proof of the globe? Just saying it is a globe. The Earth's a globe. So some of them, that's the best they have.
Yeah, they don't even usually say that. They just say it's round. They didn't even get the word right.
You're right. They start out with that. When you correct them, then they stick with it. They'll go from saying it's round, and you say, yeah, round, flat like a pizza. And it's like, no. It's spherical. It's like a ball. It's a ball.
Yeah, it's that's what happens when it's 100% indoctrination. You don't even have to understand why you believe something. Just second nature to defend it because you've been accepting of it for so long. It's like, well, you have to be stupid. Because not only has the Globers been conditioned to accept information without understanding why, right? They've been taught to not even think about it, right? So it's just like, and they've been taught like subconsciously to look at flat earthers as unintelligent, right? So just hearing somebody say the earth is flat is automatically like a knee-jerk cringe reaction. And it's programmed in. It's not even like them thinking. It's a subconscious programming that has been taking place for such a long period of time. So it's understandable.
Yep. When you tell them, I used to grow up believing in the ball also, that they just say, oh my gosh, you must really be stupid. Like, if you're a ballie, how could you possibly be a flat earther? They think we all just grew up thinking this, and we're just stupid. They say, I even had them say, just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. When I show them 700 miles to the horizon, 40 miles of missing curvature, it just goes in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, well, that's the hardest step would be getting someone to accept the possibility that they've been misinformed, right? So that would be like the first step, is them to even accept the possibility. And then they'd be able to look at information critically. But until that takes place, you're going to deal with just straight up irrational thought, right? Because they're not even thinking about it from a rational perspective. They think that this thing's already like 100% been proven to them 1,000 times without even thinking about it critically, right?
Oh yeah.
Why? Because they have a whole lifetime of pictures, right? The ISS, all the news stories, presidents of the United States like giving speeches since like well before they were born, right? JFK talking about going to the moon, Nixon's famous phone call, Barack Obama saying we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. They have all these like key points where they're talking about, when you learn about Christopher Columbus discovering the United States, right, or the Americas, again, that's reiterated there. Oh, they thought the earth was flat. They thought they would sail off. You know what I mean? So they would sail off the edge. All of these things are just little pieces of the programming. And now more modern day examples would be like Elon Musk and his SpaceX. And so you have a whole lifetime worth of just little micro nuanced stuff that's just been added to the memory banks of each person that's been half paying attention, that you have to like basically get them to dismiss all of that to even look at it, right? because they're like, well, I wouldn't even start to even entertain the thought of looking at it until I have good reason. So that would be the best place to get them, right? And be like, hey, if you're interested in learning why people believe the Earth is flat, then, right?
Okay.
You're dealing with people who don't even want to hear the conversation start in the first place. Better off just nipping it in the bud and not even just be like, yeah, if you don't want to know, that's fine. I won't even tell you, you know?
I don't have that luxury. I'm dealing with loved ones.
Yeah, well, when you're dealing with loved ones, you're going to have people that flip-flop. They want to listen. They half want to listen, right?
Yeah.
It's tough, man. It's tough. I got plenty of siblings and family members and even ex-spouses, best friends, you know, at different times in my life that I've talked to about this stuff. And you get mixed results. I mean, depends on the individual. It's a case-by-case basis, how people handle new information, how they handle this topic. You just have to be gentle in the way that you describe it to people, right? You got to know what type of learner you're talking to. That actually helps, right? That way you know how to present the information. Some people, they need to see it. They're visual learners. In order for them to comprehend something, they need to see a diagram. Some people are audio learners, right? Auditory learners. They need to hear it. They can comprehend it just if you explain yourself correctly and in a concise manner. Other people need to be hands-on, so they need to go out and do some measurements, right? So it depends on the person you're dealing with. Each one's going to be different. Yeah, I still have people in my circle that they don't want to hear it. They shut down the moment the conversation starts. And with those people, it's fine. They don't need to know, you know? They're happy living in the lie. They're happy not knowing. They don't care. To them, it doesn't matter. It's not going to help them catch a larger, you know, largemouth bass. So they don't give a crap. Not going to help them hit a 350-yard drive. Not going to help them get a new Corvette in the driveway. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
You don't care about truth, and you're not going to. They don't have a dog in the fight, right? So if they don't have a dog,
I'm never going to stop trying.
If they don't feel like they have a dog in the fight, you're just wasting your breath, and you're probably pushing them away because now they're like, oh man, the last 5 times I talked to old boy, all he wanted to do was talk about how the Earth is flat, and I could care. So I really don't want to talk to him because I know it's going to go to that, or he's going to start talking about something that I don't care about, right? So you got to it's a slippery slope, right? You don't want to push your loved ones away because, you know, you're doing what you feel is right in your heart, right? So I've had that same kind of thing. And I've experienced the other side of it too, right? Where someone calls you and all they want to talk about is their religion, or they're trying to convert you to their religion or something. It's not a comfortable conversation if you just don't want to hear it, right? You're not really like excited when you see the name on the caller ID. Oh shoot, it's them. They're going to want to tell me about how much Jesus loves me again, you know? If you're not into that kind of topic, you've heard it 1,000 times and you're not interested, you're just going to push the person away. So it's important to just plant a seed. If they're interested, they'll come back and ask you about it. I've planted seeds sometimes that took 20 years to germinate. Then I get that phone call. Hey, dude, you know, I finally looked into it. You're right. The Earth is flat. Like, oh, cool. That's awesome. You know? So that's what I'm saying. It's like, it wasn't about the flat Earth, actually. It was about a conspiracy involving the United States government. Some declassified documents I found back in the day and told people about it. They wrote me off as a conspiracy nut. Then years later, they wound up doing their research and found out I was right. 20 years later, and called me up and apologized. It's fine. 20 years later, 20 years late, the apology, but not a big deal. But that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes it takes a long time for people to be ready to hear it from you. Like, if they heard it from somebody that they trusted on a academic level, they would be more receptive, right? But it's all about how they view you, right? So
it has to come from a priest. If it doesn't come from a priest, then you don't know what you're talking about. You mentioned earlier, you're kind of right. A lot of people don't have a dog in the fight, but most of my experience has been they have a dog in the fight. If you bring up flat Earth, they want to defend the globe and tell you how stupid you are, right about up until the point where you show them how they're wrong in their thinking, and then they say, I don't care, it's not important to me. So they'll defend it until they're proven wrong, and then they find out they're very ignorant in the topic, and they just say, well, it doesn't matter to me, I still got to go to work in the morning. Even with people that I know.
Same thing. They say, even after telling them all the measurements of the globe that they have no idea about, like the radius, the circumference, the diameter, all that stuff. How much it is tilting and wobbling, how fast it's supposedly rotating, how fast it's supposedly following the sun through the Milky Way, all these motions. I say, how come I know your globe better than you do and I don't believe in it? They just, like you say, they just reject it.
Well, that's about the time they're like thinking about what they're going to eat for dinner. When you start rattling off those numbers, they're thinking about what their plans are for the weekend. Anything but what you're talking about, So don't take that to heart. They're probably not even hearing the information half the time. But the other thing is, like, they'll hear the information and then assume that, well, you're obviously not smart enough to figure out some other unknown variable that's being left out of the equation, right? So they're automatically like doing damage control for the information that's coming in if they're paying attention. So you got to remember that, like, if you're not a respected source on an academic level, they don't give a crap how intelligent you may come across or how well articulate you are, So it doesn't. It's tough, man. It's about how they know you. If you're just there, you're the guy who comes by to have some beers and have a good time, right?
Guys, do you know the radius of the Earth? It's surface.
Who's that? Who's talking?
The Earth would have to be a ball for it to have a radius. But the claimed radius of the ball that doesn't have any measurements is 3,959 miles.
It's 3,558.8 to be exact, but we usually round it up that 0.2 of a mile.
Who was asking? The individual who asked the question, do they have the courage to stand up and say, yeah, it was me that asked?
No, they just left. They had a Minions emoji. Yeah, they had a Minions profile picture.
Well, that's PL. Is it PL down there?
What's that? I don't know. Somebody just left. So whoever just left probably is the one who asked the question.
So to any of the newcomers, because I see some new people in here, the newcomers, does anybody here have any globe evidence that they'd like to put forth? Because the silence will be evidence that there is no evidence for the globe being a sphere. That's sort of redundant, but the Earth being a sphere. It turns out that the flat earthers were right all along, I guess, since there is no evidence for the Earth being a sphere. Well, there you have it. Flat earthers were right all along. That was easy.
Yeah, I usually like to reiterate at this point in time that if you don't feel comfortable miking up, you don't feel confident in your ability to have this discussion with us due to your English not being 100% reliable, you could go ahead and post your questions or globe evidence in the side chat. One of us who is not predisposed or driving and is able to look at their phone screen or computer monitor will be able to address your questions in the side chat. Thanks for being here.
Guys, why don't we talk about the moon landings and how they didn't happen? Like how we got the negative or some kind of levels in saturation and ISO and aperture all changed, and we can see the shadow of the lunar limb on the top of the studio from their studio lights projecting beneath it.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting enough topic, but it usually
You robot
because like no one really knows because nobody really knows what the moon is. It's not exactly like a great.
Yeah, but nobody knows what it is. But we know the studio they filmed it in.
We went. That's all gravy. But we don't even know what it is. We don't even know if it's a physical object or not. Right?
Oh yeah.
So, because there's so many question marks surrounding the moon itself as a luminary, it's not really productive. I mean, like, I would say the fact of the matter that we should stick to is the surface measurements. Why? Because that's what's important, right? That's what's important to the argument.
My favorite surface measurements are, I think it was from Taboo, but he said there's a frozen lake test over 20 miles, and his camera was not even 2 inches off the ice, and you could see every light he had on the ice, and they even drilled to the water to make sure it wasn't over height or propped up. Familiar with the frozen lake tests?
Yeah, that was a cool one.
Another one is how you get these people like Felix Baumgartner who went up like, I forget how many miles, but it was like 28,000 feet up and dropped for like 7 or 8, I don't know, at least 7 minutes. He's going like over 700 miles an hour. And number one, it's so much for the terminal velocity. And they say gravity's proof of terminal velocity is proof of gravity, but Felix Baumgartner threw that one out the window. And he landed right about 200 miles in the wrong direction of where the globe was spinning. So there's no Coriolis effect for that. Also, nobody feels the centrifugal force of the Earth spinning. I tried to explain it to my little brother. He said, "Yeah, but I've seen it all in animation in real time. It's so slow, we wouldn't feel it." I says, when you're really far away from somebody, like 100, like 50 feet away from somebody, and you see them spinning you on the end of a 30-foot rope, say you're just really light, they can do it, or they're just a strong person. And you're going like 50 miles an hour in a circle on a 30-foot rope. It might look like they're not spinning you that, not 30-foot rope. Let's just say, you know what I'm saying, like a long rope. It's going to look like they're not spinning you very fast, but you're going to feel the centrifugal force like nothing ever before. Like hanging onto a giant tire swing when it's spinning. You wind it up, you let it spin. So you can't escape the centrifugal force you feel on a ball that's supposedly on an elliptical orbit, speeding up and slowing down and spinning and wobbling. Every time we felt a wobble, it'd be like another twist in the centrifugal force. It'd be pulling in other directions even.
Yeah, those forces from all the different motions would definitely have to be felt. Yeah, you would. There'd be no way to protect yourself from a curved motion like that. And not only that, the effects would easily be witnessed to the gases, unless there was some type of unless there was some actual containment, and the only motion was going on outside of the containment, and the actual thing that's moving was not spinning itself. So you add the rotation to this thing in question. Yeah, it messes up the whole notion that it's just too slow for you to notice. It's like, okay. 1,000 miles an hour is 1,000 miles an hour. 500 miles an hour is 500 miles an hour. You ain't getting away from it, buddy. I don't care how big it is. Well, relative to its size, that's not that big. It's just 1 revolution per day. It's like, yeah, the whole surface of that is moving, boy. Like, your feet, every time you jump, when you go to land, it would break your ankles.
What I like to talk about is how we got the sunset, and how people say, oh, through a lens it doesn't get small. It damn sure does get smaller when it sets. Because
it depends on where you're at. Depends on where you're at, man. I mean, appearances and actual observation are two different things.
I'm talking about the actual size.
You would need to have sorry. Put it this way. Depending upon where you are, you're going to have atmospheric magnification based on humidity in the air, stuff like that, right?
Yes.
Not to mention, there's plenty of places that have a lot of tall trees and stuff. Like, once the sun gets low enough in the sky, you don't even see it. But what I've noticed is different footage from different parts of the map are. I see a huge difference, right? Like I've seen sunsets, filmed in Antarctica. I mean, not in Antarctica, in Australia, South Africa, like Chile, different parts of South America. The sun's path and how fast it moves seems to be a lot more dramatic, right? Especially in the way that it appears in the footage, right? So, I'm from North America on the East Coast, like, so when the sun sets over by us, it's like you get more of a magnified looking sun. So the sun doesn't really appear to get much smaller when it's setting, if at all. Sometimes it looks even bigger than what it did while it was overhead at like high noon. So And that changes, of course, at different parts of the year while the sun's on a different part of its circuit, right? It's running a different circuit. Now, and this is just an apparent position of the sun. But the sun appears to be coming from different angles depending upon the observer. You have two observers within a close proximity to one another, and what the sun appears to be doing seems to be unique to each observer. So it's very, very funny thing the way that the sun behaves, especially when you go ahead and compare notes and observations to what's happening on SunCalc. So Q and Fee really broke it down good with Jake the asshole. They did a good job breaking down that whole subject. It's pretty interesting stuff. But the more you look into this topic, the more questions you're going to be left with at the end of the day. And that's if you're being honest with yourself, you know? So, and that's good. It's fine to not know things that aren't knowable. Huh? What's up?
What about that point where the sun's overhead? Does that change too?
What do you mean? They
call it something like the solar hotspot. Yeah.
Oh.
Where the shadows are kind of like.
Oh, like you're talking about. Oh, okay. You're talking about
some
like
solar point.
The crepuscular rays, like shining off of that point, and then if the sun's directly overhead, you have no shadow because it's like right above you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You're talking about angle measurements to the apparent sun's position. You'd be able to try and figure that out based on if the sun was close or far away. See, the problem with trying to figure it out, you'd have to know how big the sun is, right?
Yeah.
To try and quantify any of that positioning. But there's plenty of people that think they could do it based on the light angles. And I would venture to gather that there's too much margin for error, right? But some people claim that they figured out that the sun's a certain distance away, claim that it's like 3,000 something miles away. But yeah, I wouldn't hang my hat on it, you know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say, oh yeah, that's good. That's good data. We could trust it 100%.
Have you seen
Not
how
for a second would I say something like that. Huh?
Have you seen how different the sun looks from like high altitude balloons?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Seen some of the high altitude balloon footage. There's a lot of it.
Is it just me, or does it look like? Is it just me, or does it look like the sun's like more alive? Like it's got little.
I think it'd be cool to see it with like a solar filter, you know.
Okay.
Feel like there's a lot of cool like high altitude balloon stuff that could be done that hasn't been done yet. So yeah, it'd be neat. But
it'd be really neat is if they just let us put a better antenna on our quadcopters and soup it up with battery capacity and send it up there. Wait, when do helicopters give out? Like how high do you fly a quadcopter?
They need air pressure.
I know.
They need something to push off of. So the thinner the air gets, the less their capability to keep moving upward. And you have pressure fluctuations the higher you get up there, which is the reason why you experience all that turbulence. There's several causations behind this stuff of what would change atmospheric pressure, why there'd be pockets of like different atmospheric pressure in certain areas. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of variables to take into consideration. Yeah, that stuff causes turbulence, and if you get too much of a flux, like an area that has different pressure in it while you're flying at these high speeds. The plane can drop so dramatically, something gets damaged in the process, and that's what causes, some plane crashes anyway.
Yeah. Tell you what, every time I've been flying, I got my bubble level. I got my rosary because I had turbulence one time and it shook a little bit. Not like the movies, but like maybe 5% of the movies turbulence. I was scared. I was like, "Oh, this is the end."
No, I've had some serious turbulence with certain flights. Yeah, I was flying every weekend for work a couple of years ago. Well, probably like 8 years ago. I did that for at least 2 years. I was flying across the country once a week. That wasn't fun. I hate the airport.
What happened to the airport? I heard it was like you, even if you take off your belt, they still pat you down.
I'd rather get patted down than have to go through radiation treatment every time I go.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they like x-ray your whole body if you don't elect to not do it.
Talk about the machine where they scan your whole body when you walk through it?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate those things. I mean, feel bad.
You have to ask to be on a specific line to get patted down to not have to go through that thing. And even if they see something they don't want, they'll pat you down anyway. But usually they make you wait a little bit longer, and it's already such a process to get through TSA. It's not even funny.
Well, I know you guys probably feel the same way too, but I prefer not be treated like a criminal when I want to go to Denver. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Gee whiz. Yeah, I was about to say
you could thank the Patriot Act and the Homeland Security Act for that. Thank our trusted representatives that threw us all under the bus back then.
I think those people that put in those
that's United States folks. Yeah, that's just for us United States folks anyway.
I think those people that put in those radiation machines, the Zappia, I think they get a penchant because at the jail where my brother was, I had to walk through it every time I wanted to visit him upstairs, and they'd always say, "Come this way, I got your ID. Come this way, I got your ID. You left it down here because you had to give them your ID, And I'd always go through the side door. I was way out of the way because I wasn't walking through that machine twice a day. But yeah, I think they get a pension because she's always emphasizing you go back through the machine, like, oh, you like trying to make me feel weird about it, like not wanting to go through it. What do you think? Do you think to get paid for every person that they get through that machine? And like how COVID get there?
Well, it depends. It might just be a metal detector that you were going through in that one. So you got metal detector. The difference between metal detector and like a freaking X-ray.
Oh.
Yeah, the one at the airport's an X-ray. Not saying that the one at the incarceration center that your brother was in was not an X-ray, but I'm pretty sure they don't have those at those facilities for if it's just like a not maximum security or something like that.
Well, I am in California, so they probably have it.
If it's just a county place, it's probably just a metal detector, dude. It's like a county holding facility or something.
Okay.
Yeah, most likely just a metal detector. But yeah, at the TSA though, yeah, that's a straight up X-ray.
How about the dentist when they stick your head in that X-ray machine?
Oh, the people who work there long periods of time, like work around those machines, yeah, they oftentimes have health problems.
I'm saying there's a machine that X-rays your whole
It's a coincidence, though. It's just a coincidence. Nothing to see here. Wow, man, how many people just joined? It sounded like.
What's up, boys?
Sounded like something out of Super Mario Brothers. What's going on? Who are we talking to today?
What's up, boys? I'm back. How we doing?
How is it? Is that Stormzy?
Yeah, that's
Welcome
me,
back,
man.
Stormzy.
How are you?
You know, living the dream, man.
Nice.
How's life on the other side of the pond?
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. I'm actually I'm in Thailand right now. I'm on holiday. But yeah, it's nice.
Watch out for the dudes in disguise, bro.
Oh, I'm watching out. I've got my eye on them. I've almost been tricked. So now I'm extra paranoid.
Hey, you said, you know, it goes with the territory. You got to know where you're at, right?
Of course.
When you're in the middle, when you're in the middle of a frozen land, you're not worried about snakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you gotta watch out. Yeah. Because some of the girls over here are about as fake as the globe, innit?
Things happen for a reason.
What was that?
Hey, Randy. You're good.
I guess someone's got their own soundboard.
I think so.
So,
are we sure it's like flat? What if it's another shape?
Any new questions?
Yeah.
Flat is not a shape. It's a surface. It's a surface description.
Yeah. What if it's what if it's like a really big cube, and on each side we've got like a different environment? Wouldn't that be crazy?
I mean, you can speculate all you want and ask all the speculative questions you want. It's not going to get you any closer to understanding what's going on. You know, I call those fruitless endeavors.
Yeah.
Fruitless thought experiments. Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, I mean, once you come to realize the Earth has no consistent, measurable, exponential curvature from your position, you could just move on with your life knowing that it's not a sphere that you're treading upon, like flying over, right?
Yeah.
Sailing over, right? I mean, it doesn't really change much than that. You don't buy into the BS, right? But
yeah,
you're not going to be trusting your educators as much as you did beforehand.
Yeah, but like, I really want to know
a few things.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to know the truth, innit? Fuck.
Well, I mean, to what end? Right?
No, like,
would knowing how big it is, like how far it goes off, right? If it didn't change, like, all right, so put it this way: if beyond where the mapping has, stopped, right? Beyond the known map, everywhere beyond the known map is too cold to survive, right? Let's just say. Just throw another hypothetical out there.
Uh-huh.
What's the point of knowing how much further out you can go? I mean,
like, I don't know.
And
it's one of those like.
And if you keep going high enough, there's a solid barrier that you hit, right? And if somehow you could break through that barrier, there was a bunch of water up there, right? So if you did break through, you'd flood the place out. What difference would it make to you down on the ground? You're like, all right, well, at least we know not to do that because there's a bunch of water up there. And at least we know not to go out further beyond this point because it's super freaking cold. And you die trying to keep going. So if you break through, you're flooding the place out. If you go too far, you're freezing to death. If that was like what it took you your whole life to find out, would you be satisfied? Or would you be like, dude, I wish I would have just stayed at home and enjoyed my grandkids?
Yeah. You're right. Do we think, like, what about the stars on that? Because obviously, like, we've never been to space and we've never seen them up close. But, like, what are the stars? Like, do we know that those are what they say they are?
No, we know they're not what they say they are.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no evidence for gravity, number one, so there's no evidence for mass attracting mass. There's no evidence for the bending and warping of space-time, right? So you can't say that at some point, like, gas just starts, hey, let's all get together and make a giant ball until we're so massive that we just combust into nuclear fusion. And, you know, now we get our fission or whatever, and now we have this, like, this just burning thing that just burns forever. It doesn't ever get any smaller. Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of it was made up on some type of whim.
Yeah, you're right.
Even just the idea of the conditions of outer space is just like something that can't be confirmed, you know what I mean? And if you tried to confirm it, you drive yourself crazy because you wouldn't be able to. So it'd be like a lifelong, never achieved task, right? Probably give up.
Yeah.
If you tried to do it on your own. Yeah.
Do you think Trump knows? Do you think Trump knows the truth?
What? He knows something. Trump knows something. I don't. Who knows what he knows? I think Trump knows what he knows. I mean, do I think he knows if the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
I would venture to gather, but I mean, I would just be speculating. I do think that people at that level, I think they all know. That's just me personally, but that's just my personal belief. Yeah.
Do you think like all the world leaders know, or just like a select few?
Yeah, I think they know. I don't think they get into positions of power without, being in on it. That's just my personal belief, my personal speculation. But I don't speak on behalf of 24/7 when I give you my personal, honest beliefs. But I mean, it doesn't matter what I believe.
If they've listened to us, they know.
Yeah, right.
Fair enough.
I mean, if they've been outside and had a look, then they know.
Yeah. Do you think there's like a room of like, I don't know, like 7 guys all around a table and they're like making decisions for the whole world? Like they're discussing how they're going to keep the secrets. Do you think that's plausible?
I would say it's probably more than 7 people. And I mean, who knows if it's like a royal blood type line or something, but I definitely think there's an elite that have some really, really insane, insane weaponry and stuff and technology at their fingertips. things that are well beyond like what people can even speculate about. But yeah.
If you're looking for things like that are interesting, sorry, John. If you're looking for interesting things like that to look up, look up the Council of 300, look up the 13 families. I mean, there's obviously very wealthy people and very powerful people that, it would be stupid for me to say what it is that they control, other than probably banking. Pretty much the entire world is controlled by banking. So the people who own the central banks, the people that are ultimately deciding what happens in each nation, state, corporation, that they essentially run and own. So, nobody actually here is a citizen of any kind of jurisdiction as far as an independent sovereign nation. That doesn't exist anymore. Everybody is a citizen of a corporation, meaning you're sort of like a quasi-employee/prisoner/cow. You're like livestock. And you're involved in a contract with a central bank of some kind, and that bank is owned by somebody who doesn't probably live on the soil that you live on. So that's how the nations are arranged right now. And that's the thing, like earlier you were saying, you want to know what the shape of the place is, and it's like, yeah, I understand that, but probably what's more important is, are you a slave? And the answer would be yes. Now, do you care more about what the earth is shaped like, or the fact that you're a slave? And who are you a slave to?
Oh shit! I never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got to start asking the important questions, innit? You're right.
One of the questions that we get most often is, why would they lie? Right? People always want to know. I mean, that's a natural. It's a very reasonable question to ask. Okay, if somebody is lying, why would they do so? And after a while, when you see that money is more of a means to an end, more of like the means of control rather than the incentive that the people are after, the thing that makes them want to lie to get more money. It's like, well, what's the money for? Well, the money is the tool or the vehicle of control. So why are people trying to control us using every method possible, to bankrupt people? They work for the money, then it gets stolen from them. And they're told a bunch of BS about where they live. Why are they doing that?
Yeah, what are they hiding?
I'm not sure if it's about hiding anything. I don't think what they're attempting, like when people say, what are they hiding? I don't think what it is they're attempting to hide can be hidden. Like there are certain things about reality that are self-evident. And those are the base truths that I think people need to find. But if they're content to be a slave, if they're content with the fairy tale that they've been given about all myriad of things, religious institutions, cosmology, money, you name it, family life, whatever, your own identity, if they're content to live in a paradigm that for the most part is based on reification or not even reality itself, just a story, then they're not going to want to know about what the truth is. They would rather live in ignorance than know the truth.
Yeah, shit. I'll be real. Ever since I heard the cornflakes thing, like, I've been paranoid. I've been a bit paranoid.
Nah. I don't even know the cornflakes thing, but
oh yeah, there was this guy. I think his name was AI.
It was AI Overlord. AI Overlord told him to look up cornflakes.
And I'm scared.
What did he tell you to search cornflakes and what else?
Yeah, he asked me to search in ChatGPT what's the relationship between cornflakes and penis, like, and I asked ChatGPT that, and then what I read just scarred me a bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah, the first thing I did was I ate all the cornflakes in my house, so there wouldn't be any left for me to eat in the future. So yeah, I won't be buying any more cornflakes, boys. I guarantee you that.
Well, at least you didn't waste it. You know, you thought about the people who have nothing to eat.
Yeah, exactly.
What else they put in cornflakes? What else they put in cornflakes?
I can't hear.
All right, so I was saying what's in cornflakes is graphite, graphene, oxide. I don't know. It's graphene. It's magnetic, highly conductive metal, and it's magnetized in the sharp dimension of the shape. So they're shaped like little splinters, and they're sharp and pointy in the direction they're pulled in with a magnet. So it makes me really scared to get in one of those magnets. You know, those surround. I think it's a CAT scan or something like that. I don't know.
Oh my God, you're scaring me. You're scaring me, Joaquin. I can't go back. But the genuine.
Well, listen, all the flake cereal I tested, even Special K, has graphene. Which is you blend it up in a blender with a bunch of water, make it real watery, and then you put it in a bag, and you get your neodymium magnet. You put it on the outside of the bag, you swoosh it around, and then you dump everything out and rinse it out real gentle, while keeping the magnet on the bag. And then you can see the graphene oxide in it. All the magnetic metal is just right there in the bag.
Oh my God! And what happens when you eat that? Turn into like Iron Man or something. I wouldn't even want to know. But yeah, I'll stick to Weetabix. No cornflakes for me.
You know, if you got chickens running around, you kill it, you got free chicken. If you don't kill it, eggs come out. The more you know.
Yeah. You're right. So
we have Lauren in the house, or did she dip? Lauren, welcome.
Hello, Lauren. Looking.
Lauren is shy.
Yeah. Boys, someone tell me something crazy. I want to have my mind blown. What's something crazy I don't know yet? What was that? I heard that.
That's our soundboard.
The astronauts left 98 bags of Dookie on the moon.
But I swear they never went to the moon.
Allegedly.
Okay. Fair enough.
Hey, something cool you can do. Let your car sit outside for about 5 days. Like clean the windshield really good on the outside, then park it for 5 days. Then take a razor blade and scrape all the stuff off the windshield and put it on a white piece of paper, and then take a magnet and run it across, and that'll blow your mind.
Really? Well, what will happen?
Well, it's just like I scraped off like a gram worth of just, I don't know what it is, but it's magnetized. It all sticks to my magnet, and I've done it time and time again. Don't matter time of year or anything. Then just recently we had some rain, and it like all over the hood of my Hellcat is like acid rain. All our stuff that was outside. So I don't know what that was all about, but the magnet trick with the windshield, you scrape it off with a razor blade. It's scary. that's all in our soil, like in our everything. Like it's fucking nuts, and people don't rebel against this shit. Like we all need to come together and start shooting planes out of the air or whatever. Like figure something out, because it's killing us.
Yeah. So you're quite the magnet expert then.
Not really. I'm just a dumb, blue-collar, hard-working redneck that just tried a simple experiment. It's pretty brainless.
No, because I've seen like those guys on YouTube and that, like magnet fishing, and like they find crazy stuff. But yeah, like that's a whole different thing. Like you're doing experiments with them and that. That's sick.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing. This is just seeing what's in our air. I'm going to try to maybe send some samples out to a company and see exactly what's all in it. But whatever the most part of it, like 95 to 99% of it is what I scrape off the windshield is magnetized.
Oh shit, that's crazy. Is it true that you can make a sword out of your own blood? Because there's iron. I saw that online somewhere. What do you guys think?
So Home Depot calling that guy?
Huh?
So about the topic of the room, Stormzy, what do you think about the shape of the Earth? You think it's a globe?
I'd say it's flat, to be honest.
So you reject the notion that it's a globe?
Yeah, innit? Like after being in here a few times over the last few days, I'd say, yeah, I believe you guys. You guys make a lot of sense. Bring up some good points. Yeah.
And what have you looked at so far? I mean, at least that's something that's convincing.
I saw this 2-hour-long video on YouTube where they were like doing this experiment with a laser over a lake, and it's like, yeah, like obviously that wouldn't have worked if there was a curve. And also they're like talking about how planes stuff would work. Oh, I didn't really understand that very much because I'm not too good at maths and it was a lot of numbers. But yeah. And also, when I go outside, like I see there's no curve in it. Like I see it's just flat. So,
guys,
yeah.
Guys, the Earth is not flat, okay?
Yeah, it's a horizontal plane. It definitely is a horizontal plane.
No, the Earth it's like a cup, okay?
It's a cup.
Yeah, a cup of cereal.
Oh,
yeah, of course, it's something. It sounds like you're coming from a ridiculous point because you don't want to actually face the fact that you don't know that it's a globe. I'm thinking that's you're masking the fact you don't know.
Shut up, you stupid faggot! Shut up, faggot!
I am astronaut, okay? I work in the space, okay? I saw the Earth; it's not flat.
Yeah. See, that's what you guys sound like when you don't know the answer to if it's a globe or not.
It's not
you guys
flat.
always sound like that.
Okay, the Earth.
Let's put it this way. Let's put it. Hold on. Let's put it this way.
Fuck up, let me talk. Okay.
Okay. If you're able to articulate your point, yeah, that's fine.
It's in the Bible, you AV, you faggot fuck.
Yeah, Adam. See, the problem is you don't know that it's a globe, so you're lashing out. You're angry, and you don't know how to articulate a point intellectually. You don't know how to do that. So you just lash out. This is all you're good for. It's kind of crazy, right? That's all you're good for.
You don't have a point. You don't have nothing. Okay, the only thing you say is the Earth is flat. Okay, give me the point. Okay, give me the point. The Earth is flat, and I'll give you one something. The Earth it's round. Okay.
Excellent. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. The physics of water demonstrate that the Earth is a horizontal plane because.
Nigga, do you think I understand physics?
Are you gonna let me tell you? Are you gonna let me finish?
I don't understand physics.
Are you gonna let me finish? It's simple. Just let me finish. I'll tell you.
So the physics of water demonstrates. You stupid nigga! I swear to God, if you ban me again.
So all you guys got to do is relax. Sit. So relax. I'm gonna tell you, and then you can tell me how you think it's a globe, whatever. So the water, right, is demonstrated as a horizontal plane because of the fact that hydrostatic equilibrium, right, water at rest over large surfaces will always appear as a horizontal plane. So it's flat on its surface. We understand that's the physics of water. The mechanics behind the hydrogen bonds of the water molecules that form the surface tension on the very top of the layer of the water creates a horizontal plane or a flat surface. And therefore, if you extend that surface outwardly into any length of distance, it will always be horizontal. So therefore, a lot of the surface is covered in water, and a lot of the earth is covered in water, which means flat water, flat earth. Pretty simple, basic even.
Makes sense.
Demonstrated in physics.
No. There's something called gravity, okay? Gravity makes the earth not flat.
Okay.
What are you on about?
So if you hold on, Stormzy, I got this. So if you're saying that gravity shows that makes the earth not flat, then do you have an example? Do you have an example of how we know that gravity is doing the bending of the earth?
Okay. If you take a ship, we say from India, and you want to make it to the other side, you go with a boat on the water, okay? If we say the earth is flat, the boat will not arrive.
No, that's incorrect. That's travel, it's incorrect because the travel distance between a boat, a car, or a plane is traveling over a horizontal plane. So until you're able to tell me that the boat is traveling.
Oh shit. What happened to his internet? No, he was doing so well.
David, we can't hear you at all, bro. I don't know if it's your mic or what, but you cannot be heard.
Mic check 1 2. Am I coming in?
There you go. Now you're back.
I'm back. Okay. So the boat's traveling over a horizontal plane. It's at no point traveling over a curve. Unless you guys can provide evidence of that, which I don't think any of you can. Anyone? You're welcome to. I mean, you have the floor if you're able to articulate a point of how it's curvy. Come on, guys.
Yeah, they slid out when your mic dropped off for a minute. They figured that was a good time to tuck tail and run.
Yeah, it was a mic drop moment.
Stupid globies, innit?
Nah, I mean they're just people that are confused at the moment. They're not stupid.
Fair enough.
We don't like to put people down. I mean, obviously, if they come in trolling, that's a different story. Then they do it to themselves.
I think they were trolling, to be honest.
No, I don't know, it's just people hearing this information, they get really offensive because
I heard them in the other chat because I was in the relationship VC whatever before this, and like they were they just joined and started calling people like I don't want to say it, but it's a slur for gay people that begins with F.
Oh yeah, so, of course. Yeah.
So they were trolls, I think.
That's okay.
That must be a side effect of the globe mind.
Well, when somebody doesn't have anything to say, the only thing to do is lash out. That's it.
There you go.
Like that Adam guy that was in here, just upset.
Yeah. What if I'm flat?
What?
What if I'm flat and I just don't know?
What if you're flat? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, because the Earth's flat.
What does that mean?
What the hell did you?
I don't know. What if there's something else going on that I can't see?
Then you wouldn't need to worry about it because you don't know if it's going on. that was easy.
Yeah, thank God. Fuck. AV, you're a lifesaver. You've saved me once again. Oh God.
Once again, yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
What else is going on? I don't know. What else is there that I can't see? You know what I mean? It's just like,
well, we don't need to concern ourselves with like what else you can't see. What we can tell is that we have a firm foundation for understanding the physical world. So, I mean, you get really busy on thinking like, well, what else? What other dimensions are there? What other things can I think about? Like, that's endless. Just try to firmly plant your feet down on something you can be able to say you know. Some things you know.
Yeah.
Some things you don't.
A moment like, what else are they hiding? I mean, like, I don't know who they are, but what are they hiding?
Yeah, who cares?
No.
I mean, seriously, why are we going to be concerned with what they, in quotations, are hiding? Just try to figure out what you know, what's in front of you, and have good discernment for people telling you things that are certain things that are the way they are, that they're not. So that's the thing you should be doing. Yeah, we can hear you, whoever said that.
Yeah.
Hello?
How do I get that flat name tag, by the way? Like, you guys have all got flat after your name. How do I get that?
Yeah, just go to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And then when you go there, you can adopt the tag.
Okay, where do I find that?
If you click on my profile, DJ, then there's a link. There's a link that'll take you straight there.
Okay, let me have a look. Cheers, thank you. I found it. Adopt tag. Yes, has it worked, boys?
You're in.
Oh shit. I'm flat now. It's huge.
Yeah, good for you.
Thank you, boys. You've showed me the truth.
You got John just jumped in there. What's up, John? John Venacio. What's going on, man? How about Joaquin? Joaquin.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, man. What's going on?
I just been listening for a while. I had to take a few smoke breaks. So,
what's your
position? Really wondering.
Yeah, he's a flatty AV. He's one of the flat ones.
Amen.
Well, I see he's got the Red Bull space jump. You know, the guy Felix Baumgartner coming out of the gondola.
Did that really happen then or no?
I mean, there's big thing saying that it was a dummy falling from the sky. You know, I've heard of many different people saying that, but I mean, 120,000 feet.
How would they have anything to pull the chute with?
What?
I mean, I said I've had quadcopters that drop off, and then they don't connect until they're close enough to reconnect. Yeah, I've reconnected them before they hit the ground, but like, there's nothing like there's no like servo radio that can connect to it that'd be able to pull the parachute unless they had like a timer.
Yeah, it might be something pressure sense. I don't know. We really don't know. You'd have to look into the story or whatever, the narrative, to find out what he was using.
Another deep dive.
I mean, it might be worth a look. Might be worth a look.
Oh yeah. Might need a new gamer pick. I was gonna say does anybody touch the topic here about like what's happening in 2030?
What's happening in 2030?
Well, that's everything on Agenda 2030. The U.S. document will come to fruition by then, and one of them is the digital AI governance chip, and it's going to be tracking. It's going to be the digital carbon footprint tracker, and all of it's going to be embedded in our body, and we won't be able to buy or sell without it.
Interesting.
Yeah, boys, I've got a question.
Let's have it.
What?
So if well, obviously since the Earth's flat, how do the days and the nights work? Because like what I was taught is that like the Earth is spinning, and that like if you're on the side where the sun is while it's spinning, it's daytime, and if you're not, it's nighttime. So how does that work if it's flat? Because it's not like spinning then. Is there just like a big, I don't know, is it like more of a flashlight kind of thing where it's just moves around the sky?
The sun's moving on over the face of the earth, giving light to different locations. Then it moves away from that location and gives light somewhere else.
Really?
Yeah. It's what you see happening, right? You see the sun moving across your horizon?
Yeah.
That what you see?
Weird. Yeah. It always follows the same pattern, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it's got a yearly pattern that it follows. Then it returns back, you know.
That one. How do the seasons work then? Like, how does it?
That, I mean, I don't know if you've ever paid attention to where the sun is in the sky.
Yeah.
And if you live in the north, right? It's like in Europe or Spain or something like that. When it's wintertime for you, the sun's farther away in the sky from your location. Like it's more south, you know, it's more south, and then it moves more north when it's summertime. So obviously, sun go far away, cold. Sun get close, warm. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Seasons.
So, okay. Is that why it's always fucking cold in the UK then? We're just far away from the sun.
Well, yeah, wintertime, but I mean, you got different weather. So low and high pressure also causes, you know, temperature change. So you'd have different pressures.
Yeah.
Welcome to all new people. If you have any questions for the discussion of the room, you can chime in. We got Alaya. Welcome. Who's that cabbage dog? Cabbage dog? Alex, welcome.
If it's moving around in the sky,
yeah,
wouldn't it never disappear? Surely it would just get farther and farther away, and then it would like smaller. No.
It depends on the humidity. Also causes a lensing effect, where it makes it look like the sun gets bigger and smaller. I mean, it just depends. Drier climates can see a sun that gets smaller down to a pinprick. Like some people reported to say in like some dry climates.
Yeah, but what I mean is like at night, like it just completely goes away, right? But if it's moving above the earth, surely we'd always be able to see it. No, like it would just get smaller. No,
there's convergence that happens with the eye line. So if you're looking straight on, everything that moves away from your position converges off into the distance to the, I guess you could say the midpoint of your vision, but it's not necessarily that, because I mean if you raise an elevation you can see a small drop, but so it would just be off in the distance if you could see horizontally across the surface. Things converge to that. that point, to a vanishing point.
Okay. Oh, is that why, like, when ships get far enough away, and since it's flat, like, they just get smaller and smaller until they disappear?
Yeah, exactly that. And in some instances, they over with enough distance, they can appear to have some type of optical effects, which you can ascribe to, like, looming, towering, stooping, these type of superior miraging effects. So, but yeah, essentially, if something moves away from you, it appears to get smaller. Generally, right? There's some very rare times where you can see something that's actually enlarged, and as you get closer, it gets smaller. There's been some instances of that happening. So,
yeah. Wow, the stars must be like super fucking big then, because they're like really far away, but we still see them.
Well, that's the other thing too. There's no linear distance taken from any of the things in the sky. Nobody knows any distances to them. Like, you can think about mathematical equations, but there's no real way to test to verify if they're actually a specific distance away from you.
Yeah.
There's no real way to know that.
Maybe they're not even real. Maybe it's just like an optical illusion. Our brain is just thinking that. Who knows?
Well, whatever they are, we don't know from being down here. We can't test. So they do appear to be lights in the sky, though.
Yeah. What if there's like a city in the sky that we can't access yet?
Yeah, but I mean, why would you think of that when you don't need to, right?
You're right, but I don't know. I'm trying to. I want to discover. I want to be like.
You're not discovering anything by making things up. You're just confusing yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, but if I hypothesize, that's like the first step to finding the answer, isn't it?
No, it's not. Going there is finding the answer.
Yeah, but like the first one would be like to make the hypothesis, isn't it? Scientific
No, it's not.
method.
No, it's not. Who cares? Who cares what you think it is? Because by the time you get there, you're gonna be like, "Oh, my hypothesis is incorrect." So it doesn't really matter. You have to actually test and verify. So you're not doing anything by just imagining what you think you're imagining. It's not gonna help you.
Fair. And I'm just exploring theories in it.
Yeah, but you're just imagining too. Like, everybody has an imagination. That's not exploring. That's not exploring theories. That's just you imagining the thing could be something that you're thinking it is,
Yeah.
He's been in here trying to get us to say the weird things.
Yeah, I know. He's provoking.
That's all he's been doing. He just wants somebody to say the weird thing.
He's provoking. He's fishing. Stormzy, you're fishing for some gullible person to be like, "Oh yeah, I think you're correct. It could be what you say it is," and then you're like, "See, well, I'm a flat earther just like you," and you're trying to make the position ridiculous. You're not. Your attempt at doing that is feeble at best, and it will never accomplish its goal. Not in this room. Maybe in another flat earth room, you'll accomplish that goal. Not here, ever.
What? I don't know what I'm being accused of.
You're being accused of somebody that keeps provoking a conversation that gets people to make it sound like flat earthers are ridiculous because you're imagining a city in the sky, and somebody's going to chime in and say, "Yeah, I think you're right. It could be a city in the sky." And then everybody's going to be like, "Oh, well, look at how flat earthers are talking." So you're not ever going to accomplish the goal of somebody going to indulge you and say that. We're just going to look at you and be like, "Dude, you're strange. Why are you saying that?" Like what I'm doing.
Right. 24/7 isn't that way, man. So if you want the weird thing, go to another saloon.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be real. I didn't 100% understand that. But,
well, yeah, it's a reality check, right? You have to know where you're at. You're not situationally aware, or you're trolling. One of the two. But I think it's you're trolling so that you can see if somebody's going to say the ridiculous thing, and then everybody's going to point and laugh at the dumb flat earthers. So
I mean,
can't do it. Not going to happen here.
Not really. I was just asking questions, mate. I'll be real with you. I don't know. Like, for me, you just like come out of nowhere there. I don't know. I've just been in here like the last 3 days, just asking like real questions. And I don't know. That wasn't.
I don't know. And I've been telling you, like,
you think I've got like
nothing,
some malicious?
Yeah, there's nothing really. Stormzy, you're not going to accomplish anything by just imagining there's a city in the sky. That's not going to help you in any real way.
say I would, mate. I don't know. You just come out of nowhere and just attack me, man. I don't know.
Yeah, really.
No, it's not out of nowhere. Because in the last 5 to 10 minutes, you've been asking stupid-ass troll questions. So it's not out of nowhere. You're giving hardcore troll vibes. So maybe come back to reality.
What question have I really asked that was trolling? I just asked how.
I wonder if there's a city in the sky. That's a stupid-ass trolly question.
Yeah.
I mean,
definitely
it wasn't a question. I just said, I wonder. That wasn't a question. If you want to get.
Yeah, you're wondering if there's a city in the sky, dude. That's a question. You're wondering.
Yeah, and there's like the 20th weird thing you brought up that you wanted somebody to agree with you on and amplify.
No. What I asked was, how do the days work?
Oh, yes,
I've been asking real
yes.
I don't know. You guys are.
He thinks he's cloaked.
You sound like Hook from Peter Pan.
He thinks he's cloaked, dude. Like, nobody sees me. Nobody's seeing me. Like, do we all see you, man? Like,
boys, calm
down. Look at you, Peter Pan.
I think we should all calm down. I think we're getting a bit.
Everybody is calm. We're all calm, brother. Okay, so what do you mean by how does the day work? What do you mean by that?
No, I just asked that before. I got an answer to it, but I don't understand how that was like a trolley question. Like
that wasn't the trolley. Like
that
wasn't the trolley
Sorry, I
question.
just asked you a question and you didn't answer it. I said, what do you mean by that? How does the day work?
I said, obviously, because if the sun, if the Earth is flat, I asked because obviously I was taught that like the Earth is spinning and that if you're on the side where the sun is, you're in the day.
Okay, so it's because the sun is just as you see it. The sun moves.
Yeah, I got that.
And it only illuminates. And it only illuminates locally.
Yeah. No, I was just asking before.
And I'm just telling you. So, I mean, you see the sun appear to go down, right? But if, like, you were standing on the street and you had a long row, right, going up into the distance, 100-foot streetlights or telephone poles, they would appear to go. They would also appear to go down, right? The tops of the poles would get lower and lower and lower in your vision, but they're not actually going down.
Yeah.
Right, like perspective drawing, right? You draw things that go out in the distance. So the sun appears to go down, but it doesn't actually go down.
Yeah.
I think he's actually absorbing that with the yes, but I don't think he is. It's just glancing up at him.
Understood.
It's glancing up at him.
No, but you guys answered it before as well. So
that's what I'm saying. That's because we answered it before, and you're still asking the same question. So it's glancing.
I didn't ask the question again, though.
Hey, guys, just real quick, let me just give you guys a quick background. This is Stormzy's, I think, third time in the room. I forget who he spoke to the first day, but he came in totally clueless, asking some questions, and after his first discussion, he came back after, I think, a week later, which was like, I think 3 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves. And so now he's back again today. And so he's asking some weird questions today, but he doesn't quite know the forum yet, but I'm glad he's got all of the best people here to clear up some things for him and put him in check when he's getting a little too out in space.
I'm sorry. You guys thought, like I was trying to. I'm not sure what the word was. Fish or something. That's not the intention. I promise.
Okay, so let me give you some background, right? So our position, which isn't really, it's absurd really to have a contrary position, quite honestly, that everything is exactly the way you see it. And that it's not an optical illusion. We see the sun move because it's moving, not because the Earth's moving. We see the Earth looks flat because it is flat, not because it's a giant ball too big to see. Things are just the way they are, just the way you see and experience them. They're not something else. Crazy, huh? It's fucking so crazy.
Makes sense to me.
That's my work.
Just might work, man. See, we actually have the sane position, the non-delusional position. The position is of the globe is everything, like all its major claims. You can't experience them. You can't prove them. You can't demonstrate them. All you can do is like look and imagine or assume they exist or some other thing, right? Right? I mean, I've heard 100 times, right? So look at the ocean. Well, it just looks flat. It's not actually flat. That's actually curving. Like, okay, cool story, bro. You got any evidence of that? Well, it's too big to measure that curve. You got to trust me, bro. Sky's not moving. You're moving. Okay, you got any measurements of that? Trust me, bro. The things in the sky are moving in. That's an absolute vacuum. Or near absolute vacuum. Well, how are we breathing right now? Well, magic holds down the gas and creates gas pressure without heating it up or without any freaking other thing that happens when you do work to a gas. Just trust me, bro. That's the goal position.
Yeah.
In a nutshell. It's a crazy position when you actually think about it.
Yeah, what like when you
but
really think about
but they get you when you're a kid, dude. They get you when you're 5 or 4, right? And and you want to trust adults, and they say some things, and the same thing happened to your parents. They were presented this when they were a little kid. You want to hear something crazy? You might think this is crazy. So the first children's picture book, it's called Orbis Pictus. Okay, it was published in the 1600s. It's the very first one ever published. So think about it. It's for children. It's a children's picture book. It's the only first one ever published by humanity. Okay, so there was the edition started with one of the images that was labeled the soul. Right? But the current references don't know what it was a picture of and what it depicted. Then they changed that thing, the soul. They changed the image to an eye. Okay, fine. And then the later editions deleted the eye and changed heaven to the heliocentric model. So this little brainwashing of children has been going on quite a long time.
Is there some kind of documentary or a media that you can recommend watching about this?
You can read the book. It's right in the beginning of the book, right? So I'll post it in the chat, called Orbis Pictus. And so this is like a later edition published in the 1800s, and they go through like what was in the previous editions.
Oh, really? That's cool. Okay.
You got Lucky Star that just joined the chat. What's up, Lucky Star?
You can be my lucky star.
Oh, hell no. You got about 20 demerits for that.
Reminds me of Bullet Tooth Tony in the movie Snatch.
Plus, a lot of people wouldn't know what you were singing anyway.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, good old Madonna.
So I posted in the chat. It's funny because the author preface says it was the first picture book ever made for children, and it was for a century the most popular textbook in Europe.
All right, I'm going to change the title of the event, something a little more luring than Flat Earth 101. Any suggestions?
Two world famous flat earthers answer your questions. What do you think, TJ? Two world famous flat earthers answer your questions.
I can put that in, that's fine.
All right. Don't let us down, Indio and AV. You guys are in the limelight tonight.
Come on, man. I'm trying to be infamous, not famous. Cult members are standing. Cult leaders are standing by to mute you. Yeah, boy. Now, does this text chat delete like the other in the others?
No.
VC. Okay, cool.
Maybe sometimes, but I've not seen it happen.
Yeah, I haven't seen it happen ever. I've been able to scroll back. It'll always just load more messages.
I'm grabbing that Charlie video. Me cooking Charlie.
Yeah, man. He was squirming in real time. I love that. That was a great clip for New Perspective to pull that out. That was good.
I know. I'm kind of proud of myself, man. That was some good shit right there. But I mean, like, it's like, how can I give myself credit when he's just a lying piece of shit? Like, you know what I mean? That's really like he destroyed himself, and I just happened to be there to rub it in.
Yeah, it's like Mike teed it up. He hung himself. He just knocked him out the park. It was like the perfect storm.
Baby, you know that that lawful money stuff I was talking about earlier? I actually still have some of the PDFs. I found them. Yeah, one from 38. So it's after they did the emergency bank thing where they made it unlawful to pay in gold. So it's actually, I skimmed it. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So these are like lawyer evaluation. Need a note, and they say Congress intentionally left it nebulous.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah, that's what I said. But now this guy, I'm reading like what he wrote in 1938, and he's saying the exact same thing I said.
So he concurred. Well, actually, you concur with him.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we could ask everybody in this chat what lawful money is, and I guarantee no one knows. Dude, I researched it, and I don't even think I know. I know what it was. I don't know what it is now.
Even if the answer was coinage, they're going to be doing away with that soon. So then after that, try to define it.
So this guy, whose paper I have, his name is Ira Brown Cross. He was an economist, a labor economist, whatever that is. And he was a professor at Stanford in the University of California, Berkeley, becoming full professor in 1919. But he's best known for teaching money and banking courses at Berkeley through his retirement in 1951. Hey, Noel, you got any questions? Comments?
Not really. So I just got one question, if you don't mind.
You don't have any questions?
Well, I said I have a question, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
So the Earth is a flat, like what?
What do you mean flat like what? Flat like flat? Flat is just the description
when we
what
say
the surface. Flat's just a description of the surface, right?
so is it flat? Like it's not like when we say the Earth is round, it's like a circle, right? So when we say it's
Yeah, they mean round like a sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Say round.
But we're not saying Earth
like
is
that
any. Yeah, we're not saying. Well, no, we're not saying it's any shape. We're just saying, hey, from what we can tell, when we go out and measure the Earth, that water is flat and level, right? And since technically the surface of the Earth is covered in water, if the water is flat and level, then the Earth can't be a ball by necessity.
Interesting. Thanks for that answer.
Yeah. So, I mean, we call it the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, but they're not really separated, are they? They're not divided into anything. There's really only one ocean.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so if that ocean is flat, which it seems to measure to be flat, then the Earth can't be a ball just by a logical necessity. Can't have a mostly flat ball.
Yeah, so I appreciate for the answer.
So if we go out, like, and this has been done, like, go try to measure to see if the water has, a curve to it, or if it actually is flat. You take a laser and, like, shine a laser over it, and then you measure the height of the laser over the water. You can't measure any change in the distance of the laser from the water, right? So start at, like, 2 meters off the water, shine the laser across 40 kilometers, and then measure at the other end. That laser should be way up in the air, like 127 meters. But when you actually do this, it's only like 1.5 meters off the water. So it's basically the same height that you started. right, off the water. You just measure it. You just measure how high is this water above the, how high is this laser above the water? Take out the tape measure, measure it. Go to the other side. How high is this laser off the water? Take out the tape measure, measure it. If it's the same height off the water, then the water's flat. It's pretty simple. You're just measuring it directly. Yeah. We're not relying on a television to tell us what to think, or a screen, or a book, or whatever. Like, to be honest with you, completely honest, is that Flat Earth is not in this voice chat. It is not on the internet. It's not on a computer. It's not on a television screen. It's outside in the physical and natural world. That's where it is. It's not in here.
So how can I imagine this flat Earth?
I mean, that's how you observe it to be. Everybody you know, everybody they know, have never seen the Earth as a ball. They've never seen curving water. There's just some people that say, yeah, that's the way it is. And like, cool. You can say that. Say whatever you want. It's a free country. That doesn't make it true. What would make it true is to measure it to be that way.
Yep, correct. Need to measure to be good, to be true.
I mean, our logic, as far as like this topic is, it's pretty flawless logic. You can't even debate like the logical consequences of what I'm saying. They're not debatable. They're deductively true or objectively true, and we can figure out whether they're objectively true simply using deductive logic. Okay? That if the surface of the Earth is not flat, it's not a ball. That's true. You know how we know? Property of a sphere is that it is equidistant from a center. So if the Earth is flat, a line can't be equidistant to a single point. Okay? But a sphere can be equidistant, like the surface of a sphere can be equidistant from a single point. Okay? So if you measure it, that it's a line, can't be a sphere. Anybody else? Step right up. Look, if you're like timid, probably a too complicated word. If you're shy because you don't think you speak English good enough. Look, we've dealt with people that don't speak English, at least I have for a long time. So don't be embarrassed by your English. I'm not going to think anything of you. I only speak one language. The fact you're even trying to learn two languages makes you superior to me, at least in that regard. So, you know, don't be embarrassed. Speak up, man. Stick your toe in the water, man. The water's warm, man, and it's flat. Sporadic. Did you see that I just posted that link in the chat with the screenshot of that part? All right, cool. Like I found that, I was like, what the hell is this? Like, I was totally unexpected. I wasn't looking for anything like that. I was just like, Orbis Pictus, that's weird. I bet you it has something about the globe in there. Fucking lo and behold.
you kidding? We just lost our famous flat earther. Oh shit.
We lost both of them. What's going on? False advertisement.
We've got a genius in the chat. I expected having a genius in the chat that there would be, some intellectual conversation going on, some globe proof being presented, maybe. I don't know. Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Have you come to ask questions?
No.
Start.
Well, I just came here.
Yeah. We got a genius in the chat. It's too bad he's a mute.
Well, you might need one of them those things, like Stephen Hawking had.
Oh, a blonde translator.
Yeah. Do we have any gurgles, gargles, and dribbles translators? Oh, you see, in the beginning, when the universe imploded.
He was just talking about the beginning of the universe. Amazing.
Oh, that was too funny. Great impression, by the way, Kingsley. Bode, welcome. Welcome to the channel.
About supermassive black holes.
Yeah, hairy black holes. Solve the Hawking's paradox, they say. Space news.
His name was really just a typo or whatever. Somebody misheard. It's Stephen Hacking. He's always hacking up. That was it.
But that video where they were pretending to translate for him, That was unintentional comedy gold.
I hope that one day you will all get a debilitating disease like me and be able to solve the mysteries of the universe.
That was awesome.
How many of you guys shoot every day?
What's that? What'd you say?
Like target practice?
Oh, no.
Ever been hungry and shot an animal and it got away?
I've been hungry and been fishing, and the fish got off the hook close enough.
Amen.
Hey, whatever happened with that? Whatever happened with those? With those vegans that were looking for says who? Did they ever find them? There was like a group of them came in yesterday. They were looking for says who. DJ, I don't think you were here for that. It's pretty funny. They wrote a song for says who.
Oh my god.
Because he like pointed out, he's like, so you think you're morally superior? And the one kid's like, yeah. so Axel wrote a song, dude. And he posted it in the side chat, and they were looking for says who. I was just curious what happened about that. Daz was telling me something about it this morning.
Says who must have really triggered them.
There's no water to water your plants. It's gonna be hard to be vegan.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. You just got to kind of like breathe the wrong way. Yeah, I'm triggered.
I think veganism is funny to me, considering there are carnivorous plants. And the smell of fresh cut grass is a distress pheromone.
Let's not forget the name of their guest room. That about sums it up right there. We're better than you, and we know it. We're the perfect cobras.
Yeah, they can put a question mark on it all they want. Like, vegans are better? Like, as if they're acting. No, they're literally stating that they think that they're better. And I'm like, okay. And so I went in there kind of trolling. I posted a gif of a Venus flytrap eating a frog, and holy shit. Oh, the triggered was excellent.
Yeah, they're better at dying. Too much.
I'm like, so if a plant will eat frog legs, why can't I?
That's why God gave us all the animals to eat. I was gonna say it's gonna be a lot harder to be vegan when you're maybe 2 weeks worth of food runs out of the house, when there's no power, no septic, no water, no gas. Can't buy gas at the gas station because electricity's out.
I asked them if you guys lived in one of those tribes where they rely on hunting to survive, would you eat meat? And they all agreed, yes, we would.
So just forging you can't forge all your food unless you start eating cambium bark, which nobody's done. I'll just eat bark. Yeah.
No, I only bought it up because the guy wrote a song and posted it in the side chat. I was like, wow, dude, you were not even triggered yourself. You were triggered for your homie. So Axel wrote it because Sesu started something with like one of his homies from the chat. So it's like,
did he perform the song, or is it just AI?
No, it's not AI. It's an actual song. That's why it's so terrible.
That's hilarious.
I didn't listen to it. Thank God. I just did because I have like one of those brains that doesn't forget things. So I just wanted to spare myself. But Over Fences listened to it and basically did the dirty work for me. So I think she said, imagine a 12-year-old listened to Bob Marley for the first time and couldn't string a few sentences together. It's like, okay, I think I got a good mental picture. Or a mental audio track of what it sounds like. I summed it up with like just 2 words: feelings hurt. Feelings hurt, feelings hurt. Feelings hurt, feelings hurt.
Wonder if that wolf dude is still out there putting windshields in airplanes, dropping the horizon. Those curved airplane windows up front and the small planes. He's just telling everybody, "Oh, see, the horizon is dropped." Yeah, it's like, no, just what the glass does. I've seen someone hold a glass lid for a pot up to a flat line on their wall, and it drops down, like holding the camera further enough back where they can see the sides around the lid. Curved glass, on the right. Well, I guess it's curved glass. We'll drop the horizon. Other than that, they have no proof of a globe drop off and curvature. Just rises eye level no matter how high you go.
People who live all really in here right now think they live on a spinning saw. Go ahead. Is my mic working?
Yeah, Dave. Yep. Good man.
No, Dave, it's not working, Dave. No.
Thank you, Jim. T-Dub gave me correct information. G gave me a smart ass information. Now, is there anybody else here that thinks they live? Go ahead. Don't be shy. All right. Guess I'll.
Sorry, Dave. You did break up a bit there.
There's no believers today.
No believer. Got you. I'm probably roboting, so I'll shut up.
Well, we can't get the genius to open up his mic. But I'm assuming, based on that name, if he's really genius, he's obviously a flat earther.
Guess all 19 of us are flat earthers.
Geniuses, they're not necessarily smart. Like Aladdin had a genius. He just had someone to grant him wishes. Fantasy. Those were genius. Genius will make your fantasies real.
Right. And then you've got like Rain Man.
I considered a genius. What? Sorry, T-Dub, it wasn't a. There you go. Come to the chat, if anything.
Yeah, welcome in, Dexter.
See if you can get him. Go ahead.
Yeah, what do you got for us, Dexter? You got questions, comments? Anything? Say hello. And Amar, welcome in, Amar. Thanks for joining us, new people. Don't be shy to open up your mic. We understand that this is an English learning server, so you may be your English skills, English speaking skills may not be great. We understand that, and we're not going to make fun of you or anything based on your level of English.
You're Australian. Since you're Australian, work English skills.
I learned my England back when I was a kid.
Grand question. I was do you happen to know? I could look this up. But around what time or what year was Australia considered a country instead of a penal colony?
Oh, is it 1901? Oh, you're pushing my brain now for the establishment of the Federation. The centenary of Federation. Was that 2001? DJ, I can't remember. I don't know. Our Parliament, I think, was around developed around 900. Hey, sorry, go on.
I was just curious. There was their big announcement one day. Okay, we're no longer prisoners, citizens of. Did that happen?
You broke up a bit there, but no, I don't think so. I think they all just eventually were pardoned, given plots of land, etc. I mean, yeah, some of them probably died as prisoners, but probably a few of them were eventually just served their time and then were just granted land and told to start raising a family and farming and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. Really, the closest thing to that would be the establishment of the Federation, I think, which was around the early 1900s. I think that's when sort of saw ourselves as a country and had government basically, and was no longer decisions weren't being made directly from Britain through the Queen or anything started governing ourselves basically.
I guess I could say you phone or something.
Sorry, Dave, you're breaking up a bit. I didn't catch that. Crikey's Willis in the crowd.
Jenna, what was up with that weirdo yesterday? I kept calling you a Karen in the side chat. His name, Mimi. Little Mimi.
Hi everybody, it's Stefan Molyneux from Free Domain Radio. I hope you're doing very well. This is a shout out without too much shouting to those who wrote to me in shocked and appalled squeamishness at the very idea that I would suggest that a friend of yours who supports wars and predation and debt and inflation may not actually be that good a friend, and that you should reconsider your friendships. If you're for Ron Paul and people won't vote for Ron Paul after you make reasoned, passionate, factual arguments, they may not be your friends. Well, people refer to this as emotional blackmail. Oh dear. Emotional blackmail, can you imagine? Well, let me tell you, to people who think that saving the world is a pony show, a sunshine, roses, and honey up the nose show, I will tell you that it is not. Because if you think that the problem with that video of mine was emotional blackmail, you simply do not get it. You do not understand. And I will tell you what you do not understand. You do not understand that a statist, somebody who wants government-enforced laws, regulations, rules, and brutalities to run your life, wants you thrown in jail for disagreeing with him. He wants you thrown in jail for disagreeing with him. Let's say you're against the war on drugs, like any sane and moral human being is. Let's say you're against the war on drugs. And you make your case and you lay out your arguments and you talk about the non-aggression principle and self-ownership and responsibility and humanity. And your friend says, no, I still think that the war on drugs is good and I want to support it. What he's really saying is, I want you thrown in jail for following your conscience, for doing what is right. I want men in blue costumes to come to your house, stick a gun in your face, and say, come into the windowless van with us for years. Even if you'd never touch an illegal drug. Because the war on drugs is all about funding. And if you find it objectionable that people get locked up in cages for carrying innocuous bits of vegetation, then you should be able to withdraw not just your moral, abstract, who gives a shit support, but your actual, tangible financial support to such a monstrous, monstrous attack upon humanity. So, if I'm against the war on drugs, what I want is to withdraw my funding for the war on drugs. To withdraw the money that is extracted from me at gunpoint and used to pay people to throw people in cages where they are brutalized and often raped for years. That is what it means to have a conscience, be able to act on it. To not be forced to support that which is evil. Let's say that you're against the war, or the wars, or wars in general. What does it mean to be anti-war? Does it mean that you can go around the streets and wave your little placards? Does it mean you can write on your blog that war is double plus oogie? No. Being against the war means not being forced to fund a war, not being forced to pay for the murder of innocent foreigners. That's what it means to be against the war. Are you against the horrors of the permanent underclass that has been created by government education and the welfare state? Does your conscience say that this is monstrous and evil, and it's the most destructive thing that has ever been foisted on the poor outside of the medieval goddamn plague? What does it mean to be against these predations? Does it mean that you can wave your placards and write your blog and say to people, well, I don't really think it's that good and here are the facts behind it? No. That means nothing. That means nothing. If you're a cow in an electrified paddock and you want to spray paint on your side, I don't like me paddocks, farmer doesn't care. Just stay in the goddamn fence and you can do whatever you want. The fence is your money. The fence is your obedience, which is enforced upon you, either directly with the gun to your head of taxation or indirectly with the silent pickpocket of fiat currency inflation and debt. To follow your conscience, to do what is right, means that you have to oppose being forced to pay for that which is evil. That is what the government is doing, always. It is forcing people to pay for that which they object to. Because if they didn't object to it, it would be called charity, for Christ's sake. The government is all about forcing people to act against their conscience. The United Way is a charity. They do not force you to support them. The government forces people to support its activities because it is directly what they do not want to do. And generally, it is because they do not want to do it morally. The government is ethics rape in perpetuity. So when your friends say to you, I want so-and-so to be in power, I want so-and-so to be in power, I'm in favor of the war, I'm in favor of the war to drugs, I'm in favor of government education, I'm in favor of welfare, social security, national debts, you name it. What they are saying to you, to your face, is, if you follow your conscience, if you do what is right, I want you thrown in a cage for years for tax evasion. If you act upon your conscience and cease to support that which is morally repugnant to you and destructive to the lives, literally, of millions of people, if you act on that which is right, I want you kidnapped and thrown in jail for years. That is the ring of statists who are all around you. And that is what they are saying to you. Follow your conscience, go to jail. And I like that. And I want that. And if you resist that, you are a bad person who must be double-thrown in jail. That is the matrix, the statrix, right? Do what is right, go to jail. That is what your friends, your family, your companions, your co-workers, that is what they want. That is what they want, even when you spell it out, even when you explain it, even when you show them the facts, even when you give them the basic arguments, even when you show them the gun in the room. They want you hauled away in a fucking burlap sack and thrown in a cage.
Is it a
for following your conscience, for the mere act of disagreeing with them, about the value and virtue of certain ways of doing things in society. So you are ringed by weapons. And you are ringed by people whose words praise and arm and take the safety off those weapons. You are ringed by the snipers of statism. And those who support you being thrown in jail for following your conscience. That is the stakes that we're at. You're ringed by weapons. And you say to people, put down the weapons. Let's reason about this. Put down the weapons.
What were you saying?
Hello, bro.
What's up?
Good, going on. What about you?
Oh, Mr. Chu. What's going on?
Yes.
Yeah, what can I do for you, bud? What brings you into the room today? Is it the event topic?
I'm sorry, I didn't get you.
I said, what brings you into the room today? Is it the event topic?
Actually, I'm very new to the Discord server. I'm just trying to figure it out. What's going on, like in every profile now. There's a new user.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, normally here we discuss flat Earth. Have you ever heard of this subject?
It's written over there. The caption is like 24/7 flat Earth Discord, right?
Yeah. That's
and,
us.
What are we supposed to talk in this topic? I don't know. It's about science and fiction.
No, we talk about Yeah, we just talk about what people have heard, right? And then we just try and clear up some misconceptions, some common misconceptions that people have when this topic is brought up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like misconception about what? Like a little bit of question. I'm really sorry. Misconception about what?
Yes. Well, about what we claim right here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We have our own home server. This is a guest room we were invited to create here. So, yeah, we're here on the behest of one of the moderators here at the English Hub.
Like this page, like actually I'm a beginner. Okay, I'm just learning to speak English. So I joined this better club, the English Hub. I was recently a few minutes back. I was into a page. Okay, there was a conversation going on. They just muted me. It was all about the vegan thing. I like this. I like this. I'm like I was just trying to give my point of view. POV. That's muted me. I don't know what this thing is all about, but it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people will mute you if you're being disruptive or if you're cutting off a conversation or something like that. So I don't know what they'd mute you for over at the vegan channel, but if you ever get muted over here, it's usually because you're interrupting somebody. That would be the only reason, or you're saying something inappropriate. Those would be the only two reasons.
Actually, I didn't say anything inappropriate. Like I was just giving my POV, okay? Like what I think about the particular discussion, right? They were talking about something, and I was joining them, not interrupting. Okay, interpreting is different thing. I just want to give my point of view. I just asked, can I give my I say it, no? And there's those guys were like, oh, okay thing, but then they again just muted me, and I just hanged up. That's it. I don't know. Actually, I'm new to Discord server, right? I'm trying to learn. I don't know. I have to go more into YouTube, but it's pretty cool. It's nice. Actually, I'm a beginner though, learning English. I think I can get so much of knowledge from it. Happy for that. No.
Yeah. How long you been speaking English?
How long? It's not actually I'm Indian. I usually speak Hindi only. Okay, that's my regional language only. But then again, English, I used to speak, but very few, a few little times or few times. I can say like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, your English sounds pretty good. You could have a conversation, so that's a good sign.
Just trying to figure it out.
There's a lot of words, but it's a lot.
Just learning, brother. Just learning.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Yeah.
Takes a while. But yeah, no, so you won't get muted here unless you're interrupting somebody or you're speaking some inappropriate stuff. So that would be probably the only two things you could do that'll get you muted here. So if you want to practice your English, you're in a good spot. If you want to learn more about Flat Earth, you're in a good spot. So yeah, glad to have
you. Definitely. I already told you I'm a beginner, right? I'm not an intermediate, I'm not a pro, right? I'm just learning. I'm watching into some things, I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know what's going through. But I really want to join some conversations, and I really want to see people, who are so obsessed with the mic, they're getting off. I think everyone should speak it up. Okay, about anything, what's going on in their life, whether this is a part of discussion, for example, this particular topic, okay, apart from that, like everybody can speak everything. Like learning is something like very like universal, right? You can't say like English is. We have to learn English. Somebody can learn Hindi also, isn't it? It's only because of like since the history of like what has gone through like from what we can say inception, since the history we know, right?
Yeah,
it's not it's not necessary that like everyone has to like speak English only. Somebody can speak French also. It's not the hype that we have to do. It's all because of the global thing, you know. United States dollar is so you have to speak like okay, United Kingdom, this United Kingdom English. They have conquered most part of like every you know, like maps in the countries around the global areas. But hey, it's okay, right? What do you know is no.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, yeah, you're holding a great conversation.
Yeah.
So have you heard about this topic before in any other, maybe on YouTube or wherever you like to watch videos and research topics?
No, it's not about like watching any videos. It's a concept like we're learning, right? We're learning from the since beginning of our life. What is this country? We're on the planet, right? From 8.4 billion peoples around here, everywhere in the globe, right? Many.
Oh, that's what they say. There's certain people who don't buy that population value, but that's not for this discussion.
Okay.
Here, yeah, there's plenty of people who don't agree with that value. That 8 point, you know, some people say it's 14. Some people say it's less, right? Some people say it's more like 2 billion.
Okay. And what's the exact count for you?
Oh, for me, I don't know. I could stick to an answer that's honest. I don't trust the people that present me with the values. I promise you that. So.
Okay. Where are you from, anyway?
I'm from the United States.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Yeah, it's got its good. It's got its good things. It's got its bad things. Every there's two sides to every coin, right?
Nothing.
Every government's corrupt, so you might as well have a corrupt government that's powerful too, right?
Mm-hmm.
But no, it'd be better if she had a good government, right?
Yeah.
A government that actually cared about the people. Most governments will pretend to care about the people just enough so they could continue to get voted in and keep that nice public image.
It's only the peoples, you know, like surrounding by how many peoples, you know, like they're like engaged into contain things. In particular in India, also like not in India, like in every corner of the world, you know, like people are like the money making is so big industry. What the motherfucker, you know, like definitely we have to talk about it, you know. It's not good. Like certain talented people are dying, you know. They are dying. Industries, nepotism, nothing. People are like they are discussing in a topic like they don't like have to actually. They don't have to talk about this. They have to talk about like nepotism, democracy, country thing, communalism. This has to be the topic, real topic, and there has to be a server, you know. People are getting fucked up, dying every day. There are so many people, you know, getting like depressions and all, anxiety, you know.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that.
You know, if you really want to piss off a corrupt government, start talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't want people knowing about that. That's for sure. They actually waste government dollars having meetings about it here in the United States. Believe that? You get elected to represent your district. You go to Congress and they tell you, "Hey, freshman, today we're discussing censoring the flat Earth on with the YouTube executive." Imagine that, or you're a staffer working for a congressman or woman, and
even YouTube is getting a spam. You know, they're spammer. They'll only follow the like advertisement profile. Those who can promote this, like it's a
if it wasn't important, why would they? It wasn't important. Why would they do a congressional hearing to keep it under wraps? Why would they? The country that supposedly are these are people who let's not forget. These are people who are entrusted with protecting the right.
Yeah, definitely. It's a platform.
A freedom of speech, freedom of expressing yourself, right?
Freedom of speech is being breaches. You know, when you talking in history of YouTube, right?
But they're holding hearings about censoring.
You have to you have to Google it up.
Topic.
You have to Google it up. Many times, like you'll see, many YouTubers, right? They're getting breaches just for speaking against the government. If you praise for the government, then it's okay. It's fine, right? It's okay. Their eye watches, hawk eyes are on the watch of going for you, right? They're watching you. So privacy is not being. I'm getting it. You have a freedom of expression. You have to speak it out, whatever you want to, right? On that particular platform.
What a ridiculous world we live in right now.
Yeah, definitely, bro.
What a ridiculous world we live in, where people find it necessary to censor others who are simply pointing out what they observe and experience in reality. Yeah. I mean, Crit says it sometimes a lot that you're encouraged by the authorities. If you see something, say something, and then when we do, we get shut down. It's ridiculous.
Definitely. Correct. I agree with you, brother. 101%. It happens. I don't know over there, but it happens in India. It really happens.
Yeah. Did you see the Indian space program, Faking Space? Did you see something and say something?
I'm into a gamer community. I watch lots of Indian gaming community, and I see who's being banned for what they're doing, this and that, and all. So I have a little idea. I'm not saying I'm perfect, okay? But yeah, a little bit of idea. I got it.
Yeah, they're definitely faking space in India, just like they were faking space in Japan, China, United States. They're all guilty. Russia. Yeah, these government space agencies are all complicit. Now, does that mean everybody involved in the government space agencies are complicit? No.
Yes.
But what they're doing.
Would it be a question nobody's tracking us when we are doing the Discord server? How do you say that? Is it the privacy? I'm using. I'm using.
Big Brother's always watching. Then Big Brother's always watching. Big Brother is always. watching.
Yeah. That's it, boy. Big Brothers are all watching. Nice one.
Yeah, don't ever get too comfortable.
Yeah. No, but it's okay. It's okay not to be okay, because we are not talking about something bullshit, right? We are talking about this. The discussion is all about the good things online. You guys can join me. I'm short with my words. Actually, I don't speak very good English, but I'm really getting what do we say? Face. I'm just trying to get into this. Okay. So everyone is off
Yeah,
or
I'm
what?
still here, buddy. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So, do you know anything about this topic, Mister?
Chiwangs. Yeah, like which topics? I'm sorry.
The flat Earth. Have you done any research?
I'm really sorry now.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked you earlier when you came in if you knew anything about the topic.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. No, I just joined like the Discord like, and I was like just browsing through the page and like I just joined this server, and I got into you guys. I'm just like having a conversation. That's it.
Well, if you have any questions, please feel free. I mean, there's some very intelligent people here that are just itching to answer some questions. They're just waiting.
Okay, just put me the question. I just try to figure out.
All right. Well, here's a question. Do you have any good reason why you believe that the Earth is a globe? Like, what would you say is your best reason for believing that the Earth is a globe?
Sorry, I couldn't get it. Can you like one more time? I'm really sorry. And please make it slowly, okay? Do you think what is the reason? What is the reason? What is the reason for or what like being a globe?
Yeah, what would be your best reason for believing that the Earth is spherical or ball shaped?
Spherical or ball shaped?
Or maybe you don't believe in the globe, which is perfectly fine too.
Okay, you answer the question for Mr. John Luna. He asked me one question.
Yeah. Like, do you believe that the Earth is a globe? And if so, why?
Like I already said before, like I'm not into like science and fiction. Yeah, like till my like a 10 plus 2, I studied like science only. Okay, but then yeah, the Earth is really like circle, sphere. The like what are we up to? Like what am I speaking? It's sphere only, right?
His name is Sporadic.
Okay. Okay. Even when I say it's like this parallel or flat, does it matter?
Yeah, I think it does a great deal because this is your world. And if you grow up thinking that your world is not what you experience, not what you see, not what you
Hey,
understand.
come on, guys. We are living up to the world where we cannot like live up to our expenses. How how do you wanna just trying to figure out what the life is about? Like how this Earth, the Mars. Have you? I just want to ask you a question. Okay, what is the Mars like? Can you like afford your expenses toward Mars? Mars, I mean Mars, the next planet. People are like making expenses, right? Can you do it? So like it's
Well, the thing is,
it's better, you know. talk
Well,
about
hang on a
life
sec.
rather than like talking about whether the earth is like circle, sphere, parallel. It doesn't matter.
Well, hang on. Well, hang on
People
a
are
sec.
suffering. Oh,
Well, hang on a
okay,
sec.
bro. Okay.
You might be under the misconception, right, that we think that Earth is a disc-shaped planet in outer space, but that's not what we think. We don't agree that the sky is outer space, like a vacuum, with other worlds hanging around out there, orbiting the sun and things like that. That's not what you observe. It's not what you experience. You don't know if that's true. It's just a story that you've been told that people just accept on face value because they're taught it from a very young age. They're conditioned to believe that we're on this object in outer space, and all those other things out there that they see in the sky, the lights, are other planets. But they're worlds like this one, but they're not. There's no evidence that they're anything like this place. So we're not in a universe as it's been presented to you.
Oh yeah, correct. So
So yes, I agree with you. If there was more focus on what goes on here, things would probably be a lot better. If humanity focused all its attention on this place rather than on fantasy worlds out there in the sky that don't exist, right? Hey, let's put this little box of metal on this thing in the sky.
Definitely,
No, it doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, I appreciate it, like sometimes like it has to be some kind of discussion like this only. I'm not saying that we are the pro level person, like we're professionals, right? But like it's a basic thing, when people question about something, well, it's all over written over the like like books, literatures, and you're still trying to figure it out whether the earth is like flat and or like something. It doesn't go with that, what we say, like aura. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, we're just encouraging people to get their heads back into reality instead of into fantasy worlds. Like their heads are literally in the clouds and above the clouds. Their imaginations are all about like what's going on out there, billions of light years away, and all that. That's nonsense and fantasy and cartoons on TV. It's not real.
Yeah, exactly. But nice one. Like I really appreciate you for like talking whatever you say, like it's practically like 90% of the people, in the whole like this earth they're talking about. They don't want to know like what the whole earth is about, they're trying to figure out their life, how they have to go through their life and all. 10% of people still trying to get mysterious. It's a good thing. Like scientists, they say like very few people have brains. They're trying to figure it out what the world is up to. So, nevertheless, trying to be a good optimist. I'm sorry, like a good pessimist.
Oh yeah, you've got people out there that are trying to understand the physical and natural world, like with hands on in the practical sense, like getting their hands dirty, right, and trying to figure stuff out, stuff that might benefit us, benefit you and I, right? How to cure diseases, how to make things easier to accomplish, etc., things like that, right? And it's advanced. It's advanced our technology, like proportionally. I mean, we have advanced very quickly, right, with our understanding of the physical and natural world. When they got their hands on and hands dirty, but pointing telescopes to the sky and wondering and telling stories about the sky isn't helping anybody. It's not advancing us in any way, right?
No, it's really gonna help. It's like that. Like scientists are really doing a good thing, brother. I'm really sorry to say it. Like like the world we're living in. The asteroids and all, the space thing, NASA and all. It's really working it out. But the purpose, what I'm trying to say is like, it's not gonna work it out on a debate thing, right? Like, because we guys talking on the Discord server, we're never gonna make it out. I don't know. It could be possible. It's 100% like it's never possible. But like distracting thing, like topic, like is it thing like this or that? Like I don't think it is useful for people. So it's better like change the topic. I think so. I don't know. And I'm really sorry if I say something wrong. Is anybody there? Or I'm like muted alone.
We get a lot of people who don't have English as their first language in here. So
okay,
yeah, you don't have to apologize, man. Yeah, you don't have to apologize at that. Yeah, your English.
Actually,
100%.
I joined this club just to learn only. Okay, I'm just trying to learn only. That's what like I'm into here. Like I'm into this a conversation because I just want to learn and what like, my knowledge, I just want to put it out, whatever I know, my just point of view, I don't care like what other things, I just want to let other guys know what I think about something which particularly is I might not be right every time and nobody's right every time. First thing is like you don't have to give up no matter what. That's what one life, no aliens, no gods, nothing. Just human being, humanity, Live it up, care for people, love for people. You die in real peace.
Yeah, so we got guys in the side chat asking questions in the side chat, or just talking smack in the side chat, one or the other, depending upon your point of view.
Oh yeah, what are they saying?
That was T-Dub. Yeah, T-Dub, that was Genius. Saying, oh yeah, when the Earth is, when there's an earthquake, is the Earth still motionless? It's like, yeah, obviously not the small percentage of time when it's quaking, dude. Like, what a silly argument.
Right. I mean, it's shaking, but it's not going anywhere. I mean,
yeah, dude, I'm outside. Like, I couldn't tell you how much percentage of my day I spend outdoors, and I felt maybe a tremor in my days on like 4 separate occasions. You know what I mean? And that's out of 42 years of experience. So I don't know what percentage of time that would be, but I don't think the tremors have lasted more than a few moments. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
I was only
percentage of quake to not quake.
right.
It's pretty. It's pretty minute, pretty minuscule.
I grew up in a region where there was occasional tremors, and occasionally, like, I'd wake up in the morning and my grandparents would say, did the tremor scare you? Did it wake you up? I'm like, what tremor? I'd sleep through them.
Yeah.
It'd put cracks in their walls, in their foundations, to shake their foundations of their house and everything. But yeah, I didn't notice it. But I did experience a couple being awake, right? I was a heavy sleeper, I guess.
Yeah, you got to build like the. You just got to build like the ancient builders, right? With the interlocking stones that can absorb the impact. I always like loved looking at the way that they cut those stones, man. Pretty intense. still standing today, man. So that doesn't speak volumes in and of itself. I don't know what does.
Right. So
yeah, we had a.
and
Did you hear that guy that was arguing? Did you hear that guy that was arguing with us? I think it was yesterday. I think that might have been Mimi. I think that might have been the guy who like lost his mind yesterday about ancient cultures. Yeah, he was basically saying like we can reproduce anything that the ancient builders built.
oh right, can we? Yeah, it's because that'd be practical. I mean, like, it would be practical.
Every strong frame that we have.
Like criticism and argument is very good for the like conversation and for the good knowledge. It's really good. Criticism and argument, it has to go on. Where there is no question, there's no answer. You have to like get it out.
Yeah, true, but we don't have the technology to lift 1,000-ton stones. It's just something we don't have. I mean, maybe with some different type of technology. I'm just talking about with brute force, using our most powerful cranes. If we got all of the cranes that we could fit around the Trilithon stones, and we hooked them all up, and we got them somehow chained up around the stones, they still couldn't pick it up and move it around. So that was like the one thing I was just trying to explain to the guy. I'm like, yeah, there's no way they would have got those stones up and then laid them in place perfectly and locked them all tight together like that. We couldn't do that today. But this young man was like, yeah, he was just adamant about like, there's nothing we can't reproduce today.
Oh, really? Because there is examples of blocks of stone, right, which don't seem to be part of any structure. They're just lying around. They're obviously quarried. They know where they were quarried from, right? And these exist in different parts of Asia, and they dwarf the stones of the Great Pyramid. They dwarf them. They're like 10 times bigger, right, and heavier. And if any one of our current like strongest cranes or anything, our biggest machinery, was to attempt to lift them, they would fall over. They are incapable of lifting these things. So how did ancient people cut them out of the sides of mountains and transport them hundreds of miles away? You tell me.
Cheetah bro, are you from like the UK?
For me, no, I'm from Australia.
Oh, okay. You sound like English. Sorry. Okay, what is the question?
I'm just saying, look, there are stone blocks that are
you were talking about the pyramids, right? Yeah.
There's stone blocks that have been quarried from the sides of mountains, which are some hundreds of miles away from the quarry site in Asia and South America, and these are significantly larger than any stone found in the plateau where the Great Pyramid is, right? So how did the ancients first cut them with precision out of the side of a mountain and then transport them tens, if not hundreds of miles away to their current locations? We don't have machinery on Earth that can do that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I had no answer to this. Maybe somebody can. I don't know.
And archaeology, academia knows about these things, right? Yeah. They just scratch their heads. They make up stories about it. They have guesses. They want us to believe that primitive relatively primitive people using very primitive tools did this thing.
Okay.
And it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely and utterly ridiculous to accept that that's to be true. And there's been cases where even in Egypt, right? So some guys got together, some archaeologists and some engineers, and went, let's replicate one of these stones. Let's cut something. Let's cut a stone with how we think that the currently, right, Egyptologists think that it was done. And they started to do it, and it took them like 4 hours, not even to get an inch into the stone, cutting it with the techniques that they said were used in ancient times. So it is, and then they want to tell us that the Great Pyramid was built, laying each stone. How many stones per hour were laid? Did they say? And they did it within 20 years or 25 years. And when they attempted to do it using the techniques that they believe were used, they couldn't even complete a block in an hour. They couldn't cut through a piece of that stone in an hour. They couldn't even get a tenth of the way through it in an hour. It's just unrealistic to think that the way that we're taught that they did these things is true. It's unrealistic. So however it was done, I don't know. But what we're being taught, and it's like what we're being taught in many different fields. They're just guessing. They don't know. They just want this story that they have in their heads to be true, and they go out and they look for things which fit that story. And when it doesn't fit that story, they make up more and more stories, right?
Distracting people
just
for generations to come, Yeah, got it.
Yeah, there has to come a breaking point within our culture and our society, institutions, where they say no more of this, right? Either we do know or we don't know something, and when we don't know, we're going to admit it, and yes, we're going to try and endeavor to seek out the answers to the questions, but we're not going to just try and make up stories which just want to fit to a certain narrative that we adhere to, right? If evidence is presented that is contrary to what we thought was true, we have to accept it. We have to dismiss the previous idea that we had and start looking for new answers, because that what we thought was true wasn't true because of the new evidence that's presented to us. And this is the case for the globe Earth, right? For the heliocentric model. Evidence is being presented to the world currently, right, by a large group of people, which contradicts what we're being told is true, and they are not accepting it. They're dismissing it out of hand, without good reason, right? And it's all based, and then just accusing the people that are presenting this evidence as being crackpots and conspiracy theorists when they have valid evidence, right, which contradicts the current narrative, the current belief system. And it's disgusting. Like, it really should. The world should take a good look at itself and be ashamed at the way they're acting about this topic. It should be taken more seriously.
Okay.
There's nothing self-evident about your experience of reality that tells you, hey, we live on a big giant spinning ball in outer space. Nothing. There's only interpretations of things which have been based on philosophical and mysticism. Philosophy and mysticism, where some people in the past had these ideals about what should or shouldn't be, right? Perfection and the way they think that the gods would have created things, etc., right? And we even have the quotes from astronomers saying that, yeah, our current belief system is based on philosophy, and it tries to get people, and academia tries to hide that, right? It tries to hide the fact that they don't have any empirical proof for their claims. It should be known amongst all students that what they're being told, nobody has proven to be true, and that there are alternatives to what's being presented to them. And if they were truly intellectually honest, right?
Can I say something?
They would present it like this. Yeah, go.
Your voice, I can hear your voice, but then again, it's getting much like adapt, you know. Are you using some headphone or something? Like it's getting a little adapt. Your language is good. I can hear you. It's pretty clear, but then again,
I'll drop out.
I'll
drop out and I'll come back in.
It's getting pretty adapt. Your voice. Okay, guys, I'm off.
Cheers, dude. Take care.
Earth is round as fuck.
There we go. Is that better?
Actually, your voice is getting much like that, you know, your voice is being compressed. What you're saying, I can understand, but the voices, you know, S and H's and all, they're getting suppressed.
You sound perfectly fine to me, T-Dub, just for what it's worth.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I might have been a little too close to my mic.
Hey, Louis, is that you saying Earth is round, or was that Marcelo K? Okay. Guess you didn't feel like to tell us about it. All right, buddy. Take care, man. Nice talking to you.
It's already late night. Good night. Nice talking with you guys. I want to join again.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Cheers, dude.
Come back anytime, man.
Yeah. Sure. Good night. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess Louis just wanted to blurt out, the Earth is round. And then nothing to follow up. Very typical. And Marcelo didn't want to stick around.
Welcome, Michael. Thanks for joining us.
Hopefully that's the king of pop. That's such an interesting profile pic that they created there. The book on the head. I wonder what it signifies. Dear, welcome to the room. Getting attacked by the cats.
That was scaredy cats. Oh, one hung around. Hey, Stray Cat. Yeah, don't be shy. Open up your mic. Say hello if you want. If you can't, that's fine.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, thanks, buddy. How are you?
Fine, fine. Tired.
Hey, you got any? Do you have any questions for us, Stray Cat, for
No,
T
no.
Dub specifically?
Just joining to listen, but I'm not talking. So
Yeah, well, just looking for people to discuss this wonderful topic with. So, we had a young man not too long ago, but he had to leave because it's very late in his home country.
my English isn't good enough to talk.
Oh, don't be shy.
No,
T Dub barely speaks any English, right, T Dub?
no, it's too hard to discuss with you about that subject. Well, my English is not good enough. I can't. Just passing by, and I will.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for opening up your mic too. That was awful nice of you.
Maybe if I drink another beer, and that's what I will do right now. Okay, let's see in 5 minutes.
There goes that gas pressure.
Yeah, a little liquid courage, you know what I mean?
Where are you from, guys? If I can ask.
All over the place. All over the place, man. You got people from. Yep, you got Australians, you got, Americans, you've got Portuguese. There's all kinds of people from all walks of life that are in here, man.
Yeah, all of the world is in. Nice. Sorry.
All over the flat mat. The flat mat. What's going on, Dark? What are you doing up there in the top right corner? Hanging tough? Your profile pic reminds me of a song by the Smiths. It's called Big Mouth Strikes Again. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it's a big mouth. Very big mouth.
Yeah, what's that? I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who does the show. That profile pic reminds me of, but yeah, his name is escaping me. It'll come to me. I'll remember. He's a talk show host of some kind. Oh, that's easy, Dark. the Earth isn't in a solar system? Great question, though. Just for the panel that's not looking at their screens, he says, if gravity doesn't exist, how is Earth in a solar system? And before that, he asked, if Earth was flat, how the water doesn't end, and if sailors went to the edge of the flat Earth, will they get stuck in the gravity? And he says his mic is not working.
Dark says that explains nothing. Okay, Dark. So, all of us, at least I know I was, in grade school was taught that liquids require a container and will take the shape of their container, and that the liquid in the container is going to find an equilibrium. It is going to rest level and flat on the surface. So at no point ever have you ever tried to go get yourself a glass of water and put the water on the outside of the cup. So this is, you're saying the water doesn't end. Well, there's shores, right? Eventually you sail long enough in any direction, you're going to reach a shoreline. So containment. I hope this helps. You said it right there, Dark. The sun and the moon go around us. We do not go around them.
Yeah, it looks like
This
Steve
works
Harvey,
just
right?
fine.
That was who I was thinking.
A little bit like Indian Steve Harvey.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you for playing Family Feud. Okay, I'm sorry. That probably wasn't right, but yeah, Dark. No solar system. How do the sun and the moon go around us? I mean, that don't you know that the sun and the moon go in circles over your head?
Best answer for that, Jenna. It's called flat Earth gravity.
What the
Oh, that's great. Yeah, there's no space like what everybody's been taught to believe, Dark. You can't have a gas pressure system, and open nonetheless, directly adjacent to a vacuum. Never mind that nature detests or abhors a vacuum, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. So space isn't going on and on and on and on and on and on and on forever and ever and ever. A vacuum expanding, whatever the story is that they had us believing when we were younger. That's not happening. Yeah, I used to believe it. I used to believe in that until I, sharpened up and studied up on more aspects of physics. So, and now physics is like my bitch.
Well, Jenna, globe gravity is obvious proof that gas pressure doesn't need a physical container. Now, I know we can't ever see the globe, but we know it's there because that's how we're breathing all this unpressurized gas without a container. Duh.
I'd like to see somebody try to breathe inside of a vacuum.
Well, the Big Bang is exploding, right? So maybe the vacuum process is so slow we just can't tell.
It sounds like that the Globers have absolutely no argument, demonstration, or proof of their claim then.
Listen, we know the Earth is curving. The proof is the fact you can't see any. That's how you know the curvature is so slight and the Earth is such a big globe. Duh.
Exactly. Earth is so big, right? huge. How big is it? Really big. And I know it's a globe because I saw boats go over the curve that I can't see because the Earth is so huge.
Wait, if the Earth is actually flat, if I bring an airplane and just like fly straight for like I don't know how many hours, will I just like go out of the Earth system?
Oh, that's the trick. How do you fly straight? How do you tell that you're actually flying straight? I mean, that's quite a big ask, don't you think?
It's not.
You'd have to like make sure that you're not banking left or banking right at all during the flight. But also, no, you're not going to fly off of an edge. Again, it goes back to being in a container. You need a container for your gas pressure, right? So, yeah, if there's an edge, well, nobody's found it, right? And we're not claiming that there's an edge. You can't fall off an edge. You can't fall off of the inside of something.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows that the proof of the globe is that it looks so flat. I mean, if it didn't look so flat, then maybe it's not a globe.
Hey, have you seen? I took a picture of my Rubik's Cube, and my flat Rubik's Cube looks curved. It was a perfect demonstration example of the barrel distortion in lenses. Take a look at this, sporadic. Here we go.
Okay.
There it is. Look at the very top of the picture.
Oh man, it's the horizon. It's the globe horizon.
That's why. So every time I post that, I'm like, "So you say you saw Earth curve through any picture or video? No, you didn't. You saw barrel distortion, lens distortion from the camera lens. That's it. It causes straight lines to curve." Nobody has any, not a single glober has any kind of rebut for that. Mark, you're a donut. It's a donut. You're a donut. The information goes in one way and out the other. I want to talk to the genius in the room.
Yeah, people come at this as if it's a ridiculous notion, but if they were to stop and think about it for a moment, the only reason that they think that is because of someone else's view, right? They're told what to think. You're not basing your idea that you live on a big spinning ball in outer space on your own experience, on anything that you've experienced firsthand. You're basing it on what you were told and conditioned to believe. Now, what's more ridiculous? That what you observe and experience is an illusion? Or that possibly it's real?
He said the motion of Earth is detected by gyroscopes. Well, now here's the thing. Yeah, I dare you. Oh, genius, I dare you to go and get a gyroscope, get that thing going, and just go set it on your table.
I'd love to see this, and I'd love to get into this discussion with him if he actually knows anything about gyroscopes.
I think you'd be the one, honestly, probably better at the wording at it than I am. But yeah, put a gyroscope on the table.
The tricky globers, the smart ones, will bring up, well, you're not going to do it with a mechanical gyroscope because the Earth spins too slowly. So you know what we need? We need a fiber optic gyro or a ring laser gyro. Yeah, those are more expensive and more impressive. A ring laser gyro, guys. We're going to need this NASA space age technology to prove it. And then, so the flat earther might say, oh, really? How does it do that? They say, well, I'm glad you asked. It operates off of the Sagnac effect. I bet you don't know what that is, Flurf. Then we say, oh, yeah, Sagnac effect. I know exactly what that is. But why don't you explain it for the audience? Well, you shoot two lasers out 90 degrees to each other at mirrors, and when the lasers bounce off and recombine back at their source, they don't meet there at the same time. You want to know why? And I say, wait, hold on. Okay, well, first tell me why. Because Earth is spinning. And I say, wait, hold on. You left something out, Glober. The Sagnac effect isn't just shooting two laser beams out in different directions and having them recombine. You got to put that on a table, and you got to put that table on a hub, and you got to spin that table like Wheel of Fortune, baby, like Pat Sajak. Spin the win, spin to win, spin that Wheel of Fortune, and then the phase shift happens. If you don't do that, you got no phase shift. You may as well say Earth is not moving. Yeah, but you got to spin it because of Coriolis reference frames, and if you don't, then and their argument falls apart.
Facts. Genius wants to talk about gravity. He wants to talk about weight. That's what he wants to talk about.
Oh, weight. Okay, like weightlessness and zero gravity.
Well, see, when he's talking about gravity, he's saying it keeps you glued to the floor, glued to the earth, right? But if you go back to what these words really mean, gravity just means weight or heaviness.
Wait, so you mean to tell me that his gyroscope thing wasn't really that big of a proof? So now he had to move on to yet another topic?
Exactly.
Is that you, Rich Evans? Are you tearing through another bowl of gravy fries like a fat kid through butter? Don't lie to me. I can see it on your face. You got that cheesy grits dripping down.
But gravity's nuts.
Which is stronger, gravity or Coriolis?
Uh-oh. Let's see.
Serious question, too, by the way.
I'm going to post all the things for gravity. Oh, you want to talk about gyroscopes? Right here. AI overview. Yes, gyroscopes are often used to help maintain level orientation. Uh-oh. They are devices that measure or maintain rotational motion and are used in various applications, including aircraft, spacecraft, and even some robots to stabilize and orient themselves. Uh-oh.
Wait, so gyroscopes, when they are spinning and they establish that level horizontal plane of reference, you mean to tell me that that plane of reference is not disturbed by gravity?
Bing, 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 bing.
Wait, but the Globers claim that if you move the gyroscope over the globe, that horizontal plane of reference is going to rotate because of gravity.
Nope. They are dead wrong.
You sound so confused, Jenna.
Because they are. Because they are confused. Because just like what happened to us when we were children, they were handed a ball and they got to spin it, and they're like, oh, this is so cool. And, that's what Earth is. And because gravity and you're done.
Well, you know what? Maybe the gyroscope does move under the influence of a gravity field. It just happens so slowly you can't tell. So while the airplane's moving, that horizontal plane of reference is rotating, gravity's yanking down on it.
How does that work? That would make it very difficult, for pilots.
Listen, that's how you know it's a globe, silly.
Yeah, I hear that. That would make it very difficult for pilots to try to adjust for their landings, for all kinds of stuff, man. If you're trying to bank left and the Earth is moving to the right, you're going to overshoot your mark. It's crazy.
Listen, just gravity, the air pressure, the rotation, it all sorts itself out. Don't question it.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, don't question it. Stay blind. Stay blind. Faithful little globy sheep.
So why would they claim it's there if they can't measure and demonstrate it? You know, maybe it's not a conspiracy. Maybe they're just dumb. I know, it's a wild accusation that they're just dumb. But listen, I mean, for the past 150 years or so, we've been taught that we're in this age of industry, industrialization, technological explosion, and advancement of knowledge and discovery, that we are at the top of our evolutionary progress as a species. We have it all figured out. How could we be so silly so as to not notice something like this whole time? I mean, isn't that just a little crazy to think? Or maybe we really are as dumb as we were back in the Stone Age. We've got this technological overlay that kind of prevents us from actually understanding the world the way our forefathers and ancestors did.
We have a saying over here, too clever for your own good.
Mm-hmm. Too big for your britches. It's pretty much the same thing. Too big for your britches, you know, too smart for your own good, all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's an arrogance that can come with intelligence, right? So you know, yeah. In one respect, you can say, "I'm smart. I figured something out," and then ponder on something else and think you're smart enough to figure that out, and be way off.
Come on, Rich. Why don't you decloak? We know your microphone works, genius. I can see those fat little grubby fingers reaching for another bowl of gravy fries. You're not fooling me.
Covered in Cheeto dust. You go ahead and mic up, genius. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're making some bold claims, and you're not backing it with any proof.
No. The Earth spins at 1,600 kilometers an hour, but you don't feel it for the same reason you don't feel a plane cruising at altitude. What's really funny, actually, and somebody said something about telescopes and satellites are things that will help you see yourself aging, neurons firing in the brain, and diffusion of oxygen. Very interesting. That was done by Dororo. But Genius said, "Do you feel the Earth spinning?" No. Cool. Do you feel yourself aging? I said, "I can see myself aging. I can see neurons firing on a brain scan. You can demonstrate diffusion. Can you see or feel the Earth spinning?" Like, no.
Earth is moving. You just can't feel it. Earth is curving. You just can't see it.
It's real strange. Yeah, I've got a unicorn in my backyard. Just trust me, bro.
My God is the real God. You just can't see him.
You can have gas pressure without a container. You just can't prove it.
I've got a leprechaun in my pocket. You just can't see it.
The sole cause fallacy or single cause fallacy, I think, is related to the special pleading fallacy. So if you just grant me this one exception, this one time, just let me invoke this one time. Hear me out, guys. Let me speak. Let me get my argument all the way out. Once you grant me the special exception, I guarantee it will all make sense.
They can go ahead and explain it, and it still never makes sense.
Yeah, gas pressure doesn't need physical containment. Just, guys, grant me this one exception, okay? Hear me out. Just let me speak, okay? Guys, I got it. Shh. Come on, okay. Let me just get it out. Gravity contains it.
Okay, and then we have to like demonstrate that. Can you demonstrate the existence of gas pressure without a container? We asked them for this. They can't concede to the fact that no, they cannot demonstrate this. However, we can demonstrate that gas pressure does require a container. It needs a container to facilitate the pressure in the first instance.
Guys, just grant me this. Everything is in stasis, is in perfect equilibrium in this moment. That's why you can't tell that Earth is moving.
It's so funny. Seriously, what they're saying, too.
What? You mean you think you can feel yourself moving on a train?
Yeah, actually, I can.
Yeah, you can.
Yep.
I did the math for the G's that you should experience every day. And this is combining Earth's orbital motion with its rotational vector, with its rotation. So that's a compound motion when you add up the vectors. It's a 0.0003 gravities, G's. 0.0003 G's. And it's interesting. Industrial use accelerometers are several orders of magnitude more sensitive than that, with a very high frequency, extremely high frequency sampling rate. So industrial level accelerometers, I can actually source them for about $700 with the specs, should be able to pick up Earth's diurnal rotation and orbital velocity at 0.0003 Gs. And it's kind of funny how nobody's ever been able to produce that measurement. Like, you'd think that when you get these and you open the box, they come directly from the factory. You might need to calibrate it. Well, how do you calibrate it? What do you subtract that value? I mean, yeah, no. No, I mean, you calibrate it as you would when Earth is stationary and at rest, because it is.
All right. For those of you that just witnessed the muting of someone in the side chat who is not in the VC, they've done so because they're invited to speak in here or in the side chat in an intellectually honest manner. And if you have nothing but insult, then you go, and after being warned that if you've got nothing to insult, you'll be removed, and you continue to insult, you'll just be removed. Okay? We're here for an honest intellectual discussion. If you'd like to discuss it, you feel free. We're all ears. And we have what we want to say as well. And if you want a discussion about it, let's have that discussion. We're not here to just fling insults and receive insults.
Man, I got big ears too. The older you get, your ears don't stop growing. So like if you look at really old people, their ears are like way bigger proportionally. It's for all the wisdom that we're hoovering up.
And the brow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the nose too.
Yeah, the nose. Appendages like that. Yeah. Apparently they keep getting bigger.
Wait, so why do I have to take this purple pill?
Hey, I might reach 6 inches yet. There's hope.
6 inches by 60. Yeah, let's go.
Right.
Did you know your arm span is usually your exact height?
Hey, Genius. Come on, Genius, open up. Open up your mic, man. Let's talk about it in here.
Hey, Rich, I got those gravy fries. You got to open your mic if you want some. Come on, Rich Evans.
We can talk about the Cavendish experiment and how it's not an experiment. It doesn't fit the criteria of being one. Not a scientific one, anyway.
So how come Cavendish didn't control for the Coriolis effect? Yeah, and for those of you who were clever in school and maybe thought of these questions on your own, but you didn't want to ask them for fear of being ridiculed, now's your chance. Because these are honest questions. These are the kinds of questions that I wish I had the courage to ask my teachers and professors when I was young. These are the kinds of things that I just accepted as normal and felt that, well, maybe I just can't fully understand this obvious contradiction because I have to go to the next course. I have to go to the next level. I have to take the 201 or the 301, and then they'll tell me the answer. And those answers never came. But by then you're so busy working on lab work and, doing research and memorizing things and memorizing that you just kind of don't have time to critically examine stuff anymore. And then by the time you get to the end, you do your paper, and your paper is so narrowly defined on a specific point that it's really tough for you to pull in interdisciplinary topics. So you then get pushed out of the system with your degree. You think you know everything, and then you might hear us talking about this on the internet, and you may want to engage us. You may think back to your education, your earlier years, and say, you know what? It is funny that they're talking about this because that's exactly what I used to wonder about. Or you can go the other way and say, you guys just don't believe. You just don't accept and understand it. You just don't believe. Well, we're here for you. If you were smart enough to figure out in your freshman physics course that mass has no meaning, you might have been too smart for that level of physics, because guess what? They teach you about that, in your upperclassmen levels and in your masters. So guys, this is totally true and serious. The kinds of things we talk about are the kinds of things that either the very young, the very new, at college and high school level physics and science and math level people start asking questions about, as well as those people that are way out on the other side at the postdoc level and have all the time in the world to sit in their offices in their cozy chairs with their tweed jackets and their smoking pipes and ponder the mysteries of the universe. It's that lengthy, meaty part in the middle where most people are caught up in the rat race of life, where you don't really have time to sit down and think about these things. Well, guess what? You're surrounded by a bunch of nerds who just happen to do that. So ask away. It's a tacit admission when they say mass has no meaning. That was the chair of physics at Yale. I think he said that. Some other guy may have said it, but anyway, to say that mass has no meaning is exactly accurate. That it's basically a cosmic accounting plug, a constant that you can put in. And if that is the case, then what of mass attracting mass? What of the very notions of gravity under the influence of mass? Does that mean gravity has no meaning too? Well, I mean, it's not to say that things don't fall in a vacuum at around 9.8 meters per second squared, give or take. I mean, clearly and obviously things do, but the idea that this is some outer space magic, well, yeah, we're going to need some receipts for that claim, because if you're going to claim that Earth is a ball, you may as well just show us a curvature measurement, and then we can get to your outer space gravity next. You know, and this claim affects pretty much everything that everybody comes here to talk about, like the surveyors, right? The surveyors. So how does gravity factor into surveying? Well, I'll tell you, they have to level their theodolites that they use to measure distances using angles. They have to level them. They have to make sure they are accurately plumb. And they believe that on a globe that you could have two surveyors separated by a distance, and they each level their theodolites plumb, and their plumb lines actually touch in the center of Earth. But they just look like they're parallel to each other. No, but they believe they actually go to the center of the Earth and they touch. And they don't measure that. They actually calculate that. They calculate what that angle should be between them from the center of the Earth going outwards, one to observer A, one to observer B. They calculate that angle based off of how big they think the globe is and based off of where they think they are on it. They don't actually measure it. And for them to use this as proof of what's called reciprocal zenith angle measurements, that is to say, observer A and observer B both have to tilt their theodolites down just a little bit, just a hair, to look straight at each other. For that to be true, their plumb lines have to be accurate to a depth of 3,959 miles and touch. How would you prove that? Yeah, so we'll get to outer space gravity next, and you can tell the surveyors all about it. Just show us that curvature first. Show us that beautiful curvature measurement. Shouldn't be hard. At 10 miles, it's about a 66-foot drop.
Well, I'm glad Genius took my advice, lived up to his word.
The Globers are asking, well, if there's no gravity, then how do the plumb lines hang? How do you have things dangling down? Hey, you know what? They're denser than the surrounding medium. That's why.
Yeah, it's just the way it is.
Right. I mean, the less dense medium just works its way around the denser medium, and
Yeah, it's capable of being displaced due to its molecular nature, basically, right?
yeah, like that displacement is, I kind of think of it as like a squeezing. So if you were to take a balloon, fill it up with air and shove it deep underwater, it's being squeezed up. And the water is being squeezing itself down, you could say. And it's because the denser medium is trying to rush into and seek equilibrium with the less denser medium inside the balloon in this case. But it can't do it. There's resistance. The rubber is providing a contact layer. And the boundary conditions say no entry. No entry. You cannot equilibrium here, so it has to equilibrium somewhere else. And it just so happens that the deeper you go, the downer you go, the denser things get. It's just the way things are. It's like a law of nature. It seems like things separate themselves by density in a vertical direction, up and down. But things of the same densities can't do that, so they have to arrange themselves horizontally. So different up and down, same horizontally. That seems to be a law of nature. Well, why is it that way? Well, if it's a law, if it's axiomatic, we can't really answer why. Nobody can. It's just the way things are created. You know, why when I look at the sky, it's blue? And why is it blue for everybody? And why did it have to be blue? Well, shoot, man. It's the biology of perception. Wavelength consistency.
It's nitrogen, right? That's when the light passes nitrogen, it gives off a blue.
Yeah, but why not yellow or green? Why does it have to be blue?
Okay,
yeah. Why is mustard and not ketchup? Now, I mean, when you reach far back and get to the base fundamentals of things, you are left with questions. Absolutely. And you have to be okay with that. And if you try to make up answers, you're going to lead to more questions and questions that you don't even need to be asking.
When a child learns to ask the question why, they'll just continue to ask whatever answer you give them. They'll just continue to ask why for that. And then you give them that answer, and then it's like, why though? Like, it just goes on and on. It's infinite regression fallacy.
Right. And what makes it so devious is at some point along this regression chain, you get further and further away from what could be true. And when that happens, every successive question asked brings you further and further away from what could be true. Because it's all predicated on previous questions that were answered with a lie or a deception or ignorance. And it seems as such that we are potentially hundreds, if not a couple thousand years along that infinite regression line and buying into this cosmological worldview. It's so full of explanations that are probably predicated on questions that didn't need to be asked in the first place, whose previous answers were given by lying or by deception or out of ignorance. So yeah, we really need to roll that clock back. And you know what? I don't care that we have all this wonderful technology. I mean, for all we know, we're so dumb that we're building something that's going to enslave us in the future and kill us all. Maybe the Amish were right. Maybe they were wise.
You ever read Timothy McVeigh's manifesto?
No.
Hey, he's crazy, but he got a lot of stuff right in there. It was basically saying that we're building the technology that's going to destroy us, and we need to stop immediately.
Yeah, that cautionary tale has been told in so many different stories. I mean, going back to the Tower of Babel, or the story of Daedalus and Icarus.
This is going to be a little harder for like the world to accept, in comparison to other times in history when they realized they were wrong about something and know that they were previously adamantly sure of, right? Like phlogiston, right? It wasn't like they went from, well, air's made up of molecules and and that we need oxygen. It's required for combustion, and etc. And then they went to phlogiston, and then went back to oxygen, right? Because it's not like flat Earth is new. Like we were flat Earth, then we went to globe, and now it's time to go back to flat Earth, realizing the globe is wrong. Right? That's going to be harder to do, and it's going to be harder to swallow. For those that deem themselves as being, the arbiters of the understanding of physical reality, to swallow their pride and go, okay, yeah, the shoulders of the giants we stood on were actually midgets.
That's right. All of the institutional knowledge, all of the people that proudly put their names to theories in the colloquial sense, all the people who were awarded fame and fortune in forms of Nobel Prizes and other things, right? all the tax revenue that was crowdsourced, crowdfunded for endeavors and projects that were fallacious, criminal even, proven to be fraudulent. Yeah, this is way bigger than phlogiston. Like all the heroes, all the family members of those heroes and friends, all the books, everything recorded on the internet. Like it all comes crashing down. Without a doubt. And what's preventing this from happening, I think, is really pride. It's the pride of the Globers that come in here and think that they have it all figured out, that they have all the answers. That same pride and arrogance on a massive scale, going back hundreds of years.
Right, and a lot of what they think they've figured out is of no importance. I mean, it doesn't matter why you think there's seasons. I mean, that's not the important part. The important part is that there is, right? There is seasons. That's the important part. Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't really benefit you to, to understand that the Earth is a ball, it's tilted on its axis, it's orbiting the sun, and that it's, the angle of sunlight changes throughout the year based on the distance and all that stuff in relation to the planes of all of it, right? That it doesn't benefit the farmer.
Right. All right, I gotta go. It was fun. I'll be listening later.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Yep.
I mean, all that is just an interpretation of what you actually experience. So a farmer could say, well, when the Earth is positioned at this point in its orbit around the sun, then I will know to do such and such. But really what he's saying is, when I stand out and observe a flat Earth, a flat and motionless Earth, and I see the sun at this particular angle above the horizon, I will know it's time to do X. That's what he's really saying. He's not observing or experiencing the former. He can choose to interpret what he's observing and experiencing as being that if he wants, but it's of no consequence. It's not what he's actually using to determine whether it's now time to harvest or sow or shear his sheep or do anything like that. No, that'll be based directly on his experience of reality, which isn't a ball Earth spinning and orbiting a sun in outer space. What's up, Cyclone?
What's up, boys?
Not much. Just waiting for the folk to drop in and say hello. We got Yanni Yanni's joined us. Welcome in, Yanni. Welcome back. And I know you've returned. You know, I was kind of recognize your name, but I have your microphone. I have your volume, turned up full. That's how I know when people have come back. They've been here and they've come back.
Maybe he's figured out that the Earth isn't a globe. It's got Escudero. What's up, Escudero? What's up, Lee? I'm putting message in the general chat. Anger some globies into joining.
Oh, that was Cyclone Escudero.
Yeah, what's up, Escudero? I'm just saying, what's up? Come say hi. These globers are so salty and triggered. Man, you just have to mention Flat Earth and they spaz out. The guy just said the existence of dark matter combined with gravity and how the solar system was formed from a disk is enough evidence. I feel bad providing this for you. Wow.
Dark matter, the excuse for the lack of evidence? That's his evidence? Man, these people are fucked up.
Yeah, but if it doesn't exist, then what I thought about galaxies and the universe can't be true either, so I need it to exist. I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong about what I thought the universe was. Obviously, I've got to be right about that. In order for it to be right, I need to invent this stuff that I can't prove exists. It's simple. It's science.
They're so fucking bricked. They've got no idea what dark matter even is, but that's his go-to proof.
Without this imaginary substance, right? Yeah, I know.
They'll hit them with a few memes. Imagine your go-to proof for the globe is dark matter. The mathematical bandage for the failed model is the proof. Amazing.
All right, so yeah, if you just need to imagine, that's all you need to do. That's the proof.
Yeah, imagine that conceptual math is reality, and you're good. Oh, he's got back. It's a proven, in quotes, mathematical concept. Its existence is 100% proven. Even if you ignore that, just imagine the disk that our solar system is based on in the form of space-time gravity. There would be no single universe in which there can a flat planet exist. It's a good laughter, sure. Wow. He just wrote all that shit and then said, I feel rage baited. He just rage baited himself.
Where's this? What chat are you in?
The general.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're stirring the pot, right? Yeah, cool.
It's not hard to do. Give them a nice "you tried." They always like that. Little gold star. Strong Kiwi, what's up? How strong are we talking? How many jugs of milk can you lift? Come on, where's this fool Dexter from the chat? Body, what's up? New guys, don't be shy. Say hello. We're looking for evidence that the Earth is a big spinning cartoon ball, like they're showing the kids in school. Got any of that? Guess not.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, what's up, bro?
How's it going? Bro.
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Fine.
What brings you to the Flat Earth chat? You got questions? You got some globe evidence? What you got? Oh, Dexter's got back after I just told him that he just rage baited himself by admitting that his number one proof of dark matter is just a mathematical concept. He says, "Fellow, I am providing evidence for you. Unlike you and your kind, crying face, I am aware that my opinion doesn't define the laws in which my universe revolves around, crying face." Wow. Lots of crying faces in the chat. Bruce, what's going on? You must be Australian. Am I right? Speak up, Bruce. Or Indian. Maybe Australian Indian. Do you get Indians called Bruce? I'm not sure. Don't think I've ever met an Indian Bruce. Indian Bruce, you there?
I have. He was from Telstra, apparently, and he was telling me that my internet has been compromised.
That's not a real Bruce. That's not a real Bruce. I'm looking for a real Indian Bruce. Will the real Indian Bruce please stand up? Indian Bruce, are you aware that India is faking space? Some silence, I will take as agreement. Looks like they've given up in the chat already. Low stamina Globers today. Let's see if another meme can't jog their emotions. What have we got? Gas pressure vacuum meme. See how that goes down. What's up, Bruce? Bruce, we can hear you breathing. Bruce, this is a no breathing panel. You will have to hold your breath, I'm afraid. Where are all the globies? Chan, where are all the globies?
I don't know. Where are they?
Where the hell are they?
Where the hell are they? I don't know.
It's like no one believes in the globe anymore. But Chan, you're holding on. You still believe Earth's a globe, don't you?
Isn't it?
No. But you still believe, right?
I do. How did you know, bruh?
You can just tell with these things. So why do you believe Earth's a ball?
Who
told you that?
Studies I've studied in the past.
Studies that you've studied. What studies? What studies did you study as a kid?
When I was a kid, I guess. You know what? You learn
What
in
studies
school
were
and
those?
stuff.
In school?
Yeah, I guess.
What evidence did they give you in school that the Earth is a big spinning ball?
I think it's just the rotation of it and the sun and the moon. That's it.
The rotation of what?
What do you think about the sun and the moon and Earth?
So you're saying the sun rotates?
I'm not saying anything. I said that's what I've been taught when I was a kid.
Right.
What do you
Okay, so
think?
well, I know that the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as flat, so I know that it's not a ball, but I'm very interested in why people believe that it is a ball. So you're saying you believe it because you were told it when you were a kid?
Yeah. I don't think it's really matter for me, so I don't think about it. I don't
You don't think
care.
reality
It's a
matters?
ball. For me, no. It's not an interesting thing for me to think about. I just joined to check what you guys are talking about.
Cop out.
Seems all of them are
You just-
muted.
Well, you just joined to have your brain blown up by flat Earth facts, and that's okay.
Well,
Don't be shy about it.
Let's see.
Let's see. Okay. Water, a standing body of water, finds its level and is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah? You agree?
Repeat yourself again, please.
A body of water, like in a bathtub or a swimming pool or a lake, is
Yeah.
level, flat.
Is it? It is flat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So, if water is flat and it covers over 70% of the Earth's surface, how could we have a 70% flat ball?
It's a
Please.
flat for you because you're looking at it. You're looking for a really small place of ball.
No. It's flat for everyone on it at every distance.
When you're on it, because you're small.
It doesn't
So
matter.
you just see it does.
No. When you're on it, when you're off it, when you're over it, when you're beside it, when you're under it, it's all flat, Chan. I'm going to call you Flatty
think
Chan.
so.
Is that okay?
Doesn't matter. That's not my name, so fine.
So are you saying?
it-
Are you saying
May I
that
ask
like
you a question?
Well, hold on. Let me.
Go ahead,
Let's
go
figure this out. Let's figure this
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
So if we fill up a bathtub of
Mhm.
water,
Mhm.
you're telling me the surface of that water isn't going to be flat?
I'm telling you, it is gonna be flat because it's a really small amount of water, and what you're looking at.
All right, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so what about a swimming pool?
The same. It's still
Okay,
small.
fine.
It's
Okay,
used
so
for
what about
you, not used for the.
so what about a lake?
Still, it's big for you, small comparing to Earth.
Yeah, but what if it's like 10 miles wide?
Still, your eyesight can't see the. What can I say?
But what if we measure it? What if we use like a high-powered laser?
Exactly. Did you measure it?
Okay. Yeah, it's flat.
Really? How did you measure it?
Yeah. Lasers, long-distance observations. Yeah.
Okay.
How did you measure it to be curved?
I didn't measure it, but I have a question for you. I really can't share my screen, I guess.
So if you haven't measured it, why do you think
I haven't
it's
measured
not flat? So why are you saying it's not flat then? Because you said it looks flat, right?
It looks flat for you.
For you as well.
Yeah, because we're on Earth.
So why are you saying it's not what it looks
comparing to Earth?
So why are you saying it's not what it looks like?
I really wanna share my screen right now, but I can't.
That's
I
okay.
want to draw you something, but I can't. I think just a second. I could draw it and just send it in the open chat.
What are you going to draw me?
Just a second.
Not enough people draw me things. That's nice.
You like it?
Mm-hmm.
Good boy.
Wait, did you post it? What did you post?
No,
I'm not looking at the chat right now.
Not you.
But I appreciate the effort.
Welcome, my man.
You're a good guy, Flatty Chan.
Thank you, my man.
Where are you from?
Syria. You know Syria?
Syria. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Nice. I wouldn't say so.
Does that make you
don't like it?
serious?
Funny, aren't you? Fuck off, dude.
Did you think it was better?
Situation you're in there.
Do you think it was better with Assad?
What?
Was it better with Assad?
With Assad? What do you mean?
The leader of Syria. Bashar.
Yeah.
No?
What about it? What about
I'm
it?
saying, was it better when he was in power? Or is it
No.
better now?
Well, look, I'm apolitical, so just it's complicated as fuck, and no one would really understand. Cause where are you from?
Scotland.
Okay. So basically, in Syria we have a lot of religions, and people are pretty crazy about them.
Okay.
So
that's why you don't like it? Because there's a lot of religious people?
What?
Is that why you're saying it's not good? Because there's lots of religious people?
That's not what I'm saying. If you just let me finish my sentence.
Okay, Fly Chan, calm down.
I'm saying that having a lot of religious people that act on their beliefs, which they. Oh, I can't send it in the fucking. I'll just send, brother. Send it.
Send it to T-Dub. He's at the bottom.
What do you think? Okay, I couldn't even send it to you on private, so. Let's see, just a second. T-Dub, okay.
T-Dub's got you sorted out.
Is he here?
See T-Dub, he's right at the bottom. He's growing out his sideburns.
I couldn't send it to him. Let me just add you as a friend.
T-Dub, you got a friend request. You're making friends.
You can just remove me after this, I don't mind. Okay.
Oh, you sent it to me? Oh, okay. Alright, Chan.
I can't send it. Oh, okay.
He mustn't have liked my Syrian joke. Yeah.
You can't be serious.
Did you send it?
I can't send it. I don't know why. Can you message me? Hello?
Alright, 2 seconds. Let me see.
I can't.
Flatty Chan, there you are. Let me see. Nope. Man, what's going on here? Hold on. Hello. Oh, it doesn't let me send you a message. And it doesn't even let me accept your friend request. It says that something went wrong. What is going on?
Yeah, because I'm Syrian. Boom, boom.
Syrian Discord. Is that what's going on?
Boom.
No friends in Syria.
I'm not in Syria right now. Doesn't matter. How can I share this idea with you?
All right, I'm gonna give you perms to post images, but don't go crazy, yeah. Keep it PG.
In the chat?
Yeah, in the chat. You should be able to post in the chat.
Okay. I'm not a crazy person. I'm Syrian, but I'm not crazy.
Okay, good.
Okay, so.
Well, that reassures me.
Right now.
All right. Now, what have we got here?
Well, the black line is the Earth. Let's pretend that the Earth is a ball, okay?
Okay. We'll have to pretend that.
The red line is a laser, okay?
Yeah.
So there is 2 lasers, one on the right and one on the left. Which one is the real one?
Well, none of them are real lasers. They're lines drawn in MS Paint or something.
How old are you?
That's a rude question. I'm in my 30s.
30s. Okay, cool. So,
well, I see where you're going, bro. I see where you're going. The problem is that they've given us specific dimensions, so by which we can calculate how much curvature and drop over distance there should be. So that would be how much the surface of the Earth deviates away from the straight red line that you've got there. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you don't understand how much that is, you're not going to be able to realize whether the Earth's flat or not.
And in your experience with a laser, Chan, what do you think the laser is?
I have an experience with laser.
You've never seen a laser?
I didn't hold one. So, let's.
But you know that a laser shoots straight, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So that would be the one on the top left. Would be more what the laser is doing.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So let's imagine that you're standing right at the very top of that ball.
Mm-hmm.
You're just like a little dot on the top of that ball. Okay. So where that laser is coming from, on the left, that laser would never meet your eye, would it? It would be going above your head.
Yeah, right.
So this is what's being tested. And what people are finding is that laser that's being shot on the left does reach the person at the top of the ball, even though it's supposed to be obstructed by a curve, like you've drawn with your ball here. Which means
the curve is not right.
There is no curve. That's the problem.
Exactly. There is no curve.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth, Flatty Chan.
Saying there is no curvy.
There's no curvy
flavors.
water. There's no curvy water. Water is flat.
Water is flat.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
So not curved.
So, what's not curved? The water or Earth?
The water.
So the oceans are flat.
Yeah.
So no ball.
So not curved.
So no ball.
So
Is
no
that
ball.
what you think?
That's what we know. That's what you know. Deep down,
I
you've just been
know
told
I
you live
know
on a ball.
that. Yeah, oceans are flat.
Yeah. So you can't be on a ball. Because balls are curved.
Can't be on a big one, because I think I can find a better picture for this. I don't. I've been.
But you understand, right? If the water's
I
flat,
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree.
but you do agree. You said the water's flat.
Yeah, I didn't say Earth is flat. That's different.
Yeah, but if the water's all flat, then the Earth, by consequence, is flat. Because the Earth's surface is majority covered in water. Remember?
Yeah, the other 30%, it's measured against that horizontal reference of flatness, that zero curvature. And that's, height above that flat surface. So no ball.
So you got water, which is level, and used as a standard or a benchmark to determine level by. And then they go and say boats go over the horizon. That would be water, which is level, and say that that level water is actually dropping in elevation. Kind of a paradox.
I think what's happened, Latte Chan, is that they've convinced you that the Earth is so big that there's no way you would ever detect any curvature. Is that true?
Oh, it's not big.
How big is the Earth, do you think?
I don't have exact measure, to be honest. I'm not gonna just pretend that I know.
Well, does anyone know?
Interesting question.
Do you think that they tell you that the globe is a certain size, or do they just say it's some ball, we don't know how big it is?
No, actually, they will say, or they said.
Do you want to look it up?
Yeah, give me a second.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. That guy in general chat.
What were you saying? Sorry, I don't know. That.
How big do they claim the globe is?
Okay.
That's where you should start. Understand what it is that you think you believe.
510 million square kilometers.
Okay, what about like a circumference or a radius?
It is like a. Check. Radius, they say 6,371 kilometers.
Okay. That's a very exact number. Did they measure that?
I think so.
How do you think they measured that?
So it was measured a really long time ago. That's surprising. Through observation, angle measurements, distance, measurement, geometric calculations.
Which measurements did they do, or was it just calculation?
I think all.
All.
I think all of them.
Well, what did they measure specifically to get that 6? Because the radius value, that's from the surface of the ball to the center of it, right? So how did they measure to the center of a ball Earth to give us that 6,371 kilometers? We need to figure out if that's actually measured or if that's just an assumed calculation. That's important.
What if it's assumed?
Well, if it's assumed, then we have a problem, because that means it's not measured, it's not proven. Like if I assumed that unicorns exist, and then I go around telling people, hey, unicorns exist. And they say, well, how do you know? And I say, I assumed it. Will that convince you?
No.
Okay. So it's the same with this.
Okay.
So, I mean, when you can't show somebody the unicorn, you just tell them refraction. It's a mirage.
Yep.
Got your point.
So has anyone actually measured it? Or is it just assumed? What do you think?
Well, it says approximately, so, you know, it's not
approximately measured or approximately assumed?
Approximately, it doesn't say anything, so that wouldn't be measuring, I guess.
Huh.
Yeah.
So if they haven't measured it, how do we know that it's true?
Okay. The picture that I want to send you, which I didn't even get to the point to explain my point, but I think you should understand this one. I don't care about the numbers. I just care about the, let's say, circle and the small line. It's a straight line there.
Which line? The blue line?
The blue one, yeah. It's a really
so the 500 miles. So the 500 miles is no curve.
What?
Because that blue line is 500 miles, right? So you're saying the 500 miles there is flat?
I'm not saying numbers, but yeah, it says.
It says 500 miles. 805 kilometers.
It's not. That's not the point.
Okay.
The point that if a circle is so big, you can just take a small line of it that would be straight.
Right, but if that circle is assumed, you don't know it's a circle.
But that proves that if you're looking, let's say, an ocean, a flat ocean, a flat, whatever, flat ocean, let's say, it could be not flat. It's just so small that you can't see the curve.
Right, but that's just if you assume that there's a big curve. How do you know that there actually is? Because if there's not, then it's just flat because
How did you know
looks
it's
flat
flat?
because it is flat. Well,
It could be curved.
because no one's ever measured it to be curved.
Yeah, and could be curved.
Well, you would need to prove that though, because what you're observing, experiencing, is just that it's flat. So if you're claiming something else, you need to prove that with a measurement, right?
That doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, I guess.
No, but it doesn't. Well, I mean,
Yes, it
that's
does.
what you've got. That's what you've got so far. You've got flat water. If you're wanting to claim it's curved water, it needs to be measured, not just assumed. Why would you just assume the opposite of what you experience and
It's measured
accept that to be true?
Well, its measured flatness isn't proof that it's curving. That's for sure.
Yeah, if that 800 kilometers is flat, then goodbye globe, because that's not their claim. Yeah, 50,000 meters of curve over 500 miles. But you're saying flat.
Who's ever measured to the center of the Earth?
I don't know about that. How did they measure it? I don't know.
Yeah, no one's measured to the center. No. It's assumed. The globe is a theoretical, philosophical belief. It's not physical reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, the water's flat.
Maybe. I don't care. Both ways.
Well, you should. It's where you live.
Doesn't really matter, does it?
Sure does.
Your life wouldn't change if it was flat or curved or a ball or whatever. Am I right?
No, you're not right.
What would change?
Your understanding of where you live. And by consequence, what you're doing here. What your purpose is or is not.
What you're doing here.
Yeah. How do you think all of this got here?
Do you believe in God?
If you mean a creator, then yeah. There had to have been a creator. Yeah, there have to be a creator for a flat, motionless Earth.
Okay. Cool.
Can't just pop out of nothing for no reason, by accident.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But that's why they want people thinking that the Earth's a big ball, so that they do think it might have just popped out of nothing for no reason, so that they're just an accidental speck of dust in an endless space vacuum. Yeah, that's what they're trying to convince people of.
For me, I think Earth being flat or rounded, I think it doesn't matter for me.
Well, it matters to them.
It matters for you.
Well, it matters to them. That's why they've tried very hard to convince you that you live on a big spinning ball.
Yeah.
So maybe you just don't understand why it matters yet.
Can you tell me why it matters? Because I don't seem to care or have an idea why it would matter.
Well, do you care about the environment?
I do.
Why? The environment doesn't make a difference to your life, you just said?
It does, but the Earth being flat or rounded doesn't.
Well, that is the environment that you care about. So you could be caring about an environment that you don't even understand. You don't know what the environment is. You think it's a big spinning ball in a vacuum. What if that's incorrect? Then you don't understand the environment. Because it measures flat.
So, okay, flat.
So think about all the things you believe.
I don't understand. How is it flat? So,
Because
is
what do you
there
mean?
something below you?
The ground is below you, the flat Earth.
Okay, and then
More
there's
Earth.
something under, and then
Maybe you'll hit some water. Because you
Then
think
is there
well,
other planets, or they all are flat, in your opinion?
well, if by other planets you mean Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, those lights we see in the sky, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those exist.
Or they're flat?
Well, what we observe are little blobs of light. Can't really
Well, what
define
do
a
you mean?
shape to them. You see a strange disk of light goes through phases. Mhm.
Yeah. So it's flat.
Well, to know what shape they are, you would have to travel to them and around them and observe them. Right?
I don't
I mean,
know.
you can't do that though.
I understand, but you're saying that
So how would you know?
Is flat, so
Mhm.
under it's just more Earth. So
Yeah, the Earth is flat, and we have the luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars, which essentially act like a clock. Right? They're not places to go to. They're indicators of time.
Indicators, yes.
So, sun gives you the days and nights, the moon gives you the months, and the stars give you the seasons, the year. That's how people know how to harvest, when to plant.
Okay. So you said under Earth is just Earth. Let's say that the moon is just a flat whatever. So what's behind the moon? More moon? More ground?
Well, I'm not really making a claim about the moon or things that you can't observe,
Well,
measure,
it's related
test.
though.
No, not really. No, the Earth is the Earth, and the moon is the moon. It's like saying that because your bedroom.
They're not related.
Well, it's like if you're in your bedroom and you see that you have a spherical light bulb in the ceiling, that doesn't mean that the floor that you are on is spherical, does it?
So they're not related, you said.
No.
Oh.
They're different things.
Okay, so you believe in what you see.
Do you not believe what you see?
I believe in what I see for sure.
Okay. Well, you see a flat, motionless
If you're
Earth.
saying it's true, then it's funny. Not your idea, but the idea that someone would teach kids that the Earth is a sphere, and it's not.
Yeah, it's quite funny.
Yeah.
Why do you think they've done that?
I don't know. You tell me. Why would they?
Yes.
To push a philosophy, a worldview. Maybe they're just mistaken. Maybe they're trolling people. I don't know. I'm not them.
Who are they? Or you don't?
Whoever put it into the syllabus, whoever sets the education system.
Not known. Okay.
The Catholic Church had a significant hand in it. And then some ancient Greek philosophers that philosophized that the earth should be a sphere, because to them, the sphere was like a perfect shape. And they reasoned that the perfect creator would create the perfect earth in the perfect shape. So it was like a religious philosophy by Pythagoras. I'm sure you've heard of him.
Wow.
That's where it came from.
Yeah. Interesting.
But in reality, it's just flat, motionless, topographical. So it's got hills and valleys. But yeah, overall, a level topographical plane, motionless and contained.
Is Earth moving or not?
What was that?
Is Earth moving or not?
What do you think?
I don't know. I'm asking you. I just want to know your view or your opinion.
Do you experience the Earth moving?
No.
So why would you assume that it is?
I'm not assuming, I'm just asking you.
Well, I'm not saying you, I'm saying generally, people who believe it. Think to yourself, ask yourself the question, why should you believe that it's moving? I'll tell you, no, it's not moving. But you might believe that it is. But then you should ask yourself, what evidence do I have that it is moving, since you don't experience it moving? Unless you're in an earthquake or something. And then that just tells you that when the earth does move, you feel it.
No.
No. I know you could feel the earth moving.
No? You don't feel it when you're in an earthquake?
I know that you can.
You know that you can feel it in an earthquake, exactly.
Yeah.
So you know that you can feel the earth moving when it's moving.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So if you don't feel the earth moving, what does that tell you?
That it's not.
There you go.
No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
Oh, really? Wow. By all means. Who measured it moving?
We don't feel movement. We feel acceleration.
Well, the globe is claimed to be in acceleration. So there you go. By your own logic,
No,
you've
no, no.
debunked it.
So if you don't feel the Earth moving, it means that the Earth has a constant speed.
Well, how do you know it's moving if you don't detect it moving?
Because of the season.
How does the seasons tell you that it's moving?
Yeah. It's all that simple.
Well, no, the seasons don't tell you that it's moving.
Yes.
So, in your opinion, how does the seasons change?
Well, we observe the sun moving, do we not?
We do.
So why wouldn't it just be caused by the sun moving?
The sun moves the same way every day.
Yeah, the sun's moving. It's not the earth.
The sun is not moving.
Yeah, it moves the same way every day. Every day in winter.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't move the same way every single day. That's incorrect.
Normally, you learn that when you're a kid.
Yeah, why do you think they told you it when you were a kid and your brain wasn't fully developed? Instead of waiting till you're an adult and you can critically think for yourself. Why do you think they did that? Because they're brainwashing you. So who measured well, let's start with this. How fast do you believe the Earth is moving?
I don't know.
Okay, so you believe it's moving, but you've got no idea how fast. You don't know how to prove it. You don't know how to measure it. Yeah, it's just a belief.
No, it's not a belief.
It is a belief. Well, you just said you don't know.
I know just because some scientists work on it.
So you've got knowledge, but you don't know it.
Because it's not my knowledge.
So you don't have the knowledge. You have a belief. So you have a belief.
No.
Yes. So that would.
Well, that's what a belief is. That's what a belief is. When you feel like you have knowledge from elsewhere but no direct experience, you believe that the knowledge you have is accurate or valid. It is a belief. You don't yourself have knowledge.
Yeah, you just said, I don't know. Maybe you should look it up, since you're trying to argue for it. You should know what it is that you're trying to argue. What do you think, Flatty Chan? Should he know what he's trying to argue before he argues it? Chan, you still with us? Has the Syrian government shut you down?
Me?
Chan. I guess Chan's gone away. Who's the other guy? Who's the guy who believes? Yeah, so you believe the Earth is moving, but you don't know how fast.
No, because I didn't learn that.
Do you think you should look it up, since you're trying to argue for it?
I should what?
You should learn it because you're trying to argue for it.
If I'm searching, I'm pretty sure that there is the information somewhere.
Yes, and then we will find out if that information is true or not.
Because I'm gonna check the source.
Okay, what's the source?
Maybe NASA.
Okay, and what did they do to measure that speed?
I don't know, because I didn't...
See? That kind of means it's just a belief that you've got, no?
No.
No?
And you, so how do you prove that the Earth is flat and it's not moving and whatever you said?
Well, because I ask for measurements that it's anything else, and I get what you've given us, which is, I don't know.
So you just believe in something?
No, we experience it's flat and motionless every day. That's not belief. Yeah. You don't feel the ground moving, do you?
Yeah, because it has a constant speed.
So you experience it to be motionless.
Man, did you ever take the car?
The car?
Yeah.
Is the car moving or not?
No, you are on the road at a constant speed. So
the car is moving.
Oh my god.
So that's not like the Earth then.
When you are in the car at a constant speed, you don't feel the speed because it doesn't change.
What if you get out and you sit on the roof and then you make the car spin round at 1,000 miles an hour? Would you feel that?
What was your example?
What if you get on the roof of the car and then you spin around at 1,000 miles an hour on the car? Do you feel that?
Spin around what? The Earth?
No, you're on the top of the car and you're spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, you wouldn't feel a change if it's 1,000 miles per hour constant.
So if you're on the top of the car,
you would feel something, but you wouldn't feel a change, right?
So you would feel what?
Air resistance.
Oh, air resistance.
Let me. Never mind.
Go for it, Eli.
So if you were turning around a corner or going on a highway and you were turning at 50, 60, 70 miles or 100, 110, 120 kilometers, you wouldn't feel you turning if you were turning at 120 kilometers consistently, 120 kilometers.
Interesting. Yeah, I would feel it.
Because remember, circular motion is acceleration. There you go, Eli. You got an interesting. So also on top of that, you guys are just begging the question that the Earth is moving. You haven't actually proven it yet. You're just assuming it. That's what we're telling you not to do. We're asking for the actual evidence. Who measured it? And the guy said, probably NASA. And then we said, what did they do? And he doesn't know.
By the way,
Is
I'm
that good
not
enough?
arguing, I'm just having a...
No, you're chill. You're all right. But what do you think about the other guy? Do you think he proved that the Earth is moving?
Not really, no.
Not really, no. Guy,
No.
Chan says you didn't prove it. Could you
That's
prove
not
it?
proof.
Yeah, it's not proof to imagine that you're in a car. Correct. So if we imagine we're in a car, then we can just assume that the Earth is a big spinning ball. That's not logical.
I was not proving that by my example.
Okay, well, how would you prove that?
I was proving you that you don't feel the speed. You feel you just.
But you don't have a speed yet. You haven't evidence that it's moving at all.
When you are in car, you can.
No, not the car. The ground. The ground. You're saying the ground is moving.
No, because it's moving
No?
at a constant speed.
What? So you're saying it is moving?
Because it's
So what's your evidence? Who measured that then?
Yeah, several orbits wouldn't be a constant speed.
For you.
It'd be a fluctuating speed.
Yeah, you're confused on that as well. It's not even claimed to be a constant speed. But either way, I'm going to let you beg the question so that you can further figure out that you've got no reason to believe this. So, who measured that speed that you're claiming? You said NASA?
Yeah. I'm going to search YouTube.
How did they do that? You're going to search YouTube for me? Okay.
Yeah. Because you seems have to need
you don't think we've looked it up?
What?
You don't think we've looked it up?
I didn't get it.
Do you not think that we have looked it up? You don't think it crossed our mind to see what Google has to say?
Maybe,
or YouTube.
Maybe
I just didn't understand. I just don't understand what it's like to be in a car. Yeah, let us know, dude. Let us know what YouTube says. I'm sure it'll be very enlightening.
Manu, welcome to the room.
Thanks. What's going on?
We're looking for evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball, but no one seems to have any.
Who's presenting?
Whoever thinks they have evidence.
And no one has evidence, so what's the discussion?
Okay, well, I guess it's flat then.
Okay. It's flat. It is globe. Whatever you think.
No, there's no globe. Do we need evidence for that?
Hey guys. You don't believe in NASA?
Hey, Elliot.
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
Oh, good. How are you guys? Chilling out?
Yeah, we're searching for globe evidence, but no one seems to have any. You have any?
You just have to go on Google Map and you will see that the Earth is a sphere, a globe.
You're searching for globe evidence that, like,
that the Earth is a big spinning ball in a vacuum.
And you can't find evidence for that?
No, there's no evidence. No one has any.
Yes, there is.
Well, I can give you one. Very simple
nice.
one. Are you? Do you live like next to a sea or an ocean?
Yes.
Well,
here we go with boats.
Yeah, with the boat horizon. Like if you can just look at the end of the horizon, you will understand that it is not.
But the horizon is a horizontal line.
No, you will be able to see that it's like a ball. It's you need to look like
no, but the horizon is a flat line though. Sorry, Eli.
It's because the ball.
Ask a question real quick. Let's ask a question. So, is the underlying premise of everything you're saying is that the horizon is Earth curve? Is that what you're saying?
You will be able to see it with your own eyes, like the way the ship is going from the far distance.
So you're saying that observation, that means that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere. Is that what you're saying?
It's one of the evidence. It's like scientific evidence that the planet.
All right, but how do you validate that that's the case, though? That what you're seeing is due to the leading edge of the sphere. How do you validate the premise in the first place?
Listen, there is also other evidence, like.
No, before we go to other evidence, because there's definitely a psychologist online who's speaking against flat earthers, and he said his main criticism, the first one I heard anyway, was that flat earthers look and declare. Well, no, we don't. But I'm urging you to go beyond looking and declaring. Okay, you see the horizon. You declare that it's Earth curve. How do you know?
Listen, I'm not trying to saying it's not possible, but why would they do that? Why would they
always get on this backpedal tour?
Yeah,
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm asking you, how do you know what you believe? You're saying, how do you know?
Yeah, I told you one of the there is a list, okay? On this list, there is almost 20, 30 reasons where you can, as a simple human, without technology, you can yourself see this. One of those examples I give to you, if you see this is with your own eyes, and it's
we can
very
go through
simple
them,
to
Elia.
do.
Elia, we can go through them, those 20, 30 points. We hear them every single day. We can explain them all to you.
Okay, if you please, let me say a point, and then you can put your comment on it or whatever you want. Why would they lie? Okay, if they already control us,
here we go.
They already fuck us. They don't.
Well, if you know that, Elia, why are you asking us why they're lying?
Because they don't need this. They are not